All right, I believe we're live here. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. See my jumper hanging out on the line. See my jumper hanging out on the line. Nobody had something on my mind. Well, I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. Well, I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. Way down here, what you gonna do? Fix my supper, babe, let me go to bed. Fix my supper, yeah, let me go to bed. This white lightning done gone to my head. See my jumper hanging out on the line. See my jumper hanging out on the line. Nobody had something on my mind. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Little RL Burnsides there. See my jumper hanging on the line. I had to relearn that when I did a video on it a while back and forgot it after I did the video. A weird riff there, like a hill country style blues. You know, no chord changes, stays in the same key the whole time, like a lot of hill country songs do. It's like this kind of like chugging kind of train rhythm, you know. All right, what's going on, y'all? Welcome to Ed Phillips's Electronic Juke Joint, Wednesdays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You light me a cigarette here, see who's in the house. Get some background music going here. Frank Morgendorfer says, top of the morning to you. What's up, man? How you doing? Stephen Shooty says, drinking Coors, brother. Up there in the Rocky Mountains. Redskin Garage says, Ace, 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 King, King. Appreciate that. Elvira says, hey, Ed, what's up? How you doing? Julian Santaguida says, what's up, Edward? Good to be here on your live stream. Yeah, good to have you, man. Patrick Jablonski says, greetings from Santa Fe, New Mexico. What's up, man? How you doing? Greetings from South Kakalaki. Yak Fishing says, damn, it's Wednesday already. Yep, it is. Carolina Slim says, yeah, can't go wrong with some RL Burnsides. Appreciate that. Let's see, Moondog Johnny says, I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good tonight. Blues Rocker says, chunky. I guess he's talking about the guitar tone. I appreciate that. Yak Fishing says, sweet guitar, Ed. A friend has one of those. I have an Epi Dot that all the hardware has been replaced with Gibson stuff. That's pretty cool. I had a Dot like 20 years ago, like a sunburst one. Shovel says, howdy amigos, what's up? Dave says, what's up, Ed? I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? Bears Den says, evening everyone. How's it going? Blues Rocker says, grandson Jonathan is watching you. Could you say hi to him? Hello, Jonathan. What's up, man? Let's see. Yak Fishing says, where the hell is Ron? I haven't seen him yet. Thomas Newberry says, 29 watching, 9 likes. Get it together, people. Yeah, everybody hit that like button. Help me out in the YouTube algorithm. You know, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. Tristan Graff says, hot diggity, hi ho all. What's up, man? Rocking the goddamn Gene Autry shirt again today. Blues Rocker says, made my grandson smile from ear to ear. Cool, cool. Some water here. Yeah, had to get that R.L. Burnside song back down. Like, sometimes I'll learn a song for a video and I'll never play it again and forget how to play it. Blues Rocker says, Mystery Train, I'll do that for you. Yeah, let me smoke this cigarette here. Steven Shooty says, shirt's hot, man. Yeah, I didn't think about that. You know, it being like 90 degrees outside today. So, oh well. I'll just have to sweat. Roll the bastard up. Jeffrey Albertson says, good evening, Ed and party people. Good you turned up loud in the garage while I'm working on... Got you turned up loud in the garage while I'm working on some typewriters. The neighbors are getting another introduction tonight. Cool, cool. I had a typewriter, like when I was a teenager, like before I had a computer. I had like an electronic one. It had like a tape in it, and the tape was the ink. Shovel says, I heard from my grandson today he needs $90. Uh-oh. You gonna give it to him? Jeffrey Albertson says, sent you some money on the other app, probably, I guess, on PayPal. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. And Blues Rocker says, 50 Fahrenheit here in Indiana. Oh, I wish it was like that down here. It's starting to get rough down here. Not as bad as it can be yet. Like, you know, it's not like July or August yet. But Tristan Graff says, I was playing my parlor guitar a bit ago for my friend Pixie. Made a song for her, Wang Dang Doodle. And you told her you wrote it? Shit. Stephen Shooty says, 66 degrees here now. That's up in Colorado. Damn. Y'all are lucky. I'm probably going to be sweating like a damn pig in here. By the way, pigs don't sweat, actually. But Banjo Boy says, good evening, bluesman. Did you get any of that tornado weather we hear about? We had a little rough weather a few weeks ago, but luckily, like, not too near to me. Like, not no tornadoes too near to me. Patrick Jablansky says 20% humidity in New Mexico. Yeah, you could probably triple that for here. Yak Fishing says West Virginia has perfect weather. I miss that place sometimes. Yeah, up there in the damn mountains, like it's way cooler up there. Like even like as far south as North Carolina, if you go up to the mountains, it's like a good 10 degrees cooler than it is here. Blues Rocker says, have AC in your Hell House practice room? Yeah, but I don't run it much on the show unless I get really hot, you know. I got a window unit right here, like right behind my microphone, you know. The J1 says pigs waller. Yeah, pigs waller, right. That's how they cool off. They like wallow in the mud. Yak Fishing says, Ed, are you in a studio or a garage? It's not part of the house, I don't think, right? Yes, it's like my little building out here. I got this building for the $100 it cost to move it to my land, basically. Like the guy was going to burn it down, he gave it to me. Basically my studio. Redskin Garage says, North Carolina. I'm down here in South Kakalaki. Christy Bush says, let's see, I don't know how you can read all of this, Ed. Well, it depends on how good their English is and how good their grammar and stuff is. Like some of them, I kind of trip through them because I can't read what the hell they're saying, but, you know. Blues Rocker says, high velocity fan would be good. Yeah, I just got the old window unit in here. Banjo Boy says, do you play slow blues when you're melting? Sometimes. Yak says, good score. Let's do some Mystery Train. You get a little delay on here. Christy Bush says, looking great tonight, by the way. I appreciate that. Yeah, just wear my Western shirt, you know, my damn bolo tie like a fucking dork. I guess it looks pretty cool when you wear it this way. Alright, some rockabilly here. One of Elvis's first tunes that he cut at Sun Studios in Memphis. Let me cut my background music off. Finger picking version of it.
Train I ride 16 long. Train I ride 16 coaches long. Well, that long black train got my baby gone. Train, coming round the bend. Train, coming round the bend. Well, it took my baby, but it never will again. Will again. Down the line. Train, coming down the line. Well, it's bringing my baby. Well, it's mine, all mine. Mine, all mine. round the bend. Train, coming round the bend. Well, it took my baby. Well, it never will again. Will again. Will again.
Early Elvis there, about 1955 or 56, something like that. Let me get the music back started here. Read a few of these comments. Blues Rocker says, what drink choices tonight? I got just Irish whiskey and Scotch whiskey. Oh, there's the Scotch. And the Speyburn. John Paul Silburn says, hey, Ed from Mississippi. Been working on your version of Crossroad Blues. Good stuff. Oh, cool, man. Appreciate that. And it's I did it a little faster than Robert Johnson did it, but, you know, the notes are basically the same. Like, Jeffrey Albertson says, I was this week old when I learned about Geeshie Wiley. According to blues historian Don Kent, Wiley may well have been the rural South's greatest female blues singer and musician. I have to look her up. Geeshie Wiley. Have to check her out. Yak Fishing says, need to get you a Mississippi string tie, Ed. I got one of those bootlace ties in the house. I should start wearing one of those, you know, that kind of tie that Son House used to wear. The damn old bootlace tie, like bluegrass kind of tie. Ron says, made it. What's up, man? You missed some R.L. Burnside a while ago. And Tristan says, then I shot my baby. J1 says, Yak Fishing, he could cut one off of the Colonel Sanders chicken bucket. Right, yeah, the bootlace tie. That's what they call them, I believe. And that's what, like, Flat and Scruggs, like a lot of them bluegrass guys used to wear. Son House wore one. I got one somewhere. I don't know where the hell it is. Yak Fishing says, was just asking about you, Ron. Let's see. Yak Fishing says, LOL, he'll was he could. Redskin George says, sick song, man. Appreciate that. Ron says, how are you tonight, people? Blues Rocker says, now if you people didn't like that Elvis tune, then something is wrong with you. Banjo Boy says, woo. Tristan Graff says, that be the Mick Elvis of the wheelhouse of blues. Ron says, how are you, brother? I'm doing pretty damn good. You know, just hot as hell, like about 90 degrees outside today. I'm sitting here in like a black long sleeve shirt with lights like on me and stuff, but yeah. Might cut my air conditioner on in a minute. Blues Rocker says, good, Ron. We got Shovel and Christy here tonight. Moondog Johnny says, guitar in hand, smile on face, life is good. Cool. Blues Rocker says, Christy's wearing her red panties tonight. Oh, shit. Keith says, hello from Pompano Beach, Florida. What's up, Mr. Keith Peterson? Banjo Boy says, so what are we drinking? I might do a shot in a minute. I got some Scotch and Irish whiskey here. Jeffrey Albertson says, He Barn, the secret history of a murder in Mississippi by Wright Thompson centers on the murder of Emmett Till, but talks an incredible length about the foundation of blues in the Mississippi Delta. Oh, okay. Must be The Barn. Have to look up that documentary. Ron says, ouch. Dave says, drinking Evan Williams bottled in bond tonight. Evan Williams, I can't do the damn Evan, man. I drank it like a long time ago, but let's see. Yak Fishing says, Pompano Beach rocks. Great fishing there. Patrick says, have you heard the slowed down Robert Johnson recording speculated to be the correct pitch? Yeah, I never bought that theory. They might have been sped up a little bit just from the way records were made back then, but I don't think it was sped up like significantly to completely just alter his voice and stuff like that. I never really bought into that whole thing. What did happen, I think, was he kept like tuning his guitar higher and higher, like through the course of the sessions, You can kind of tell that. Ron says, don't keep that AC off for us if it's hot. It's not that loud anyway. I might cut that on in a second. James Laura says, hey Ed, what's up? Blues Rocker says, love teasing Christy. Blues chicks are few and far between these days. That's true. Let's see here. Tristan Graff says, Seattle is nice. Northwest weather, about 55 degrees or so. Cats is in the yard and everything is fine. Oh, cool. Yeah, I wish it was 55 degrees down here. Ron says, I got some scotch tonight. What brand you got? Keith says, nice. Christy Bush says, all right now, Ed. James Laura, I didn't say it, Bull Rocker said it, but James Laura says they just want to bring him down. Let me restart this chat real quick. Get a little glitchy on the camera here. Okay, I think I'm back here. Okay, yeah. We're back. Let's see. Ron says it's called Naked Malt. Never heard of that one. That's a brand of scotch. Christy says, well, cheers, Ron Swanson. Ron says, hey, Christy Bose says, just got me a 1999 Heritage Prospect in Cherry Sunburst. That's pretty cool, man. Christy says, oh, yeah. And Shovel says, and I knew without asking she was into the blues. James says, every kind of tastes like Jack, I think. Evan kind of tastes like Jack. Yeah, it's pretty much the same shit. Like, I don't know if it's sour mash or bourbon, but it's pretty much the same. Now, if I buy bourbon, I got to get like something halfway nice, like some Gentleman Jack Off or something like that, you know. Blues Rocker says, Christy didn't correct the color tonight. She might be wearing the red ones. James says, is that Chinese scotch, Ron? Christy says, who might be wearing red? What? Yak says, oh, folks, hit the doorbell. Button on your way in helps Ed channel out. Yeah, do that. Hit the like button, all that good stuff. Share this. Keith Peterson sends me a $5 super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. He says, can I get Stagger Lee? Yeah, I can do that for you. All right. Super chats are the life of this show. If you feel like tipping me, you know, send me a super chat. Think I'm doing a good job here. Show me a little love. Or also got like a PayPal link there in the description. Let's cut this music off here. We'll do some Stagger Lee, or Stagger Lee, Stag Lee, like whatever they call it. Like, got a bunch of different titles, right? Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew Stagger Lee. Boom, 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 boom. lick a line about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stagger Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high. And when they killed him, they were glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stagger Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stagger Lee. Stagger Lee, Mississippi John Hurt style. Probably not a known writer for that one, but a lot of people played it. Get the background music started back here. Hang on. Rearrange some stuff on the computer screen. All right. Banjo Boy says, I never get tired of any John Hurt. It did that finger picking style, kind of a soft, like talky kind of voice when he sang. Ron says, no one right answer. Yeah, Stagger Lee got many different titles like Stagger Lee, all that stuff. Ron says, Keith Peterson, good man. Keith says, thanks, Christy. Christy says, oh, shovel, black lace. The blues rocker says, have to wait on my grandson to go to bed before I can get smoked out. Uh-oh. You can sneak out back. Yak Fishing says, Ed had to go pull out one of my tellies and the 68 Champ Drip Edge. Sure wish you liked tellies. Yeah, I never got along with them too much. I played a couple I like usually the ones with humbuckers in them I like. Keith Peterson says, nice, appreciate that. Ron says, cool. Redskin Garage says, cool song, Ed. Never heard it, but it's pretty good. Yeah, it's an old-ass song. It's probably over 100 years old. Got a Mississippi John Hurt, not sure when he first recorded it. It might have been in the 60s. I don't know if he did it back in the, like the 20s and 30s. I don't know. Patrick Jablonski sent me $10 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. So thanks for that tip there, man. Blues Rocker says, had my grandson rocking back and forth in bed. I hope he crashes out soon. Last week we put him to sleep. Thank you for that. I bored him to death. Shit, Tristan says, I like that, Ed. I played along with you. Cool, man. Cool. James Laura says, I just have coffee, but it tastes good. Christy Bush says, well. Jeffrey Albertson says, Ed, when you're up for it, could you play Hard Time Killing Floor by Skip James? Yeah, we will do that. Christy Bush says, hey now, Mr. Jablonski. Yeah. See if I can dig up the lyrics to it. Yeah, damn old Hard Time Killing Floors, like one of those where I never did get the lyrics down, so I have to read them if I can find them. I had them over here like a while back. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thought I had him up there. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. He says, when the levee breaks, I can do that for you, man. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you very much for that super chat. We'll do that one. We'll do when the levee breaks, then we'll do some Hard Time Killing Floor. Alrighty. Let me stop my background music here. What was it? Yeah. this was written by Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy. It was written about an actual flood that happened in the Mississippi Delta back in the late 20s. Charlie Patton wrote a song about the same flood. And, of course, their version's a lot different from the Led Zeppelin version of it. The little finger-picking version of it.
If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And the water's gonna come and we'll have no place to stay. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. Keeps on raining, baby, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And all these people that have no place to stay. Well, look at it, mama, now what am I to do? Well, look at mama, now what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. Mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. Mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. Well, I had a woman now, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman that she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to my used to be. Well, the mean old levee now taught me to weep and moan. Well, the mean old levee now taught me to weep and moan. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home.
When the levee breaks right there, let's do some Skip James now, if this thing's tuned right. Tune it down to minor. Hard Time Killing Floor. This song is written about the Great Depression, of course, during the Great Depression.
Times are harder than ever been before. Know that people are drifting from dawn to dawn. Can't find no heaven no matter where never get this alone no more. When you hear me singing this old lonesome song, people, you know, these hard times can't last us so long. You know, you say you had money, but you better be sure all these hard times will kill you. Just a drag on slow. All right, let's skip James there into Bentonia style. Some Delta blues there. Keith Peterson says, why did a guitar teacher go to jail? He fingered a minor. Okay, some dad humor there, a little dad joke. James says, oh no, Keith. Sonny Ray says, blues fan, keep those ears open and hearts wide. Edward's got the soul and strings to take you on a journey. Let's keep the blues alive together, y'all. I appreciate that very much, man. And let's see, Redskin Garage says, Keith, the fuck did I just read? James Laura says, someone give him a $10 tip. I would appreciate that a lot. I do appreciate y'all's super chats. Y'all feel like tipping me, think I'm doing a good job here, you know? Tristan says, Keith Peterson, not quite what a picker would do. You must desist, please. Ron says, that finger picking upbeat Levee breaks followed by his deep soulful blues is crazy range. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yak says you got 39 likes. Yeah, oh, that's cool. Got 42 people watching, 39 likes. Yeah, hit that like button. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. All that good stuff helps me in the YouTube algorithm. And James says, I like the Delta blues. That's some good stuff, man. Keith Peterson sends me $10 in a super chat. He says, Edward, just a random for Christy Bush. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for your generosity there, Keith. All right, let's do a shot and play a random song for Keith Peterson. I'll let y'all vote on it. We got some single malt Irish whiskey here. This is called Napog Castle, 12 years old. And we got some Speyburn 10-year-old Scotch here. Just a single malt Scotch whiskey from Speyside, Scotland. That area, it's like a region basically. Y'all tell me, Scotch or Irish? And give me 1 second to refresh this real quick. Camera's acting silly again. Tell you what, I'll play this song while y'all vote, actually. Here's one I don't think I've ever played on the show because I did one video on it and forgot it and had to relearn it. One you probably heard. with my suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. Well, it's hard to tell, it's hard to tell. All my love's in vain, all my love's in vain. When the train rolled up to the station, and I looked her in the eye. Oh, when the train rolled up to the station, and I looked her in the eye. So lonesome, I'm so lonesome, I could not help but cry. All my love's in vain. When the train it left the station, two lights on behind. Oh, when the train left the station, there were two lights on behind. Well, the blue light was my blue, and the red light was my mind. All my love's in vain. Ooh, Willie Mae. Ooh, Willie Mae. All my love's in vain, all my love's in vain.
Classic Robert Johnson right there. Also famously covered by that one band that's inferior to the Beatles. But, let me see. Let me see what the votes are. Tristan Graff says he sends $5. Ed, think about a Wang Dang Doodle A or Red House. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. $5 there. Yeah, appreciate that tip, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you very much, Tristan. Let's see. Wang Dang Doodle. I had the lyrics to that somewhere. Mike can do Red House for you. Let me see here. Let me see what the votes on the liquor are. I'll play you a song. James says Irish. Blues Rocker says Scotch. Stencil says Irish. Ron says cool, man. He says let Keith pick. What does Keith say? Did Keith get a vote in? I don't see where he did. Looks like a toss-up. Okay, get them votes in, y'all. Scotch or Irish? Okay, Ron votes for Scotch. Let me do some Red House in the style of Robert Johnson, like I did the video about like a few months ago. Kind of did like a novelty type song where I did Red House like if Robert Johnson had recorded it, you know.
There's a red house over yonder, that's where my baby stays. There's a red house over yonder, that's where my baby stays. Ain't been home to see my baby in 99 and 1/2 days. Wait a minute, something's wrong here. Lord, this key won't unlock this door. Wait a minute, something's wrong here. Lord, this key won't unlock this door. I got a bad, bad feeling. Baby, don't leave it no more. Yonder, way back on across the hill. Think I'll go back over yonder, way back on across the hill. If my baby don't love me no more, I know her sister will. Some Red House there. That tip from Tristan Graff. Appreciate that. And Keith Peterson sends me $20. He says, Edward, just pick one. Christy Bush approved. Talking about like between liquor or a song. Appreciate that $20, man. Super chats much appreciated around here. Thank you very much for that, Keith Peterson. Let me see. What did Christy Bush say about the liquor? Blues Rocker says scotch, and Christy says, yep, I guess, maybe. Let's see. Blues Rocker says he's probably got some of that store-bought shine, too, but I don't blame him for not wanting that. I usually hit that stuff a little later down the line. You know, I'm gonna cut this air conditioner on for a minute here. James says Irish it is. So let's see, what does Christy say I should drink, since Keith Peterson's like, you know, beholden me her vote. Let's see. Christy says, you're the best. Keith Julian says, nothing really, just waiting for May to be finished so I can get some hot June summer weather. Well, it's plenty hot here right now, I'll tell you that. James says, it's warm in Cali right now. Mass Mofo says, Irish. Did Aerosmith ever do any good ones? You remember they might have had some pretty good ones. They did Train Kept a Rolling one time. Kind of decent. Tristan says, thanks, Ed. Nice version of Red House. Stencil says, it's warm in Arizona too, and getting warmer. Redskins, let's see. Redskin says, cool blues, man. Appreciate that. Sonny Ray says, if trouble was money, you'd be stacking gold bars with that one, brother. Okay, Steven Shooty says Irish. Got a bunch of votes for Irish here. I guess we'll do some Irish. Let's see, Keith Peterson sent me $20 in a super chat. He says, pick one, Christy Bush approved. I'm not sure what he means by that. I don't know if he means like which liquor I should drink or which song I should play. Trying to figure that out. I was confused. Stencil says, Ed, a little of this, a little of that, Irish Scotch. Bo says, born under a bad sign. Mike can do that one in just a minute. Blues Rocker says 50 Fahrenheit feels like 44. Strange for Indiana. Yeah, I wish it was like that here. Shit.
James Laura says they did big 10-inch too. The Blues Rocker says, did you ever learn Hey Baby by Ted Nugent? I don't know it all the way through, but maybe like a little bit of it. Julian Santa Guida says, did I miss Traveling Riverside Blues Whiskey? No, I haven't played that yet. Keith says, her choice. Tristan says, time for me to play Guild Wars 2 with my pals. We kill it with your blues, Ed. I appreciate that, man. Patrick says some Book of White. I might can do that in a minute. All right. Ron says he's ready. Okay. It's looking like the consensus is Irish. So, speak now or forever hold your peace. He says, need one too. Tough day. Yeah, I need me one. The patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. You can get that below in the merch link. So this here is, yeah, Napogue Castle. It's 12-year-old single malt Irish whiskey. All right, here we go. Kim Pie, cheers, all that good stuff, you know. Saludos, Slanta, Prost, L'chaim, down the hatch. Got some smooth stuff right there too, man. Shovel says Aerosmith's Moving Out's a good rendition off their first album. Stencil says, guess whose latest CD on Discogs? Latest CD by the Guess Who? Did they make a new album? Or he means guess whose CDs on the latest on the Discogs? I don't know. Blues Rocker says there's a really cool video of Derek St. Holmes showing how he and Ted wrote Live It Up. Awesome video and checking out later. Yeah, I might check that out. Christy Bush says, oh, I really like that, Ed. Appreciate that. Tristan says, remember to like the stream if you like the Ed. Yeah, hit that like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. Helps me in the algorithm. James says, Skull. I think that's a cheers in, Norwegian or somewhere like that. Stencil says, Kessler, smooth as silk. That's what I was resorting to before I got sober. I don't think I've had Kessler. Christy says, cheers, y'all. James says, nice, Stencil. He says, I'm going to ask Christy to be mine. Stencil says, no, guess whose? Yours is on Discogs. Oh, really? Somebody listed my stuff on Discogs, like the website and stuff? That's cool. What me? But Christy Bush says Irish. All right, cool. Yeah. Blues Rocker says not into Kessler. I've never had Kessler before. I have to buy that one day. Bo says, Ed, do you like those Martin CEO 7 guitars? I don't think I know much about them. I don't think I played one. James says, looking for a blues hat. Like any kind of like fedora style hat works, but these days you might want to buy a wide brim fedora because the trilby types like kind of look hipstery these days. Something that's, you know, somewhere between a fedora and a cowboy hat looks kind of cool. Christy says, but I've been single forever. Keith is asking for your hand there. Julian says, yeah, make sure to like, comment, share, comment on Ed's channel so he can make more videos and live streams. That's right, man. Thank you for that. Keith says, dating place, find love here. James says, as long as it's cool. Don says, Kessler has a very weak, watery taste. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had it. Maury says, hello, Ed. Good to see you and hear you. What's up, man? How you doing? James says, maybe so don't, but it's cheap. Maybe so, don't, but it's cheap. Okay, yeah. So Kessler's Irish, right? Okay, we had a request for Book of White, and what else? Let me go back up here. Book of White and Born Under a Bad Sign. Okay, yeah. Let's do some Born Under a Bad Sign on the electric without a band and see if that sounds worth the shit.
wasn't for bad love, if it wasn't for real bad love, wouldn't have no luck at all. I'm a bad luck boy. I've had trouble all of my days. Well,
you know who I first heard that song from? It wasn't even Cream. Like most people who know me would probably guess it was Cream. It was fucking Pat Travers. Like my dad was a big Pat Travers fan, and I first heard that on the Crash and Burn record. Yeah, written by Booker T from Booker T and the MGs. Of course, Albert King did it on Stax Records. That's a Booker White. Where's that thumb pick? There we go with some Delta stuff here.
Get your nightcap, mama, and your gown. Night before day we gone. Shake 'em on down. Well, must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on down? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down? Indebted to me through the week. Save these chili peppers some more. Rainy day, well, must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on down? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down? Come on down. Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down? Pick myself on, go to bed. This white lightning done gone to my head. Well, now must I holler? Shake 'em on down. Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down? Come on down. Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down? They do something to me, don't know what it is. Get me drunk and that old whiskey still. Well, must I holler? Oh, must shake 'em on down. Well, I done stopped hollering, must I shake 'em on down?
Booker White there, cousin of BB King. Them amps like buzzing and stuff. James says she lived a good life. Keith Peterson says red. James says sometimes I enjoy a good beer. I got a few good beers in the old fridge over there. Roy Explores says Roy Explores says hello from Roy and Candy in San Francisco. What's up, man? How you doing? Hello from South Kakalaki. Shovel says the bosses got the groupies. The rest of us had to work hard. James Laura says, hey, Roy, I'm from Los Angeles. Stencil says, she took the Katie and left me a mule to ride. This old Taj Mahal song. And James says, I like that song. Cool, man. Patrick Jablonski says, thanks for the Booker. Bo says, Ed, I live in Aberdeen, Mississippi, home of Booker and the Wolf. That's right. Yeah, the Booker White wrote Aberdeen Blues. I did a video on that like a few years ago. Stencil S says, hey, Ed, this is, do you ever get approached to do a blues festival? I've done like a few festivals. They weren't specifically blues festivals, but, you know, just, you know, general festivals, and I showed up and played blues. Let me see. Keith Peterson sends me $10 in a super chat. I appreciate that very much, Keith. Thank you very much for that, man. Edward says, jam one of your old YouTube jams. Oh, let me think here. One of my old YouTube jams. Do like one of the first ones, maybe. Let's see. Let me think here. Blues Rocker says, grandson went to bed. Want to do a shot to match my hit? All right, we'll do that in just a second. He says scotch this time. We'll do the scotch. All right. Let me see. He's talking about an old YouTube jam. Hell, I'll do John Henry. How about that? That was one of my first videos, like maybe my third or fourth video, something like that. Probably fourth, yeah. But yeah, thank you very much for that super chat, Keith. Super chats are the life of the show, so if y'all feel like tipping me, think I'm doing a good job here, just send me a super chat. I will appreciate that. You know, throw a little love in the tip bucket. Also got a PayPal link below, down there in the blowjob bar. This song might have originated in West Virginia, like nobody's really sure, but that's probably where John Henry lived. Did that with hair in my mouth the entire time. Good old John Henry there. Probably an old work song. That's probably how it started out. Like in prison camps and stuff. Turn this thing on. Okay, let me see what kind of whiskey we're drinking here. Ron says Scotch. Blues Rocker says Scotch. We'll do some Scotch. All right. I got to match Blues Rocker's hit there. He's smoking some fine herbs there. Elvira says awesome. Thank you very much. James Laura says, I remember Pat Travers from back in the day. Very talented. He was a good blues guitar player from Canada. All right. Speyburn Scotch from the Speyside region of Scotland. This is a 10-year-old single malt here. The little salmon on there. From the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. All right, here we go. Saludos, Kim Pai, Prost, Skull, L'chaim, all that good stuff. Cheers, y'all. Keith Peterson says, nice. Appreciate that. Julian Santaguita says, Whiskey, what was your first video you ever did before becoming a YouTuber? When you did start your YouTube channel, what's the story behind it? I did have another channel before this channel, like it had like That's All Right Mama on there and stuff, like a few songs. Like most of them I put on there got busted for copyright though. You can probably find it. Let me see. First video I did before becoming a YouTuber. When did you start your YouTube channel? This particular channel here, my second channel. The first one, like I didn't put a lot of videos on there. This one I started it maybe 8 years ago, something like that. I'd been watching YouTube like for the entire existence of the website, and you know, I figured, hey, why don't I do some stuff on YouTube? You know, play some blues songs and stuff, and people, you know, see if people like it. And for about a year, like pretty much nobody watched this stuff. And about a year later, it blew up, and I was like, okay, I'll keep making videos then. I think Crossroad Blues is the one that blew up. I started this channel with like maybe 2 or 3 videos, and they sat there for a year because nobody watched them. Then yeah, Crossroads just kind of blew up and shit. It's like, okay, I'll keep doing these, you know. James says a good blues hat's very important. It's the pimp hat that I bought at the antique store here. Redskin says, there you go, Keith, get after it. Keith says, thanks, Red. Patrick says Parchman Farm. Have to learn that one. I don't really know it, but let's see. Didn't Booker White do that one? Yeah. Ron Swanson says Mojo definitely working, Ed. Appreciate that. Swamp Donkey says awesome, thanks, Ed. James Laura says fancy bottle. Yeah, kind of a cool looking bottle here. Yeah, Speyburn. I actually drove like past the road that leads to Parchman Farm, like when I went to the Delta. Parchman Farm's a prison down there. It's like, you know, where all them blues singers used to be held and stuff. Didn't see the prison, but I rode by a road called Parchman Farm Road or something like that. It leads to the prison. See, Blues Rocker says, cough, cough, cough. Yeah, he's smoking that stuff over there. Ron says, how's the scotch? It's pretty damn good. You know, it ain't too bad. I mean, I'm not like, jumping for joy about it or nothing. It's not, it ain't like something like extremely special, but it's a very good single malt. I'd say for Speyside whiskeys, like probably Glenfiddich would probably be the best. James Laura says, hey, Ron, I don't think he liked that scotch. He didn't say anything. No, it's pretty good stuff. This Irish shit here is like surprisingly smooth. I can't believe how smooth this stuff is. Ron says, you two match my music preferences to our last name, and that's how I found you. Oh, shit. Okay. You just got to be named Phillips to find me. Banjo Boy says, drink up, eh? That's Canadian. That's Canadian for cheers, I guess. Drink up there, eh? Moondog says, me too, Blues Rocker. Caddy says, hi, Ed. Or Katie. Hi, Ed. This is Ron Explorer's girlfriend. I saw you did some good picking on the other night. How about some Mississippi John Hurt? All right. Well, I played damn old Stagger Lee. Like I might be able to do that one again in just a minute. You have to give me 1 minute. Let me smoke this cigarette. James says, I like a smooth whiskey. But yeah, it sucks if they got like too much fire in them, you know. And Keith says, Redskin. Julian says, did they turn it into a tourist attraction? The Parchman Farm prison? I believe it's still a prison. Let's see. Patrick says, what long gone bluesman follows you around in the spiritual sense? I have no idea. Shit. Keith Peterson says, oh my. Julian says, did I get some Traveling Riverside blues yet? I'll do that for you in just a minute. Frank Marino says, the Banjo Boy says, do you know Frank Marino? Since you mentioned Pat Travers, yes, I do know Frank Marino. Big reason why I bought a SG, actually. Yeah, he was a Canadian guy. Kind of a Hendrix type of guy, you know. Played solid state amps that he built himself. Frank Morgendorfer says, Stagger Lee on the banjo. I don't even know if I could pull that off. I will change it up a little bit here, though, because I'm doing a repeat. So I'll do it on the 12 string, see how it sounds. Bullfrog Blue says, hi, what's up, man? How you doing? Keith says, red brings down the squirrels. Swamp Donkey says, sipping or knocking? I'm knocking them back. Ron says, welcome, Bullfrog. Julian Santa Guida says, I got a joke for you, Ed. What do you call a bluesman who's depressed, but, let's see. What do you call a bluesman who's depressed? Blues pressed. Shit. More than dad jokes there. James Laura says, if you use a good speaker, solid state amps sound good. I've had some that didn't sound too bad. They're making a lot of expensive Fender amps solid state now. They call them like Tone Masters or some shit. Like I had a guy, like friend of mine, who bought a deluxe, like a Fender Deluxe Reverb or whatever, was like, what kind of tubes you got going on back there? There's none in it. Yep, it's a 12 string, so it's got to be tuned. Alrighty. Bullfrog says, thanks. Love your music from France. Blues is everything. Cool. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Banjo Boy says, did your dad make dad jokes? He seemed cool. Yeah, he made quite a few dad jokes. Oh, yeah. He was a big fan of Rudy Ray Moore, like a Dolomite, you know. This damn thing tuned. Close enough. All right, a repeat of Stagger Lee, but on the 12 string.
Police officer, how can it be? You can arrest everybody but cruel Stagger Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Billy the Lion told Stagger Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Boom, 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 with a 44. When I spotted Billy the Lion, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stagger Lee shot Billy the Lion about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they were glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee.
All right. Doesn't sound quite as good on the 12 string. Kind of preferred on the 6 string. Never tried it on this damn thing before. Banjo Boy says, do bluegrass bands still make jokes? That was funny to me. Yeah, like a lot of bluegrass bands you see will have like rehearsed lines and stuff, and they'll tell like hee-haw type jokes and shit. James says, do people still eat fried chicken? I love it. Oh yeah, there's plenty of that around here. Keith Peterson sends a $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that, Keith. He says, 12 strings, yeah, Fred. Appreciate that very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like sending me a tip, feel like I'm doing a good job here, I would appreciate that. Swamp Donkey says, green sky bluegrass. David Smith says, since you have the 12 string up and running, how about some Lead Belly? All right. Tune this top string up. Damn it. Yeah, gotta tune it again. Damn it. One day I'll get this thing tuned. All right, close enough for rock and roll. Here's one that Lead Belly did, but I used the lyrics from Bill Monroe because that's the ones I know, like, you know, bluegrass singer, right? Kind of musically, it's Lead Belly.
The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie. I'm on my way back home. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, and you cause me to leave my home. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows.
All right, that's about all my hand can take of that damn 12 string. Never liked playing those damn things. Let's see, David Smith sends me a super chat for $10. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show, of course. Thank you for that, man. Thank you for your generosity. Mr. Night Owl and Company says, God bless you for this song. Appreciate that, man. Music Blogger says, Mr. Night Owl, me too. Swamp Donkey says, best part of my day right here. Cool, cool. Ron says, same, Swamp Doggy. Ron says, good man, at David Smith. Blues Rocker says, I bet good tuners for a 12 string would set you back a bit. Probably. Those aren't good tuners there. I bought that thing for like $250 or something like that, but maybe $200. It's like the cheapest 12 string I can find because, you know, I don't play 12 strings a lot. It's an Oscar Schmidt. It's basically made of cardboard. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, 12 strings, yuck. I gave mine to a mate for his 60th birthday. He was retired, so I reckon he has time to tune it. Right, yeah. You spend about half your time tuning that damn thing if you play one. Swamp Donkey says, got to do it by ear. Right, yeah, I ain't got my damn tuner in here, do I? Yeah, I just tune by ear on the show because I'm not really beholden to the 440 standard. I'm not playing with a band or nothing, so I just tune shit by ear. Banjo Boy says, maybe lighter strings on that 12. I think they only had like one set at the music store that I bought. Like, I don't know if they got different gauges of 12 strings. I'm sure they do. But most modern records, and by modern I mean like probably from the 70s up till now, when they want a 12-string sound in the studio, they cheat. They play a 6-string guitar and they layer it with a guitar with like 6 strings on it that are like the high strings from a 12-string. It's called Nashville tuning. They take an acoustic and just put the high strings from a 12-string on there and they layer that over the 6-string guitar track. Pretty much all the Tom Petty and stuff like that you've heard with 12 strings on there, they're doing that on the record. Bullfrog Blue says, cool hat. I feel like Voodoo Blues. Yeah, it's just like a hat with no brand on it. It has no brand name printed inside here. I just bought this in an antique store in Thompson, Georgia for like $20. Let me restart this chat real quick. Camera's kind of glitchy. Hang on one second, y'all. All right, here we go. Let me get my screen rearranged here. Alrighty. So Banjo Boy says the octaves sound cool when you finger pick. Yeah, I mean it's kind of iffy finger picking on one of those. They kind of can sound muddled and stuff, but you know, certain stuff sounds all right on one, like finger pick. Keith Peterson sends me $10 in a super chat. He says, jam a Redskin Garage to keep the peace. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for your generosity, Keith. Thanks for that tip. Talking about like jam a song for him, like a random one. Do that for you in just a second. Redskin says, really enjoy the history that comes along with the music you play. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, kind of a history buff. You know, I try to learn the history of stuff, like when I get it down on the guitar and all that good stuff. Banjo Boy says, yep, they removed the bass strings for Nashville tuning. Yep. That's mostly what they do for a 12-string sound in a studio these days, because 12 strings don't have good intonation and all that stuff. They have a lot of problems in a studio. Swamp Donkey says, let her buck. Banjo Boy says, how's the humidity, Ed? Sucks. Like, yeah, South Carolina in the summer, humidity sucks. Keith Peterson says, yes, okay, a random song. And Redskin says, Cannonball Rag, all right, I can try that one for you. Maybe not fuck it up. We'll see. Blues Rocker says, remember the band Redbone? I think I've heard that name. One I haven't played in a while. Okay, Cannonball Rag. We'll see if I can fuck it up for y'all. So Merle Travis. Gotta cut some of this overdrive off of here. All right, Cannonball Rag, Travis Pickin out of Kentucky. Actually, let me knock some overdrive off here. Yeah, that's probably okay there. That wasn't too rusty, like considering how long it's been since I played it last. Slightly out of tune. yeah, fucking up on the guitar. Oh. Redskin says, thanks, Keith. Shovel says, the Vegas brothers. Keith Peterson says, it's better to be nice to each other. Redskin says, beautiful song. Appreciate that. Julian Santa Guida says, I know Redbone, they did the song called Come and Get Your Love from the Guardians of the Galaxy. I love that movie. Chris Pratt did a good job as Star-Lord. Oh, yeah, I still got to do Traveling Riverside for you too, Julian. Yeah. Swamp Donkey says, guitars are like motorcycles. You can't spend enough money, right? Yeah. They can be a money pit. Shovel says, pretty guitar, change the strings. Yeah. Because they ain't got them tuned all the way. It does need a string change. Had these strings on here a while. Banjo Boy says, what about Roll Out the Barrel, make people proud? Roll Out the Barrel. Don't think I know that one. Redskin says, yep. Music Blogger says, do you know any Creed songs? No, I'm proud of the fact that I don't know any fucking Creed. Swamp Donkey says, oh dear. Shovel says, Pay and Lolly Vegas Redbone. Yeah, Creed kind of came out when I was in high school and stuff, and hence why I was listening to punk back in those days. Let me see here. Where's my capo at? Some Robert Johnson here, some Traveling Riverside Blues.
If your man gets personal, won't you have your fun? If your man gets personal, won't you have your fun? I got a pride point mama, well, house all night long. Got a women in Vicksburg, clean on into Tennessee. I got a women in Vicksburg, clean on into Tennessee. Well, my prize point mama hops all over me. Ain't going to state no color, but front teeth, the crown with gold. Ain't going to state no color, but front teeth, the crown with gold. Got a mortgage on my body, lien on my soul. Well, I'm going down the Rosedale, take my rider by my side. Well, I'm going down to Rosedale, take my rider by my side. We can still build house, mama, down by the riverside. You can squeeze my lemon till the juice run down my leg. You can squeeze my lemon till the juice run down my leg. But my fried corn mama really rocks my head. All right.
Little bit of Roberto Johansson there. Some Delta blues. Got calluses peeling off here. Where's my chat? There it is. Okay. Swamp Donkey says, nice, appreciate that. Redskin says, smooth, appreciate it, man. Swamp Donkey says, do you play the misery whistle too? I don't think so. I don't think I know that one. Shevel says, which pick do you use with the resonator? Usually a thumb pick. Like lately I've been using this this Dunlop medium deal right here. It looks like that. Like most of my other thumb picks are pretty big, like all Dunlop. You know, I just kind of like pick them at random. Blues Rocker says shot. Yeah, we can do a shot. All right. Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey brother, I made it. Sounding great. What's up, man? How you doing there? Bullfrog Blues can be so good with a harmonica. Yeah, I can't play a harmonica at all. I've got one, but I just can't play them. Keith Peterson sends me a $10 super chat. He says, shout out to Redskin Garage. Edward Phillips, jam a random for my friend. All right, I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like tipping me? Shoot me a super chat. All right, let's see. Blues Rocker says, jumper on the line. That's the one I opened the show with, actually. It's the first time I played it on the show, I believe. Let's see. Let's do a rando for Keith Peterson here. Y'all get them votes in. Since Blues Rocker wants to do a shot. All right, got the Speyburn 10-year-old Scotch whiskey here, single malt. And we got the Napog Castle 12-year-old single malt Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me Scotch or Irish. Let me rack my brain for a random one here. Let's do some Piedmont blues shit. Haven't played one of those tonight. Blues from my neck of the woods. Hey, let's do a hard one and fuck it up, all right? Here's some Blind Blake here.
It's a great big mystery, and it sure is a word. It's a Diddy Wah Diddy. It's a Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy means. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. Got a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now can I have some more? Yo, Diddy Wah Diddy. Yo, Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. sweet. Girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. I said, sister, I'll soon be gone, but give me that thing you sitting on. That Diddy Wah Diddy. That Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. Then I got put out of church for talking about Diddy Wah Diddy too much. That Diddy Wah Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean.
A little bit of blind Arthur Blake right there. Diddy Wah Diddy. Let's see. Bullfrog Blue says that lick Tommy McLennan. It reminds me of his Bottle It Up and Go. So Bottle Up and Go is like kind of based on the same song as like Step It Up and Go. I'm not sure which one came first, but yeah, that was an old song back in the day there. And Tommy McLennan was a Delta guy, of course. Keith says, nice, appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, Joe Walsh on Acoustic Sunday. Did you enjoy this rockin' tune, Turn to Stone? So, yeah, oh yeah, I've heard that song like back in the day with my dad playing it, you know, like by Joe Walsh. Keith says, love that song. Redskin says, give me that thing you sitting on, right, right. But hang on one second. Let me step outside and take care of a little bit of man business. All this water and alcohol and stuff is running right through me. I'll be right back. Harpazo says, spend all day winding pickups. Hang on, let me go back and read the rest of that. Spend all day winding pickups. Really nice to hear some real playing. I've never wound pickups before, but it sounds like it's a pretty like tedious thing. Banjo Boy says, did you play Bill Brunsey yet? I can do some Bill Brunsey. Give me just a minute. Goodness says, you know, Loving That I Crave by Blind Blake. Loving That I Crave. I don't know that one. I have to learn that one. Redskin says, yeah, thanks, man. That's a sweet tune. Keith, thanks, bro. Mr. Night Owl says, if you have to dial out all the low end of your amp when you play, does that mean the amp is too big for your room? It is a good idea to dial out the low end anyway, like when you're playing with a band and stuff. Like, you might have a room that's like got some resonance in that low end, like, which is kind of common with like small, kind of square-ish rooms. But it's always good to give the bass player some room when you're playing with a band. You know, dial out that low end. Bullfrog Blue says, okay, thanks. Whiskey-Headed Woman is really cool. Also, have to learn that one myself. Keith says, wish someone told me. The Blues Rocker says the J.O.'s. The OJs, I mean. Redskin sends me a royal flush there. And Blues Rocker says, play Stevie Wonder's tune Superstition. That's one of those old ass cover tunes that every band in history does that I've kind of retired from. Like, had to play it with a few bands. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, I hope you washed your hands. No, got nothing to wash them with. Keith says, I have to request that song next time. Keith says that 5150. Yeah, I wish I had a 5150. That'd be pretty cool. Mr. Night Owl says, it sounds like my basement, small and square. B Driven Equipment says, how's it going, Ed? Sorry I missed Jumper on the line. Yeah, that's right at the beginning of this thing. Blues Rocker says, love that guitar riff, though. Oh, yeah. That's a good riff Stevie Wonder wrote there. Let me see. Bill Brunzi. Let's see here. This one. Do Key to the Highway. I got a key to the highway, built and bound to go. I'm gonna leave it running, cause walking was too slow. I'm going back to the border where I'm better known. You ain't done nothing but throw a good man away from home. Give me one more kiss, mama, right before I go. Leaving here and I won't be back no more. When the moon peep over the mountain, I'll be on my way. Gonna walk this highway until the break of day. Well, it's so long, baby, I must say goodbye. I'm gonna roam this highway until the day I die. I got the key to the highway, built out bound to go. I'm gonna leave it running, cause walking is much too slow. Let's see. B Driven Equipment says John Lee might be my favorite. John Lee Hooker. Oh yeah, he was damn good. Ron says some SRV. Me, I'll do that for you, man. All right. Bullfrog says Elmore James for me. All right. Let's do a shot and we'll do those. Since Blues Rockers, I think, mentioned one earlier. And we'll play a couple of them. Y'all tell me, Scotch or Irish? Frank Morgendorfer says, great interpretation of a great song. Thanks, I appreciate that. Sebastian Halfpenny says, great job, man. Appreciate it. Bullfrog says, I like that. Cool, appreciate it. Mr. Grateful Ed says, awesome, Key to the Highway. Yeah, that's pretty much the way Bill did it. Ron says, then you would love Blind. Oh, shit, hang on. He says, then you would love Blind Blake Be Driven, about as old a blues that was recorded. Yeah, I need to learn that one maybe. And Ron sends me Canadian $6.99. He says, SRV, I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for your generosity. The super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like tipping me, like, I would appreciate those. Blues Rockers votes for Scotch. Mass Mofo says Irish. Redskin says Scotch. Grateful Ed says Irish. Neck and neck. Mari sends $9.99, says, sounds great, Ed. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for that super chat, man. That's much appreciated. Ron says Scotch. Okay, we'll call it for Scotch. And Bullfrog says, old-fashioned is all. Julian Santaguida says, I'm going to call it a night, everyone, so peace out. Good to be here with y'all. We'll see you later, Julian. You have a good one. Blues Rocker says, they say behind every man is a good woman, so you must have one hell of a wife, Ed. Yeah, she's all right. Yeah, she's really good. But we haven't killed each other yet. Keith Peterson sends me $10. He says, Edward, can you play that again, that thing you're sitting on? Okay, he wants a repeat of Diddy Wah Diddy. All right. Well, I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for that super chat, Mr. Keith Peterson. Let's do this shot of Scotch here. We'll do Diddy Wah Diddy again. And let's see, we had SRV. And what was that other one? Dust My Broom. Okay, yeah. Let's see, and where's the top to this thing? And Katie sends me $10. Says, Charlie Jordan, gotta keep it clean. Unfortunately, that's not one I know. I'd have to look that one up and learn it. I'm sorry about that. Thank you very much for that super chat, though. I do appreciate that tip there. You know, helps me out a lot when y'all send them super chats. I'd have to look that one up and learn it and stuff. All right, anyway, let's do this shot. Here we go. Let's see. All the cheers I can think of. L'chaim, Slanta, Skull, Prost, Saludos. You know, all that stuff down the hatch. Drink up there, E. We'll do some SRV for Ron Swanson. Then we'll do Diddy Wah Diddy, a repeat for Keith Peterson, and then we'll do Dust My Broom. Set the amp here.
Once was a sweet thing, baby. Held that love in our hand. Now I see you out somewhere, just don't mean a thing That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Thought that I love your bad. Remember the way that you love me. Do anything that I say. Now I reach, kiss your lips. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't that I love go back. Too bad. So sad. Too bad. I really meant I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Showed your appreciation by walking out anyway. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't that I love go back. So sad.
Alrighty. We got a repeat of Diddy Wah Diddy for Keith in there, because he gave me a good tip there. Alrighty, where's that thumb pig? Gonna torture me with some hard shit. It's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. This a Diddy Wah Diddy. This a Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. I got a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now can I have some more? Yo, Diddy Wah Diddy. Yo, Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. I got out and I looked around. Said, now there who's in town? Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. I went to church, but
said, Daddy, you sure is sweet, Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. I said, sister, I'll soon be gone, but give me that thing you sitting on, that Diddy Wah Diddy, yeah, old Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. I got put out of church for that Diddy Wah Diddy too much, Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy, Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. Diddy Wah Diddy there one more time by Blind Blake. Made a few lyrical flubs on that one. I don't know why I just played it. But let's see here. And we had a request for Dust My Broom. Retune this thing to do that. Alrighty, some old Delta shit here. Soon in the morning, I believe I'll dust my broom. I'm getting up soon in the morning, I believe I'll dust my broom. With the best gal I'm loving, now my friends can get my room. I'm gonna write me a letter, telephone every town I know. I'm gonna write me a letter, telephone every town I know. With the best gal I'm loving, broke up my happy home.
My Broom there, kind of more in the Elmore James style. He nicked it from Robert Johnson, kind of made it his own with the slide. Like Robert Johnson originally didn't do the slide on it. Mr. Grateful Ed says, flubs could be the scotch. Yeah, yep. The more scotch I drink, the more flubs I make. Let's see. Patrick says, many thanks, man. You're welcome. Let's see here. Redskin says, Keith was awesome. That guy is cool. Bullfrog Blue says, oh God, eargasm. Appreciate it. Ron says, you're right, Mr. Grateful Ed. More scotch would have helped. Let me see here. Start my music back. All right. Keith Peterson says, I'm still trying to figure out what is 5150. Isn't 5150 like code for insane or something? And like Van Halen like used that to name his amp, like when they came out with an amp for him, like a PV 5150 amp. Keith Peterson says, dumb song. Nick Champlin sends me $5. He says, checking in from Arizona. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Much appreciated, sir. Taylor Langley says, could you do Let the Good Times Roll? I don't know the damn words for that one. Like, I'd have to get the lyrics like somewhere. I thought about doing a video on that one for a while. Ron says, thanks, Ed. Crispy picking dude. He says, I think you're killing it tonight. Appreciate that, man. Blues Rocker says, Penicillin Penny by Dr. Hook. There's a great video on YouTube. Check out that sometime, Ed. All right. Should brush up on my Dr. Hook. Like, only know a couple songs from them. Yak Fishing says, this code for the criminally insane. Okay, yeah, 5150. Blues Rocker says, almost sane means 5150. Keith Peterson says, are you saying some beautiful women are crazy 5150? Right, yeah, probably. I've dated a few 5150s. Mr. Grateful says, yep. Ron says, yeah, Ed, it was the designation for people who were nuts in California. Okay. Let's see. Yak says, run into a real 5150, you'll know it. And don't mess with them. Leave the area. Like B Driven Equipment says, cover of the Rolling Stone. Yeah, that's a big song by Dr. Hook. Redskin sends me a skunk. B Driven says, how's it going, Yak? Mr. Grateful Ed says, we're all nuts in California, LOL. That's what my bass player tells me. She's from California. From the LA area. Yak says, B Driven, what's going on with you, bro? Get some water here. Keith Peterson says, I pay $300 every weekend for one. For a 5150. B Driven says, did you get my email, Ed? I'd have to look. Like, I don't check my email like every day. Like, I'll check it like every few days. I'll find you on there. Ron says, if a cop, a nut job in custody, he would say, I got a 5150, need some attention. Oh, okay. That was the code they used. B Driven says, just doing bong hits now. My website's running. Oh, cool. I need to get a website up there. Used to have one like for different bands I did, but I ain't got one now. Blues Rocker says, Freaking at the Freakers Ball by Dr. Hook is funny, making fun of the Mardi Gras. Banjo Boy says 8647. I'm just an old man. Ron says if you join the Patreon, he'll see it. Yeah, like Patreon messages, I get back to all of those. Keith Peterson says the highest 51 costs $500. I played through a 5150 combo amp one time, and it was really damn good. Like, so especially like if you're into like heavy stuff, like those are good for like heavy music. B Driven says, no worries. You said email you on some shirts and coffee mugs. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to look at that. I'll check that in the morning. Yak Fishing says, what goes on at Patreon? Patreon's got like exclusive content. It's got ad-free videos. It's got downloads of stuff from my albums, just stuff like that, just extra stuff. So you can sign up for the Patreon. It's got like a $5 level and a $10 level. Blues Rocker says, I turn 57 in June if I make it. Yes, I'm in the old fuckers club. I'll be 42 on June 6th. Caddy says, is that a nudie shirt you're wearing? What's it? It's like a Western kind of shirt. He's talking about like a Porter Wagner type of suit there, like a nudie suit. I ain't got none of them. Yak Fishing says, yeah, great for the heavy stuff. Me, I'm more of a Friedman guy. Ron says, early releases too. Yeah, I put some videos up early on there and let people watch them. I was actually forced to wear this shirt like for a band that I was in that I didn't run. It was like, here, I'm going to give you a Western shirt here. We're going to wear these, for the show and stuff. I'm like, why? And, I kept it in my closet for years, never wore it. And I was like watching a video of Lemmy Kilmister doing like an interview one day. And he was wearing it correctly. Like I figured out how to wear one to make it look cool. You just unbutton it halfway down, put on a bolo tie. Rock and roll, right? Banjo Boy says, Gemini? Never played a Gemini. Shebel says 5150 Studios in Studio City, Los Angeles. Nick Champlin sends me $2. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. I appreciate that. He says, Old Sweet Rosie was the Rose of Alabama. That's a song I'd have to learn there. I appreciate that though, man. B Driven says, oh, gotcha. I never used Patreon before, but I'm not against supporting you. Like you said, PayPal gives you everything. Yeah, PayPal don't take money off the top like YouTube does. Katie says, I like Porter Wagner. Yeah, he was really good, man. I got a few of his records here. They're so worn out, like that they barely play. Apparently, like according to legend, he had like the biggest fucking ding-a-ling in Nashville. That's what all them old country singers used to say. And apparently one time, like George Jones was standing next to him at a urinal and reached around and grabbed it and said, I want to see what's banging my wife now, or like story like that. Yeah, he had those nudie suits, they call them, like just the highly decorated like rhinestone suits. Let's see, Keith Peterson sends me $10. He says, jam a random for all the 5150s, all right? I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. Let's think of a rando for all the 5150s out there. Smoke this cigarette. Cut this AC off. Rando for Keith Peterson. Let's do a little bit of finger picking here. Some Piedmont blues from North Carolina. If I can find my thumb pick. little bit of Blind Boy Fuller.
Weeping willow and at the morning dove, and at weeping willow and at the morning dove. I got a gal up in the country that I sure do love. And if you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. If you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. I ain't had no lovin' since my gal's been gone. Well, it ain't no lovin', it ain't no getting along. Well, it ain't no lovin', it ain't no getting along. My gal treat me so mean and dirty, sometimes I don't know right from wrong. Lord, I laid down last night, tried to take my rest. Laid down last night, tried to take my rest. Well, my mind got to rambling like wild geese from the west. Me a bulldog, wash you whilst I sleep. Gonna buy me a bulldog, wash you whilst I sleep. Just to keep these men from making that early morning creep. Now if you see my woman, tell her said hurry home. See my woman, tell her said hurry home. Ain't had no loving since my little girl's been gone. You're gonna want my love, baby, some lonesome day. You're gonna want my love, baby, some lonesome day. And it'll be too late, I'll be gone too far away.
There's a Blind Boy Fuller out of Durham, North Carolina, kind of my neck of the woods. I'm in South Carolina. That's our style of blues around here, that finger picking, kind of more ragtime type of blues. Oop, hang on. There we go. Ron says, yeah, and the Fandango suits were inspired by the old Zoot suit style. Talk about ZZ Top there. I believe that, according to legend, ZZ Top was told by Ike Turner to like dress up like that for gigs and stuff, and they started doing that. Yak Fishing says, yeah, Top wore nudie suits too. One guy used to make those. I think they make them in Nashville at some place. Like, I can't remember where. Yak Fishing says, I just read that. Shovel says, Elvis, Osmond, ZZ Top, rhinestone cowboy suits. Probably Porter Wagoner is like the most famous one for wearing those. He was hitting Dolly Parton, hitting Tammy Wynette and stuff. Like Blues Rocker says, half of ZZ Top's concerts, they mirrored each other on stage, but that was part of the nostalgia of it. Redskin says, Shovel, rhinestone cowboy. Like a rhinestone cowboy. Ron says, cool. A Redskin Garage says, that Get Up Stallone had on. Banjo Boy says, Blind Boy used regular tuning. As far as I know, like for all the Blind Boy Fuller songs, he used, just regular standard tuning. Redskin says, Drinkenstein. Blues Rocker says, those first few ZZ Top albums are often overlooked, but there's a lot of killer stuff on those albums. Yeah, that's before their beards were really long, too. Like, my dad saw them back in those days. Shovel says, True Yak says, they were made at Rodeo Taylor's in North Hollywood. Oh, okay, shit. I thought they came from Nashville. Damn. Leland Tore Down says, hey, Ed, what's up, man? How you doing there? Banjo Boy says, any good concerts coming to your neck of the woods? Well, early June, like June 3rd, I'm going to see Metallica in Atlanta. You know, the top name in blues music, good old Metallica. Never saw him. I want to see him one time, you know. Yak Fishing says, yeah, I've got a box set of like the first 5 albums of ZZ Top. Sebastian says the first album and the second album has some wicked stuff, and of course the album with LaGrange on it. I think that's Trace Hombres, right? Keith says, so true. Blues Rocker says, in an old band I was in, we played Cheap Sunglasses. Yeah, I played that with a band. I didn't sing it, but yeah, I played that a few times. I'll smoke that in a second. Redskin says, I got family in Dillon and Lotta. Dad was from South Carolina, best 2 states in the USA. Yeah, it's pretty fun down here, like until summer hits. You know, summer kind of sucks here. But Yak says, the first albums had more blues than the rest, in my opinion. Yeah, probably true, yeah. Keith says, you can't trust your woman out of your sight. That's that lyric in the song I just sang. Gonna buy you a bulldog. Buy a bulldog, watch you whilst I sleep. Blues Rocker says, never did vocals, so people usually stuck around. right. Mr. Grateful Ed says, favorite ZZ Top has just got paid. Yeah, that was a good one. Oh, yeah. Had some slide work in that one. Moondog Johnny says, hey, Ed, could you do They're Red Hot? Oh, let me see here. If I could find the lyrics, I think I got the lyrics to it. A lot of lyrics in that song. Banjo Boy says, how do you get to Atlanta? Actually, just like pretty much a straight shot from here, just I-20, you know, like I-20 is like a few miles from my house. Like just get on there, it goes straight to Atlanta. Beer Driven Equipment says, can't forget Sharp Dress, man. That was a good one. Blues Rocker says, what are you drinking, Ron? Yak Fishing says 95 south to Atlanta. Oh, okay, so you coming from up north, kind of. Shovel says Blue Jean Blues. Keith Peterson says, if she's with you, she'll be there with everyone else, unfortunately. Yak says, I like that Sleeping Bag song of theirs. Blues Rocker says, 1 for a nickel, 2 for a dime. That's lyrics from Red Hot. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says the monkey and the baboon, yeah, sitting in the grass, playing in the Gulf Gas or something like that. Let me see. Let me see how many lyrics I can get right on it. Probably fuck this up, but
tamales at the Red Hot, man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales at the Red Hot, man, she got them for sale. I got a girl, she the long and tall, she sleeps in the kitchen with her feet in the hallway. Hot tamales at the Red Hot, man, she got them for sale. Man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales in the Red Hot, man, she got them for sale. Hot Hot tamales and the red hot, man, she got them for sale. 1 for a nickel, 2 for a dime, well, I can't give you no more cause I ain't none of mine. Well, hot tamales and the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Grandma got them, grandpa too, well, wonder what the world what you done gonna do, well, hot tamales and the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Me and my baby bought a V8 4, well, she wind that thing up on the running board, well, hot tamales in the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Monkey and the baboon played in the grass, well, the monkey stuck a finger in that good golf gas, well, hot tamales in the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot, man, she got them for sale. I got a girl, she long and tall, she sleeps in the kitchen with a piece in the hallway. Hot tamales in the red hot, man, she got them for sale. Man, she got them for sale.
Yeah, red hot right there, the red hot. Talking about those like weird like Mississippi hot tamales they have down there, like not steamed but boiled. Blues Rocker says, love it, Ed. Appreciate that, man. Moondog says, nice, thanks. Blues Rocker says, need to learn the lyrics to Red Hot because they said you sound amazing on it. I appreciate that, man. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, now do it chili pepper speed. right. Shovel says, man can play the blues, but not with the soul Ed does. I appreciate that, man. Ron says, killer Ed. Appreciate it. Sebastian says, awesome job, brother. I was singing along. Cool. Appreciate it. Eric Jenkins says, they're red hot all day. Sounds good. Thank you, man. Yak Fishing says, ZZ Top Head in Mississippi was done on the El Cheapo Marshall Combo solid state amp. Lead 12, actually. Plugged straight in, mic'd. El Cheapo Marshall Combo amp. So it's like a solid state. That's kind of weird. Redskin says, cool tune. Appreciate it, man. Ron says, Ed seems like he has a little extra something tonight, no doubt. Yeah, I'm sounding okay tonight. Sebastian says, smells like fish and red hot would make a good medley. That's about the same chord progression. Yeah, what's that? Smells Like Fish by Blind Boy Fuller. Shovel says, Nookie. You talking about Limp Bizkit? Limp Bizkit is banned in my household, like the worst band in the history of humanity. Fuck. Sebastian Halfpenny says, I think it's in the same pattern. Yeah, it's pretty much same chord progression, like that ragtime progression. Yak Fishing says, yep, solid state. Couldn't believe it. You'd be surprised at some of the shit that was done on a solid state. Fucking Albert King used to play on a solid state rolling keyboard amp. It was like Limp Bizkit and Creed that finally made me turn off the radio in the late 90s. I was like, fuck this shit. Started listening to punk and stuff. Ron says, I don't think they're much worse than the Insane Clown Posse, though. How could anyone be? Yeah. Insane Clown Posse. Like, terrible. Fucking magnets. How do they work? Sebastian says Tony Joe White played a solid state Fender amp as well. Okay, damn. Yeah, a lot of people played them. Yeah, Frank Marino played a solid state. He built them himself. Yak says, dude, Keith and Page used pig noses mics several times in concert, but like a pig nose at a concert? Shit. It's like that's a tiny amp. They're like a pig nose amp. B Driven says, you do a version of Soul Shine? I don't know that one. That's old Government Mule, right? Redskin says, Ed knows so much blues history, he probably plays the lute. I wish I had a lute, but they're like $1,000. And I don't know what I would play on one. B Driven says, almonds. Oh, okay, I thought Government Mule did it. Okay. Yak says, yep, they did. LOL. Don't touch me, I'm crazy. Says, let's see, AI could make insane clown posse sound like Simon and Garfunkel. That would be interesting. I've heard a few AI tunes of like, let's see, I heard one of Hank Williams doing Straight Outta Compton. That was kind of cool. B Driven says, few covers out there too. Let's see, Ron says, I played in a band where a chick played the lute. Damn. It was like some Renaissance shit or something. Like Magnetic Connection says, I run two 30-watt pig nose amps. I live way out of the grid. Cool. I never owned a pig nose, but yeah, I heard a lot of people use them in the studio and stuff. Are pig nose tube amps, or are they solid state? I'm not even sure. Then Redskin says, Ron, that's cool. Yak says, AI freaks me out, bro. It's the thing that should not be. Yeah, it's going to be interesting what the future is of that stuff. Like, I guess the robots will start killing us eventually. Or something like Magnetic Connection says, solid state. Okay. Mr. Grateful says, I have a pig nose's tube. Questions, comments, y'all? Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of a little bit of business. All this water and liquor and stuff like running through. All right, Keith Peterson sends me a $10 super chat. He says, Ed, can you play that hot tamale red sauce again? Yeah, I can do that for you. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much. Super chats are, of course, the life of this show. If y'all feel like tipping me, like shoot me one, I will appreciate that. Get these last few drags here. I'll do a repeat on that for you. Probably fucked the lyrics up again, but okay, yeah. Been a while. Let's see.
Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. I got a girl, she long and tall, she sleeps in the kitchen with a piece in the hallway. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Me and my baby bought a V8 four-wheel, wind that thing up on the cooling board. Well, hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. 2 for a nickel, 4 for a dime. Well, I can't give you no more cause I ain't none of mine. Well, hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Grandpa got 'em, grandpa too. Well, wonder what the world with children gonna do. Well, hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Monkey and the baboon playing in the grass. Well, the monkey stuck a finger in that good gold gas. Well, hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. I got a girl, she long and tall, she sleeps in the kitchen with a piece in the hallway. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale.
All right. Better version than the first one. We'll call that first one the practice round. There's a repeat there for Mr. Keith Peterson. Red Hot by Robert Johnson. Ron says, I love the Juke joint. Appreciate that very much, man. I hope y'all like it. Mr. Grateful Ed says, pardon the typos, my fingers are drunk. And Blues Rocker says, me too, Ron. Mr. Grateful Ed says, fat and drunk. Yeah, I'm getting there. I've been losing a little weight, though, actually. Blues Rocker says, what are you drinking, Ron? Keith says, nice. Ron says, scotch. Yak Fish says, don't worry about the typos. My fat finger, everything, and my autocorrect has a sense of humor, too. Like, yeah. Love them typos when I'm reading y'all's comments on here. Ron says, how's the grandson? Blues Rocker says, coffee and good smoke for me. The Grateful Ed says, LOL Yak. And Blues Rocker says, sure miss my beer. B Driven Equipment says, you do Smokestack Lightning? I never dared to sing that one. I don't think I could do good as fucking Howlin' Wolf. Don't know the words, really. But it's, you know, the riff, like, basically. Ron says, me too, guys. Big hand plus scotch autocorrect, and I'm fucked. Shovel says, 1 is too many, 1,000 never enough. Mark fixes hi-fi, says, my finger's been drinking, not me. Blackie Ted says, how about get my mojo working next? I can do that for you. Ron says, it's the trifecta. Redskin says, cool little lick there, Ed. Yeah, that's that smokestack lightning. All right, mojo working. Let's do that. Let's try the electric on it.
Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on me. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on me. I'm so in love with you, woman, I don't know what to do. I'm going down to Santa, gonna get me a mojo head. I'm going down to Santa, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right under my command. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on me. Got my mojo working. 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 Just don't work on me. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a whole lot of tricks keeping him all night. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you.
That's my little finger picking arrangement of mojo working by Muddy Waters there. Keith Peterson says, red hottest today's OnlyFans of mine. Y'all check out my OnlyFans. It's called Ed's Head. Now, Yak Fishing says, any fans here for the female blues guitarist? Oh, yeah. I always liked Rosetta Tharpe. Need to learn some of her stuff. Nick Champlin says, enjoyed the mojo. Appreciate that. Ron Swanson says, we have all been there with the lyric of this song. Blues Rocker says, I'm about ready for a hit. Want to match that with a shot? And Ron says, sure do. All right, we'll do a shot. Y'all just tell me. We got the single malt 10-year-old Scotch here. This Speyburn from the Speyside region of Scotland. We got this Napogue Castle 12-year-old single malt Irish whiskey, smooth as water. It's from where in Ireland? I don't know, like wherever the fuck Napo Castle is. Mr. Grateful Ed says Joan Taylor Shaw, Samantha Fish, Bonnie Raitt. Sebastian says sounding tight. Great job, brother. Appreciate that very much, man. Redskin Garage says jamming that tune, baby. Thank you, man. Grateful Ed says, and the name escapes me, but Derek Trucks Lady. Ron says, hell yeah. Yak Fishing says, right, grateful, and add Anna Popovich to your list. Saw her in a bar in Atlanta. I wonder if Blind Willie's is still open in Atlanta. B Driven says, I was going to ask you if you knew anything about Sister Rosetta. Yeah, I've heard her stuff. Blues Rockers votes for Irish Whiskey. B Driven says, how about Joanne Carter? Yak Fishing says, her tone was amazing. I have all her albums, worth it. Go out of your way to see her. Ron says, Irish Whiskey. Redskin says, give your guitar a shot. I think it needs one. Right. Blues Rocker says, Scotch probably tastes better, don't it, Ed? Actually, of those two, like the Irish is like kind of got an edge. Nick says Napo. So he votes for the Irish. Yak says, nah, I can't do Lie Susan. Ron says, which do you, Peter, Ed? Which do you prefer, Ed? The Irish single malt? Yeah, that one actually has an edge over the Scotch, like in this case. These are two I'd never tried before last week when I bought them. Yak Fishing says, yes, Blind Willie's still there. Don't they have like a house band or something? I believe I've tried to get in there before, like playing and stuff. Keith Peterson says, outstanding. Appreciate that. Kitten says, Teduschi Trucks. That must be Derek Trucks' wife and stuff. All right. Some Irish whiskey, Napog Castle and Napog. 12-year-old single malt Irish whiskey. This stuff is really good. It's smooth as shit, man. All right, here we go. Kim Pie, Slinta, Skull, Prost, L'chaim, Saludos, all that good stuff. Cheers, y'all. Yak says, I believe they still do. Yeah, got a house band up there. Blind Willie's Bar in Atlanta, blues bar. Ron says, have to get me some of that. Yes, the first time I've ever seen it, like at the store. You know, kind of glad I bought it. I might get that again. A little more expensive than Jameson's and stuff, but, you know, it's worth it. Grateful Ed says, thanks. Kitten Shovel says, Sinsamilla. Sebastian says, cheers. Kitten says, cheers, y'all. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, Australian drinking, say, up yours. But what is it with, like, Australians and using insults as, like, terms of endearment and stuff? Like hey, how you going there, cunt? You call somebody a cunt in the United States like you're getting in a fight, probably. Up yours. Cheers in Australia. See, B Driven says, Clan McGregor is some smooth scotch for about $13 a fifth. Haven't seen that. Have to check that out. Ron says, drink up, brothers. I guess that's cheers in Canadian. Yeah, drink up, My musical success journey says, hello, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. I think I'm going to get me a brewski here. Ron says, Texas too, how are you, bastard? Banjo Boy says, can you play Won't Get Fooled Again? Let me, can I? Get fooled, shit, I don't think I know it. Yeah, you mean the Who, right? Won't get fooled again. Not that good on the drums. Ron says stuff like that. B Driven says, if you take the sticker off it, no one could guess it was the cheap green bottle too. Mr. Grateful says Proper 12 is Conor McGregor's band. Conor McGregor's brand. I'm a big fan of the whiskey. Yeah, I've actually had Proper 12 before. It's pretty good stuff. That's Irish whiskey there. My Musical Success says, Ed, where are you located? South Carolina, down here in the deep south. Not to be confused with South America. But B Driven says the Who, yeah. Won't get fooled again. Yeah! Kitten says, you ever checked out the heavy metal guy named Leo from Norway? I don't think I know him. Nick Champlin says, I'm from Clan McGregor. The Scotch is the darling of the bottom shelf. I thought it was like Famous Grouse. I'd had a bottle of that one time. That was pretty good. Helmut Friesinger says, hi all, what's up, man? How you doing? My Musical Success says, right on, Chicago area here. Cool. Yeah, I wish I could visit Chicago one of these days. I'd love to go up there and see some of the blues clubs they got there, if they still got some. I'm sure they do. And Helmut Friesinger says, the Who, Magic Bus. Love that song. Oh yeah, that's the old 60s Who there. Ron Swanson says, there are a lot of metalheads in Norway, Finland, and Sweden. Yeah, that's where black metal comes from, like the rough shit. It all sounds like it's done on like a tape recorder, you know. And B Driven says it's dangerously smooth compared to Black Velvet. And Mr. Grateful Ed says, ditto Helmet. Musical Success says, oh yeah, man, blues is alive and well here. Yeah, I'd love to visit Chicago one of these days. It's What says, cheers, Canna family, giving thanks. What's up, man? Mari says, Danielle Nicole, great blues singer and bass player. Have to look her up. Ron Swanson says, with that last shot hit right, didn't it? Oh yeah. That is some good shit though. That what Napog Irish whiskey there. Turn the air conditioner back on. Get my light out of my way. God damn it. Here it goes. All right, Miller time. It's What says, Sig, I got some homegrown for you. Oh shit, I haven't had a joint in like 15 years, probably something like that. Kitten says, Cheryl Youngblood. B Driven says, what's the background music, Ed? That's my record there. My last record that came out last November, right here. Available below in the Bandcamp link. CD and download. Ron says, better pack a sidearm in Chicago, Ed. Yeah, I heard about that place, yeah. Ron says, why not everyone else is? Moondog Johnny says, I once had a mushroom trip and listened to the Who's Boris the Spider 36 times in a row. That sounds like something you do when you're tripping, like, just like stare at something for 5 hours and listen to a song like 15 times. Mr. Grateful Ed says, just cuz sends me a $10 super chat. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of this show, keeps the show going. So, yeah, y'all feel like tipping me, like throw a tip in the tip bucket, show me some love. I do appreciate that. B Driven says, I thought so. I'm going to have to grab one. Redskin says, dang, when's the last time you had some blue caps? I probably had mushrooms last maybe close to 20 years ago, probably. Kitten says, Melody Angel. Music Success says, LOL Boris. Blackie Ted says, 9-pound hammer. I can do that for you in just a minute. All right. Musical Success says, Live at Leeds. Great album. Let me put this cigarette out. We'll do some 9-pound hammer. Redskin says, we got to get you right. Nick Champlin says, hammer time. Right. Stop. Hammer time. Kind of Merle Travis style, you know, Kentucky style. That 9-pound hammer getting a little too heavy. Heavy for my size. Heavy for my size. Roll on, buddy. Why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? I'm going up to Holland. I'm going up to Hazard. Just to get a little brew. Just to get a little brew. Roll on, buddy. Why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? Mountain to see my baby. Well, I ain't coming back, and I ain't coming back. Roll on, buddy. Why do you roll so slow? How can I roll? The wheels on go. That 9-pound hammer that killed John Henry. Well, it's gonna kill me. Well, it's gonna kill me. Roll on, buddy. Why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? Nine-pound hammer getting a little too heavy. Heavy for my size. Heavy for my side. Roll on, buddy. Why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? I said, roll on, buddy. Pull a load of coal. How can I roll when the wheels don't go? That's a 9-pound hammer. That's an old ass song. I heard Bill Monroe doing it when I was a kid. A lot of bluegrass people do it. You know, of course, Merle Travis did it. Somebody wrote it probably in the 20s or 30s, I think. Hang on, let me get my chat back up here. Okay. Ron says, good liquor carry me down. All right, I'll do that. Blackie Ted says, love your version of 9-pound hammer. Appreciate it, man. Ron says, please, for good liquor carry me down. Okay, do some Big Bill Brunsey right here. It's a song Big Bill Broomsey recorded in the 1940s, I believe. I guess you would call it jump blues, jump style blues. He did this on the piano. I'm going to do it on guitar. Got kind of a finger picking arrangement for it. Oh, Good Liquor Carry Me Down.
I know a little girl, about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. And I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama's a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. To the doctor with my head in my hand. The doctor said, Big Bill, I think I'll have to give you monkey glands. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, some man gonna carry your business home. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down.
Big Bill Broomsey. Jeffrey Albertson says, Ed, do you have any John Lee Hooker songs in you tonight? Yeah, we'll do some, let's see. Let's do some Dimples. More gain.
switch off. You, my baby, got my eyes on you. I love to see you switch. 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 You, my baby, got my eyes on you. My baby, got my eyes on you.
And Blues Rocker says Clapton and Cream. Let's see here.
Tired eye, soon be with you, my love. Give you my dawn surprise. Stay with you, darling, soon. Stay with you till our seas have dried. I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going in the sunshine of your love. With you, my love, light shining through on you. With you, my love, morning and just we two. Stay with you, darling, now. Stay with you till the stars start falling. I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going in the sunshine of your shining through on you. With you, my love, morning and just we two. Stay with you, darling. Stay with you till the stars start falling. been waiting so long. I've been waiting so long. I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going in the sunshine of your love.
All right. Some Cream with Eric Clapton there. Sunshine of Your Love. I think in a few minutes I might do a shot of Moonshine of Your Hate here. Got some got some Tennessee whiskey here. Not the song. Redskin says $18.91 for 9-pound hammer. Okay, I didn't know it was that old. I thought it was like 20s or 30s. Yak Fishing says, sometimes I think it would be cool just to hear you noodle it. A lot of creative ideas come from noodling. Damn, that guitar even sounds good playing that tune too. Thank you for playing this again, Ed. I appreciate that, man. He says, I got to find a way to compensate you for your kindness. Oh, hell, you know, super chats, PayPal. I mean, but, don't worry about it if you can't afford it. Blackie Ted says, Jeffrey Albertson says, yes, 9-pound hammer has a lot of mileage. Yak Fishing says, perfect vibrato on that one, Ed. A lot of people don't get that part right. It took me like a few years to learn how to do vibrato on the guitar, like when I was learning and stuff. Like, it's kind of hard, actually. B Driven says, you play Treetop Flyer. Steven Stills, don't know that one. Alien Dog says, Iron Butterfly, LOL. I got an Iron Butterfly record like down here below my desk, but I don't know none lyrically and stuff. Yeah, I used to be real big on psychedelic stuff. Shovel says Gata, Inagata Davida. Right. B Driven says, you did a fine job on that. Vocals were stellar. Appreciate that, man. Ron says, smooth, brother. Thank you very much, man. Frank Morgendorfer says, anyone who hasn't hit the like button, hit it. Let's get 100 likes for this show. Yeah, got 84 likes so far. Like, hit that like button. Let's try to get up to 100. All them likes and shares and, you know, subscribes and all that stuff, like, helps me out in the YouTube algorithm. I do appreciate that a lot. Out of Time says, SRV does cream. Appreciate it, man. Ron says, he says, I gave up on that, Ed. A vibrato, I mean. Oh, okay, yeah. It takes a while. Took me like a few years to get it down. Robin Spangler says, fans of female blues artists should check out Joanne Kelly. She was English, but sounded like she was from the Delta. Sadly, she passed 30 years ago. I have to look her up. Like Eric Clapton had like this weird vibrato. Like I can't even half do it. Like it's almost like. It's like weird. Yeah. See, I do mine like this, like with a bent hand, like the Hendrix kind of thing. B Driven says, how about Tied to the Whipping Post? Don't know that one. That's an Allman Brothers tune. I never have played that one, actually. Ron Swanson says, you played a ton of songs in the time you've been on it. Oh, yeah. Done plenty tonight. Like, Getting a lot of requests and stuff. Ron says, just getting it tonight. Appreciate that, man. Miller time, yeah. Questions, comments, y'all? Finish this cigarette. Yak Fishing says, just freak out about using credit cards. So many companies getting their computers tapped into and customer card numbers stolen and personal info happened to a friend. Man, what a deal that was. So you just like hide your money in the yard in a coffee can, huh? Mr. Grateful Ed says, I think I remember you saying that you were a rockabilly band, in a rockabilly band. Any samples? No recordings of that band. Like we do blues and a little bit of rockabilly. Like the other guy that runs the band, likes rockabilly a lot. I don't think we got no like cell phone footage of that band. The blues rocker says, my grandson can't say mustache. He says moo mash. Shovel says, Joanne Kelly played soulful blues. I think somebody mentioned that name earlier. Mass Mofo says, are you working on any new originals? I will be pretty soon here when the wife goes out of town. Goes back to China for about a month. So I'm going to lug the drum set into my kitchen in my house and do some more recording. B Driven says, buy silver. Redskin Garage says, speechless. Way to shut us all up. Great, fantastic play, and Ed, appreciate that, man. Mr. Grateful Ed says, what a tune would be. Just a tune would be swell. Might do one in just a minute. Chico O'Brien says, I just learned about Lonnie Johnson. What do you think of him? Yeah, Lonnie Johnson goes so far back. He basically invented the guitar solo as far as like the way we know it, like, you know, like a blues solo. Yeah, he was way back yonder. He invented the, the idea of like just playing a solo on one string on the guitar. Yak Fishing says, I got my money in trust for my dogs. Serious talk. If the money is tied up, folks can't get it so easy. Blues Rocker said, Little China Girl. Ain't that David Bowie? Yak Fishing says, that's right, she's from China, man. I bet you eat damn good, bro. Yeah, and I have to cook it all, too. Like, she don't know how to cook, really. I had to learn a bunch of Chinese dishes. With the mapo tofu and all that stuff, you know. Mr. Grateful Ed says, way back yonder in the pawpaw patch. Yak Fishing says, okay, next Wednesday, we all meet at Ed's house. Bonfire, booze, and Chinese food. Be about 2 weeks. About 2 weeks. Yeah, my doors are open for the month of June. I'm going to have like a big party probably. Like, and not show her any evidence of it. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. You know that movie Risky Business back in the 80s that had Tom Cruise in it? And he like slides across the floor in his tidy whities and Bob Seger's playing like, no. Just take those old records off the shelf. That's what I'm going to be doing. Ron says, your Earth strategy is giving your money to the dogs. Blues Rocker says, I bet she would like some Louisiana food. She does. She actually likes jambalaya a lot. And gumbo. Redskin says, that'd be sick. Because, you know, the Louisiana stuff, like, it's spicy. It involves rice. You know, like tailor-made for Chinese folks. Ron says, not judging. Serious question. Yak Fishing says, I can't see Ed in an apron and an ES-335. I can see it. No, I don't cook with a fucking apron. I'm not that messy. Mr. Grateful says tidy whities. Yeah, you know, like Tom Cruise in Risky Business, like sliding across the floor, like when his parents leave, you know. Jeffrey Albertson says, I don't know what that Charlie Patton survived having his throat cut. I didn't know that Charlie Patton survived having his throat cut. I didn't know that either. Damn. He did have a pretty rough time, but he made more money than pretty much any other Delta blues singer. I think he might have spent some time in Parchman too, in Parchman Farm. Blues Rocker says, My Cousin Vinny was a great movie. Yak Fishing says, Ed and his tidy whities and his hat. I wear boxers. Blues Rocker says, veggies. Blues Rocker says, take a can of chicken and add to that some cooked broccoli to some deluxe mac and cheese. Ron says, maybe he met Slim, the guy who took apart Big Bad Jim. Might have. Yak Fishing says, Ron, I'm not married, no kids, no real family, so the dogs are my number ones. When I pass, if they're still alive, whomever gets them will not have to worry about them to care for them. Serious talk. Yeah. So he's got like a trust fund for the dogs. Banjo Boy says, if you hear the drummer drumming, come on and join together. It's a Who song there. Let me find this and show this to y'all. I can't believe y'all ain't seen Risky Business. Let me see here. Pull up YouTube. I'm only going to play a little bit of this. YouTube will probably bust me for it. You know, if there's any chicks left, you'll get to see Tom Cruise in his underwear. Let me see here. Pull it up here. Fast forward to the
Just take those old records off the shelf. I said listen to them by myself. Today's music ain't got the same sound.
yeah. So yeah, that's me when I'm home alone for the month of June. When my wife leaves town and goes to China. See, B Driven says, like, you just like Tom's tush. He had a pretty nice ass. I mean, the Blues Rocker says, I grew up on Risky Business movie. Yak Fishing says, each has their own trust, Ron. Ron says, how many dogs? A Mass Mofo says, sliding in his socks, right? Yak Fishing says, Cousin Vinny was good, but that damn girl's voice, bro. I'd rather hear a gorilla grunt on the toilet than hear her. Dominique Spiotto says, good old rock and roll. Ron says, ha, I forgot how cringy he was. Frank Morgendorfer says, that's how you put on a show, Ed. Can't wait. Yeah, I'll film it, yeah. Yak Fishing says, be driven, LOL. Ron says, life's too short for pants. Banjo Boy says, I had legs when I cycled. Some guy says, really excited now. Hell, y'all up for a shot? See, Redskin says Scotch. Okay, we'll have a choice here. Got the Speyburn 10-year-old Scotch whiskey out of the Speyside region of Scotland. But we got some moonshine of your hate here. Some Tennessee moonshine from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, Sugarland Shine, 120 proof. Corn liquor, as we called it when I was growing up. Y'all tell me. And Blues Rocker says shot. Blues Rocker says funny seeing you drink a light beer. Yeah, it's kind of filler material for me. I try to get good beer when I can, but yeah, just grab these at the gas station, you know. Ron says knock one back. Taylor says moonshine. Ron says Irish. Blues Rocker says Scotch. Redskin says mix 'em. Thomas Newberry says shine. Kitten says corn. B Driven Equipment says I prefer homemade. Yeah, I wish I had some homemade. B Driven says I prefer. I just read that. Nick says Children of the Corn. We'll do some corn. Okay. Taylor Langley says why not both? I can't do both. Shit. I don't want to be blasted. Yak says shit is still corn liquor. Frank Morgendorfer says I'd take a shot of sanity if you got it. Otherwise, shine for the face. Some guy says shine. Okay. Guess we're doing corn liquor. In the moonshine of your hate. Yeah, Sugarland Shine Mountain Legacy Corn Whiskey, 60% alcohol. From Gatlinburg, Tennessee. All right, here goes nothing, y'all. L'chaim, cheers, saludos, drink up, eh? All that good stuff. Skull, prost, kimpai, down the hatch. Comes the moonshine face. Every last drop out of there. Good old corn liquor. Moonshine in my belly makes me happy. Banjo Boy says a slap shot from the point. I'm in trouble because I think June is too late for hockey. I went to a hockey game like one time in my life. Like we had a hockey team down here in Augusta, Georgia. And went to a game. They got in a fight too. Like guys got in a fight and shit. B Driven says I could gift you some fresh mead to try and tell me how it rates. That would be awesome, man. Yeah, shit. Yeah, just get in touch, man. I got some mead in the refrigerator. It's carbonated mead. And Ron says, hell, I will too then. Let me restart the chat real quick here. Get some glitchy kind of stuff going on. Mass Mofo says, what would you call it if you mix corn liquor and scotch? Corn scotch? Moon scotch? Blues Rocker says, no, the tune's Soul Shine. I did not know that one. That's old Government Mule, I think. Wasn't that like, yeah. Ron says, got me too, LOL. Some guy says, that'll pass the match test. Probably will. Oh yeah, it'll burn. Taylor Langley says, guy I used to work with used to give me the apple slices from the shine he made. Got me plenty twisted off a few slices, I bet. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, liver. Yeah. I can hear my liver talking to me like, hey man. Nick Champlin says, Actually doing the same. Shine out of the same shot glass. Cheers. Blues Rocker says, remember the tune, I Like Beer? I think I heard that like years ago. Like, it's kind of a modern tune, but I think I heard that one. Ron Swanson says, I love to fight when I played hockey. Oh, you played hockey, shit. Frank Morgendorfer says, how you play so well juiced. It's something to see. I appreciate that, man. The guitar, like, I can do, like, pretty wasted. Most other things, like piano, banjo, and stuff like that, like, can't really do it. Like, pretty much like your main instrument, like, is the one you can play drunk. Taylor Langley says, moonshine. Yak Fishing says, I like watching hockey. I like motocross as well. Best two sports there is. I played it like a fucking motocross festival one time. What do you call it? A motocross get-together. And when we got there, like, there was a fucking helicopter airlifting somebody out of there. They had wrecked their bike. And I'm setting up equipment. There's people, like, riding by me with dirt bikes, like, wow, you know. It's a very interesting gig, but I got to turn it up, like, pretty loud. Yak says, oh, just read that. Yak Fishing says, drunk? Not terribly. I just, you know, kind of buzzed. Ron says, this shine has too many tiny bubbles. LOL. Heads up like a mofo. Let's see what the bead looks like on this stuff here. Come on. Not much in there. Yeah. The bead goes away pretty quick on that one. Blues Rocker says, Lord, it's hard to be humble. Redskin Garage says, Red Bull gives you wings, but that old corn liquor gives you a four-wheel drive. Egg crawling on the floor. Shit. Yeah, that stuff will get you, man. Ron says, I played junior hockey and senior men's league. Oh, okay, yeah. See, we ain't got that much hockey around here. We did have like a farm team for hockey, like in Augusta, Georgia. They were called the Augusta Lynx, I believe. Mass Mofo says, add some butterscotch candy with a shot of scotch and a jar of shine, and maybe call it butterscotch. That might work. Banjo Boy says, I like goalies. George Ordway says, aloha, Ed. Did you see this year's hockey playoffs, U.S. versus Canada? 3 fights in the first 9 seconds of the matchup. Very funny. Now, I didn't see that. Like, watching sports on TV, like, that's something I haven't done in shit. Probably since I left my parents' house. A long time ago. Sonny Ray says, y'all ever consider tipping this man? He's not just playing, he's preaching the gospel of the blues. Yeah, I do appreciate super chats and PayPal donations and all that stuff. Like, if y'all feeling generous, you know, want to help me out here and send me a tip, like, yeah, would appreciate that very much. Ron Swanson says, it's real hard to see when there's so little in the jar. Yeah, with the bead on there, yeah. Bead-driven equipment says 4 on the floor and 5th under the seat. Right. Yak Fishing says dirt bikers are worse than surfers. They are serious business. They will fight you just as fast as they'll run over you. Do not get in their line. Right. Yeah, I played that motocross kind of deal there, and like trying to like lug like big ass speakers to the stage, and there's people going by me like, wow, you know, right in front of me and shit. Banjo Boy says, I'm standing in front of a puck, you better have my back. George Ordway sends a link to the PayPal. Yep, got the super chat with the money sign below the chat here, and the PayPal's like also good. PayPal don't take nothing off the top like YouTube does. Appreciate you posting that there, George. Hell, just had some fucking corn liquor. Might as well play a couple of banjo tunes. How about it? or fuck up a few banjo tunes. Needs a bit of tuning. I'm not really a banjo player. Listen to my story about a man named Jed. Poor mountaineer, barely kept his family fed. Then one day he was shooting at some food, and up through the ground come a bubble in the pool. Oh, that is black gold, Texas tea. The first thing you know, old Jed's a millionaire. Kin folks said, Jed, move away from there. Said California is a place you ought to be, so they loaded up the truck and they moved to Beverly Hills. That is movie All right. The Ed Phillips master class on how to make a fool out of yourself on the banjo. I can play it a little bit, you know. Blues Rocker says, awesome tune. Mari says, how about motocross hockey? That'd be kind of interesting. I'd probably watch that. George Ordway says, Beverly Hillbillies theme in you? Yeah, just played that. Cool, man. Yep. Banjo Boy says, the sound is in our soul. You start the background music back up here. Yak Fishing says, I like to watch it. I go to the local Mexican choke and puke to watch it over dinner. It's in Spanish, so I don't know what they are saying. Talking about watching hockey in Spanish. That's kind of interesting. Mass Mofo says, I think you sound pretty good on the banjo. I appreciate that, man. Maury says, we used to joust on dirt bikes. LOL. That's a whole nother level of like crazy and probably getting injured terribly. Yak Fishing says, that's crazy. We used to run into trees if that's anything. Redskin says, moto jousting. George Ordway says, gotta love that cement pond. Right, yeah. That's what they called the pool on the Beverly Hillbillies. The Blues Rocker says, Thunderstruck on the banjo. Haha. There's some band that did that called a Hayseed Dixie. Banjo Boy says, is it the Beverly Hillbillies or the Ballad of Jed Clampett? That's what it's called. Yeah, the Ballad of Jed Clampett. I believe it was written by the fellow who wrote Beverly Hillbillies, Paul Henning. Yak Fishing says, sounds good to me, Ed. Appreciate it. B Driven says, talk to you tomorrow, everyone. Or you have a good one, B Driven Equipment. See you next time. Yak Fishing says, soccer in Spanish. Yeah, lots of soccer's in Spanish. I didn't know they did like Spanish hockey broadcasts. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, I've chased rabbits on a dirt bike. They are sneaky. Damn. That's a new kind of rabbit hunting there. Best time to hunt rabbits is like when it snows, you know, because you can kind of see their tracks and all that stuff. Some guy says, I know an acclaimed banjo player that can't do what you just did. He's probably not very acclaimed then. I'm kind of like a half-asser on the banjo. Like, it's not my thing. I'm a guitar player, you know. But I did learn to play some banjo growing up because I grew up on bluegrass for about the first 9 or 10 years of my life. Dominic Spiotto says, no bullshit. Yak Fishing says, later B. Good to have you here this evening. Ron says, haha. Dominic Spiotto says, I love, no bullshit. Blues Rocker says, playing a poker game that started out with 703 people down to 393 people, and I'm 53rd. My fucking first cousin went to Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago and came in 3rd in a poker tournament. I don't know how he did that, but he did. He's not like some kind of like professional poker nut or nothing. You see, Mark Fixes says, I didn't say I caught any, like talking about rabbits. Usually they ran me into a tree or something. You have like a cavalry gun on you, like a damn carbine on your motorbike there, like hunting the rabbits, you know. Banjo Boy says, thanks now. Tell me about Ellie Mae. Yeah, I would have hit that. Redskin George says, that was some sweet pickings. Appreciate that, man. Yak Fishing says, no, not hockey. It was soccer. I watched. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, lots of soccer broadcast in Spanish. I had to watch that one year. My wife is into soccer. You know, most like crappy countries like soccer, and you know, we don't really watch it much here in America. But like one year she fucking watched it, and it was broadcast like entirely in Spanish. I had to hear that stuff all day, like, you know, can't do it. Making fun of soccer here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you like soccer. Mass Mofo says, do you know any Carolina chocolate drops? They're worth a listen. Think they broke up years ago. I've heard of them. I've seen them, I believe, on the Marty Stewart show one time. That was a cool band right there. Like, don't know any of their stuff, really. Yak Fishing says, I love Crockpot Rabbit. Ron says, haha. Mark Fixes says, actually, I had a 30-30. We were supposed to big pig hunting. Oh, supposed to be pig hunting. Oh, okay, damn. Just kind of got sidetracked, like jumping a rabbit and shit. Redskin says, George, laughing my ass off. Mass Mofo says, I picture Elmer Fudd with a shotgun on a dirt bike chasing Bugs Bunny. Right. Wascoey Wabbit, this is a 30cc. Now me, I'm like way too much of a klutz to do the fucking dirt bikes and stuff like that. I got on a dirt bike when I was 17 at a clay pit. Okay, a clay pit is basically like, just big giant hole in the ground. I ran that fucking bike off a cliff, jumped off of it just in time, and it fell like I don't know, a long way. It fell into a pile of branches and broke all the fuck, and it wasn't mine either. I'm glad I got off of it, like jumped off the back of it, you know. The guy who put me on the thing like didn't tell me where the fucking brakes were, right? Yak Fishing says, I was never into Ellie Mae. I was a Mary Ann guy myself. Oh yeah, I love me some Ellie Mae Clampett, man. You know, she dated Elvis for a while, and she said Elvis broke her heart. Frank Morgendorfer says, we call it football, not soccer. My favorite club just won a European trophy. Oh yeah, like, yeah, my wife loves that stuff. Like, watches it like every day, like watches soccer highlights. Now, football, my friend, here in America is like a much cooler sport in my opinion. Like, I don't watch that either. I don't fucking like sports. But, you know, like, you know, the fucking violence of American football, like just guys like piling on top of each other and getting all sweaty there in the mud and rolling around. But, yeah, anyway. Famous football player from my town, by the way, William the Refrigerator Perry. I saw him in line at the grocery store one day, like a long time ago. He's in a nursing home now. He was a big bastard too. Like I got behind him at the grocery store like years ago, and I mean, like you couldn't see around him. Like he did look like a fucking refrigerator. Ron says, wow, good thing it wasn't yours. Blues Rocker says, damn, what size of bike was it? Just like a little dirt bike, you know. And I'm not sure like what the CCs of it were and all that stuff. Yak Fishing says, Macro 500. I'm not even sure. Frank Morgendorfer says, Yank football is so souped up rugby. Yeah, kind of like rugby. Blues Rocker says, haha. Ron says, I remember him. Yeah, good old William Perry. Mass Mofo says, I like how soccer games only have ads at halftime, though. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, William Perry, like his mansion is about 5 miles from my house, and he lost it. Like he spent all his fucking money. He built this big ass mansion, put an elevator in it for his mother. And he lost it all. He spent years like laying bricks and living like in a trailer, and like yeah, now he's like in a nursing home in a wheelchair, can't walk and stuff. Redskin says, he says, I'll see you next time, Ed. Old lady cramping my nuts. All right, man. See you later, man. You have a good one, Redskin. Ron Swanson says, he was one of my favorites when my dad used to watch football. Yeah, he played for Clemson, like when he was in college, and I think he played for the Bears, like Chicago, I think, when he played for NFL. Some guy says, sweaty, muddy men's. Yak Fishing says, Elvis broke many hearts. And they say he was a bit weird, though. Not like Diddy weird, but yeah, I mean, he was just, he was like an introvert. He kind of kept to himself and stuff, and probably a bit of a narcissist because he was like treated like God since he was fucking 19 years old, you know. Frank Morgendorfer says, college football is the best in the U.S. Go Gators. Yeah, college football, like, really big down here in the South, actually. I've been to one college game, like a Gamecocks game in Columbia. So, yeah, the college I went to, their football team is called the Gamecocks. You can go to Columbia, South Carolina, drive down the street, and there are letters, like, 10 feet high in the street, like, Cox. It's like, very Freudian. And, like, chicks, like, wearing t-shirts that say, we love our cocks. Like, no shit. Ron says, I just liked his size and nickname. Yeah, old William Perry. He was like a linebacker. I think this is like a defensive guy. Blues Rocker says Super Bowl Shuffle. Yeah, he did that song. Yak Fishing says I like Gators, but first I'm a Mountaineer fan. That West Virginia, right? Banjo Boy says we had fake wrestling. That's what I like. That's the only fucking sport I'll watch is like pro wrestling. Frank says sad about the refrigerator. Yeah, he spent all his damn money. Yak Fishing says later Red Skin. A Blues Rocker says Elvis met Priscilla when she was 11. I think she was 14 when they met. Like when he was in Germany in the army. Ron says, I'm a mountaineering fan, Yak, when I was younger. Yak Fishing says, guys, if you haven't hit the like button, please do so. Yeah, please hit that like button. That helps me in the algorithm on YouTube. Don't cost you nothing. Share this on your social media. Do all that good stuff, Subscribe if you're not subscribed. Ron says, Reinhold Messner was the best mountaineer in history, in my opinion. Mass Mofo says, wonder what Elvis experienced in Vietnam. Like, no, he was in fucking Germany. Ron Swanson says, read his books. Yak Fishing says, hell yeah, Ron. Mass Mofo says he changed afterwards. Yeah, like after he got out of the army, like they started like putting him in them fucking stupid ass movies and just doing like schlock basically, and yeah, he wasn't the same after the army. Let's see, a Blues Rocker says Walter Payton was a badass. He knocked out Ronnie Lott. Shovel says, my mother was 17 when she saw Elvis fall head first off the back of a pickup truck in Mississippi. Damn. Must have been in the old days, like back in the 50s. And Ron says he solo climbed the Big Five in the Himalayas. Blues Rocker says Elvis moved her when she was 13. Talking about Priscilla, I guess. Yeah, she was pretty young when he met her. Yak Fishing says, Ron, they're so wild 5 minutes after they lose a game. You never know. They lost, bro, at the end of the parking lot. They still have a 30-foot high bonfire after the game. Fire department on standby. Banjo Boy says, we love Ed. Hit that thumbs up. Y'all do that, man. Ron says, cool. Yak Fishing says, Elvis was upset that they wouldn't allow him to fight. He wanted out because of that. Shit. Ron says, what did they do? What did she do? Shovel says, Elvis was cousins with Jerry Lee after all. I don't know if Elvis was a cousin of Jerry Lee. Jerry Lee was cousins with Jimmy Swaggart and who else? Mickey Gilley? Yeah. Y'all give me 1 second. Gonna step outside and take care of some business. Got some beer like going through me, Be right back. Alrighty. Let's see here. Ron says, got to see a man about a horse myself. Are you about to get off of here, Ron? Mass Mofo says, do you consider Hank Williams Sr. blues very blues influenced? Yeah. He learned from like an old black guy named T-Tot. You know, he definitely was like a halfway blues artist. Yak says, no, not a cousin. Yak says, I don't know. He was what was once called country and western. Yeah. You know, Hank Sr., probably the greatest country artist of all time, like very blues influenced. Hang on, like computer's being silly here. Alrighty. Shovel says, no, not cousins, literally. Mass Mofo says, you could make Hank sound blues. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, pretty much like he kind of was a blues artist. Banjo Boy says, we don't marry cousins because we have too many immigrants. Right. Frank Morgendorfer says the killer Jerry Lee was basically ran out of the UK in the 50s because he brought his wife with him who turned out to be his teenage cousin. Wild guy. Yeah, fucking Jerry Lee like married his 13-year-old cousin. That's right. Ron says, no, just what my grandpa used to say when he disappeared to take a leak or have a pull or whatever he was not supposed to be drinking, right? Yeah. But my grandpa, like, he'd get like a can of malt liquor and be like, don't tell your grandma I'm drinking this shit. She'll get pissed off at me and stuff. Yak Fishing says, you know any Man in Black tunes, Ed? Talking about Johnny Cash, I can do some Johnny Cash for you. All right, let's do that. If I can get my computer screen rearranged real quick here. There we go. All right. Let's do a little bit of Johnny Cash here. We'll do this in G, I guess. That thumb pick. Sunshine since I don't know when. Well, I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Time keeps dragging on, but then people keep a moving on down to San Antone. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy and don't never play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. Fancy dining car. I know that drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But then people keep moving, and that's what tortures me.
Yeah, trying to move it on a little further down the line, far from Folsom Prison. That's where I'd want to stay. And I'd let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away.
Damn it, hit the wrong button. Hang on. All right. Yak Fishing says, holy crap. Blues Rocker says, I lost out. Yak Fishing says, this should be a treat. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, love that triple O guitar. Yeah, it's a cheap one there. Yak Fishing says, holy shit, get her done, Ed. Appreciate that, man. Blues Rocker says, I've been looking for a cheap moped, trying to pick up some chicks. I had a good buddy, got a DUI one time, and he had to ride a moped. He would show up, at my fucking house with, a damn 24-pack, a case of beer, on that fucking moped. Banjo Boy says, when are you coming to Calgary? One of these days, I wish I could come up to Canada and do some shows, man. Mass Mofo says, about to make another YouTube account just so I can hit like. And, oh yeah, appreciate that, man. Hit that like button twice, yeah. Get you some sock accounts going there. Blues Rocker says, ha. Yak Fishing says, you can get that done in little 5 points in Atlanta with a moped, bro. Blues Rocker says, how many likes are you up to? 98. Trying to get to 100. Yak Fishing says, that was great, Ed. Appreciate it, man. Yak Fishing says, dude up home in West Virginia, they will show up on a horse, a lawnmower. I have seen a fucking riding lawnmower parked at a gas station before, around here. Kind of that way around here too. Like the chick that was driving me around, she wasn't from around here and stuff. I believe she was a Yankee. Yeah. She, where the fuck was she from? Can't remember. It's been 20 years. We rode by a gas station. There's a riding lawnmower parked there. So check that out, man. She's like, oh my God, somebody drove that down here? Mr. Grateful Ed says, LOL, Morin from West by God, Virginia. Big family up here. I'd like to visit there one day. I've been to, Virginia and fucking Tennessee and all them places. Never been to West Virginia. And Yak Fishing says, what part? The part with the mountains in it, I guess. Yak Fishing says, one of my best friends is a white water guide there. Grateful Ed says, Logan County, Peach Creek. Blues Rocker says, I seen an e-bike video earlier, and they only used the 500-watt battery. It went 15 miles, took 1 hour and 20 minutes. Damn. Yeah, I just had to return a lawnmower. I thought I'd be cheap and buy a $150 battery-powered lawnmower. It worked for about 10 minutes, and I had to send it back. Yak Fishing says, I'm up from Kanawha County. Don't touch me, I'm crazy. Says that there's a great book called In Tune that compares and contrasts Charlie Patton and Jimmy Rogers. It basically argues that they're the same genre. Highly recommended. Well, I mean, they don't really sound all that much the same, but they are both kind of like Mississippi blues. Jimmy Rogers was from Mississippi. He played basically blues music. They call him the father of country music. He did yodel. Not something you hear much in blues, but I don't know. Like him and Charlie Patton, like kind of different styles. The Blues Rocker says Facebook Market probably has a local lawnmower for cheap. Yeah, I just got to fix the one I got, basically. Like, I got one, but... Sebastian says, I got my mower out for the first time today. First mow of the year. Did the whole yard before dark. Took a few tries getting it going, though. Yeah, those fucking things never work, do they? Like, small, like, gas motors. Frank Morgendorfer says, in South Carolina, do you regard Florida as the South? Years ago, I lived in Gainesville, Florida. Well, the northern half of Florida is kind of the South. Like, the southern half of Florida is more like the Caribbean or something, I would say. Like Jacksonville and shit like that, that's the fucking South. Yak Fishing says, probably does, Rocker. Take the deck off and get you more speed. Mass Mofo says, an electric lawnmower gives you an excuse to be lazy. Got to stop after 10 minutes. Yeah, that thing like just stopped. Like batteries like didn't last long enough in there. Mr. Grateful Ed says, haven't been back to West Virginia since 2006 when I took my mom home for good. Yak Fishing says, I know Gainesville a bit. So basically, West Virginia was the part of Virginia that broke off during the Civil War. Like basically, the state of Virginia seceded from the Union, and the people in West Virginia, you know, who didn't really own many slaves, they were like, "Well, fuck you, we're seceding from you," and they broke off and joined the Union. Yak Fishing says, damn bro, sorry to hear that. Blues Rocker says, my daughter bought me a brand new Cub Cadet and the motor blowed up after 2 months. Took over 5 months to have it fixed under warranty. yeah, like any kind of small engine, like a lawnmower motor or a fucking boat motor, things never work. Ron Swanson says, I went full lazy and bought a lawn tractor. Damn. My brother-in-law's got one of those, like, fancy lawnmowers with, you know, the bars on there where you can, like, make it swivel around and all that stuff. I borrow that sometimes. Dennis Troy says, 48, watch 100, thumbs up. Yep, 100 high, you all. Okay, we got 100 likes. Cool. Yeah, y'all hit that like button, subscribe, share, do all that good stuff. Helps me in the YouTube algorithm. Yak Fishing says, just use goats, bro. Yeah, I had to grow up around goats. They kind of aggravated the hell out of me, but smell funny too. He says, good deal, 100 likes. Ron says, called a zero turn mower. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I figured out how to use the thing. You know, it's got a good turn radius. I feel like fucking Hank Hill here, like talking about lawnmowers. Blues Rocker says, Ron stands in the window and flashes his wife. That's why she loves mowing the yard. Ron says, I grew up with horses. Okay, yeah. I grew up in a horse town, like the Thoroughbred Racing Hall of Fame is in my town. Got on a few horses, didn't like it too much. Like a 10-year-old kid, I was like, get me off of this motherfucker. Like, it reared up on me and stuff. Ron says, I've done that. Blues Rocker says, teasing you, Ron. You come to Aiken, like South Carolina, like every fucking street sign in downtown has like a little picture of a horse on it. Like it's a training ground for thoroughbred racehorses. Like a lot of horses that run in the Kentucky Derby and all that stuff. We got a race that happens here called the steeplechase. A lot of polo playing here too, you know, rich people and stuff. Ron says, but seriously done that. Mass Mofo says, I went fishing today, got a few bites. Maybe better luck next time. Yeah, I need to go fishing a little bit around here. Ron says, you should see the look on her face. Blues Rocker says, Shovel must be digging grave right now for his beer bottles. Frank Morgendorfer says, 100 likes. Now we got to get 100 people watching. Put the word out about this show and share. Like right after I came out with When the Levee Breaks, like a few years ago, I did do a show like right after that, and like had about 100 people on here. Mass Mofo says, been too long since I caught one and ate it. Dennis Troy says, fish. Yeah, we used to have fish fries. You know, like my dad would have them like fucking pond fish, right? You know, got them little tiny bones in them and stuff. Like brim and shit. Dennis Troy says, and gators. Never had gator meat before. But I've made up for it by eating all sorts of weird, like, you know, Asian stuff, like jellyfish and stuff like that. Ron says, you fish with worms in the creeks there, Ed? I do, like a kind of bug phobic. A lot of people use crickets. My dad used to carry like a thing of crickets around his neck, and he would snack on the crickets, like live crickets, while he was fishing. And I didn't want to touch the crickets because I fucking hate bugs, so I used worms. Yeah, like red worms. The Blues Rocker says, ever eat stuffed mushrooms? Those are so good. Oh yeah, that's a good appetizer there. Yak Fishing says, gators are easy to catch, LOL. We got a few down here, like not too many in South Carolina. I have seen them, like just out fishing, like on the river and stuff like that. Like you see like a gator crossing the river. We don't have them down here like you know, like they got them in Florida and shit. Dennis Troy says, let's rock. Might play one in just a minute. Mass Mofo says, I'd like to try gator. Sounds delicious. I think it's the tail meat that most people eat. Mark Fixes says, ew, cricket snacks. Yeah, my dad would like eat anything. Like he was weird like that. Dennis Troy says, pet gators. Yak Fishing says, man, your dad was a trip, Ed. Yeah, he was a crazy motherfucker, man. He'd like to drink, party, play guitar, and yeah, just do stupid shit to like freak people out. Let's see. Dennis Troy says, yum, gator tail. I did tell y'all the fucking deer fetus story like last week, didn't I? Like my dad eating the deer fetus sandwich. He did. Mark Fixes says, gators, poof. We have crocs. Oh, you down there in Australia. Shit, yeah, the big bastards down there, yeah. Like a gator can be about maybe 13 foot at the biggest, like 13, 14 feet. Yeah, the crocs in Australia, like they're goddamn like enormous. Blues Rocker says, what kind of food are you going to eat while your wife's gone? I don't know. I haven't planned that out. I'd probably a bunch of Mediterranean stuff like I usually eat, like Greek food and, you know, Italian and French and stuff like that. Moondog Johnny says, Ed, do you know Ride On Josephine? I don't know that one. I have to learn that one. Ron says, but in the South, they live under your dock, Mark. Yeah. Talking about the gators. Dennis Troy says, rain on. Banjo Boy says, thanks, the tour guide gave me grief because I'm not Acadian. Yak Fishing says, that there's a stake behind each half eye that's amazing. Very expensive because there's only two of them. Yeah, only two of them. Talking about like gators, I guess. Frank Morgendorfer says in Thailand they eat certain bugs like candy. Oh yeah, yeah, I've seen about that. Like in Cambodia, Thailand, like Southeast Asia, they'll eat like grasshoppers and stuff like that, scorpions and shit. Dennis Troy says, "Here, pass it, no crying." Ron Swanson says, "Your dad was a cock shock guy from the wrong era." Yeah, he's kind of a shock rock guy. Yeah. He claims to have bitten the head off of a snake in high school one time. Just crazy shit. Blues Rocker says, Ed's probably going to live on pizza and beer while she's gone. And I'll be cooking, man. Mark Fixes Hi-Fi says, I gotta go. Thanks for the tunes. Hope to catch your stream again sometime. Oh, yeah. Try to show up next Wednesday, man. Would love to have you back. Mr. Grateful says, no tacos? I make tacos sometimes. Soft shell, the real kind, like street tacos, like they have in Mexico. Ron says, rock. Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? How you doing? Yak Fishing says, later, Mark. Kill this beer here. Ron says, Ed can get away from all those noodles and make what he likes, right? Yeah. Fuck Asian noodles in my mind, like pasta, man. I want some fucking pasta. we fucking argue about that all the time. Blues Rocker says, taco salad with ranch Doritos is good. Like when I fucking eat Mexican food, like I try to do it authentic and stuff. I don't really like the Taco Bell style of Mexican. Soft shell, carnitas, like tacos and stuff like that. Mass Mofo says, what are your favorite dishes your wife makes? Ramen? I mean, she doesn't really cook that much. Like, she hardly ever cooked before I met her. Like, I had to learn all the Chinese dishes myself. Because I actually did learn to cook in my 20s, classically, like French and Italian, stuff like that. And, if you learn that kind of stuff, you can cook pretty much anything. So I had to learn how to use a wok. And, as far as like real Chinese dishes, I like... it's like a dish called Ants Climbing a Tree a lot. Like it's a noodle dish. There's no ants in it. It's just like a glass. They call it cellophane noodles. What's another one? The real version of Kung Pao chicken, like very different from a takeout version. Like that a lot. Just different Sichuan dishes. Like a lot of Sichuan stuff. I like Cantonese stuff. Cantonese roast duck, just things like that. Let me see. YouTuber says, I need some Asian food. They got some good stuff over there, Says stir-fried noodles with some Kung Pao chicken. Blues Rocker says, in China, people walk the dog, don't they? Yeah, southern China, they do the dog. Yeah, I've seen pictures. But Ron Swanson says, tripas is a traditional Mexican tacos. Ed smells and tastes like shit, though. Yeah, tripas, that's a tripe, right? Yeah, get me another brewski here. Blues Rocker says, monkey brains, that's something they eat in like Hong Kong, like a Cantonese stuff. I never tried that. But yeah. So I grew up on like my parents cooking. It was like basically like very badly done Southern cooking and stuff, and I got so tired of it. Like I fucking tired of like cornbread that tastes like sawdust and stuff. And so what I did, I got on the fucking internet. I bootlegged a bunch of like textbooks from culinary academies. Learn how to make like stocks and soups, like just kind of how you start out. Learn knife skills. Like I basically taught myself what you would learn in culinary school. Like I taught myself classical cooking. I'm really glad I did that when I was young, because now I can cook like anything I want. Blues Rocker says, or is that Korea? It's Southern Asia. Banjo Boy says, how do you make crunchy noodles? I'm not even sure. I think that's like an American takeout thing, really. Ron says, I love making traditional style Mexican, but I draw the line at fried chitlins. Yeah, fuck chitlins. Yeah. Never. Ron says, poop tube. That's what it is, yeah. That's a poop tube of a fucking pig. Blues Rocker says, worst smell ever, Ron. Ron says, they mix in stomach like tripe sometimes. Yeah. And, YouTuber says, love Asian food, but not a big fan on soy. Yeah, I mean, you mean like tofu and stuff? Or soy sauce? Yeah, the wife, like, loves mapo tofu. Have to make that sometimes. YouTuber says, soy got a lot of estrogen. I've heard that. The sauce, yeah, okay, yeah, soy sauce, yeah. Banjo Boy says, wow, awesome. Me and the wife talk about cooking. YouTuber says, that's why Asians have small peckers. Might be, I don't know. Blues Rocker says, there's a yak fish and says, hey Ron, can I get you some chitlin Alfredo and send it to you if you want? Oh God, no. Don't put that shit in Alfredo. Blues Rocker says, breaded chicken patty with Southeastern Mills, white gravy poured over it with mashed potatoes. Cheap but tasty. Is he kind of talking about like fucking like chicken fried steak, basically? YouTuber says, too much soy. Ron says, soy boys, right? A country fried steak. Yep. You know, like chicken wings in China are kind of interesting. They braise them. They got a dish called Coca-Cola wings, like a real dish in China. Like you just braise them in Coca-Cola and some different spices and let it like reduce down until it's sticky. You got Coca-Cola chicken wings. You know, Josh M says, so does animal products have a lot of estrogen in there? Probably you're getting like the hormones from the animal, yeah. Ron says, yeah, I think so. Mass Mofo says, I like a can of refried beans mixed in cooked burger meat. Let's see, some mild salsa and cheese on a soft taco shell. I kind of like to make the carnitas and stuff, like to make tacos. Josh M says, love country fried steak. Yeah, you make that fucking sawmill gravy, put a bunch of black pepper in it, you know. But yeah, I'm kind of biased towards like Mediterranean stuff. I love Greek food, like moussaka and stuff like that. And Italian stuff, like Southern Italian type shit, and or Northern Italian stuff too, like bolognese, you know, lasagna and stuff like that. Ron says, I think both testosterone too. Banjo Boy says, well, I'm hungry. This week, like the dish I made, like my special like asshole like a foodie dish I made was poulet au vinaigre. I think that's how you pronounce it, like a French dish, like French chicken dish, you know, vinegar sauce. Poulet au vinaigre. Taylor says Cajun food is the best. Cajun food is really damn good. Like I love making jambalaya, you know, and etouffee, and fucking shrimp creole, all that good stuff, gumbo. Make that all the time, like stuff like that. Dennis Troy says 51 watching, 101 thumbs up. Yep. Yeah, glad y'all are hitting that thumbs up button there. Banjo Boy says, did the Beatles have a food song? Savoy Truffle, yeah, George song on the White Album. Blues Rocker says, don't worry about it. Why don't worry about it? Because, man, I'm on dope. He's smoking that ganja over there. Ron Swanson says, I like to marinate a pork shoulder, mix of chilies, onions, orange juice, a few limes, garlic, cumin, a little cinnamon, make our tacos. It's basically like kind of like carnitas, yeah. Ron says, smoke it outside. Mass Mofo says, I don't like messy food because my beard and stuff, but got some good spaghetti. Sounds awesome. Maybe my favorite dish of all time, probably spaghetti carbonara. You know, made the Italian way with like no fucking cream and stuff in there. Just, you know, eggs, pancetta, pepper, parmesan, or pecorino, really. Frank Morgendorfer says, what southern U.S. dish would you recommend outside Cajun? Probably fried fucking chicken. Or boiled peanuts, like that's kind of a South Carolina thing I like. You know, make those, like snack on them and stuff. Souvlaki is my favorite Greek food to make. Oh, yeah, man, shit, yeah, I'd love me some Greek food. The Blues Rocker says, have to go for the night. I don't think I've ever made souvlaki. Have to go after the night, after midnight here. Thanks for hanging out with us, Ed. Peace to y'all. You have a good one, Blues Rocker. See you next time. Taylor says, fried chicken, greens, biscuits, and gravy. Yeah, I've had plenty of that. Probably going to die when I'm 50. Yak Fishing says, soup, beans, and cornbread. Later, Blues. Taylor says, good night, Blues Rocker. YouTuber says, I like the tzatziki sauce. Yeah, that's the fucking universal sauce in Greece, right? With yogurt and dill weed in there and stuff like that. Mass Mofo says, I never put egg in my spaghetti. Might have to fuck around and find out. It's pretty simple dish, like ingredient wise. Like it's kind of tricky to make it without scrambling the eggs. Like talking about carbonara. Taylor says fried catfish also hits. Yeah, I got tired of catfish like a long time ago. It kind of tastes like, you know, mud. I'm not a fish guy in general. Like I'm more into like invertebrates, you know, like shrimp and clams and stuff like that. Yak Fishing says, chili is by far my favorite food. I don't like it watery though. No freaking sugar either. YouTuber says, yep. Ron says, in Italy they use cured pork cheek in their pancetta. So like the real carbonara in Rome is made with stuff called guanciale. It's like, yeah, it's like a cured pork cheek. It's not exactly pancetta, but it's similar to it. But can't get the guanciale here, so you have to use pancetta. Banjo Boy says, what's a Greek salad? It's like lettuce, tomatoes, like a few vegetables, and a bunch of feta cheese, and what else goes in there? Like it's got like tomatoes and might be olives in it too. Yeah. With the Greek food, I like fucking soutsakia, like the meatballs they make there. I like fucking moussaka and pasticcio, which is basically moussaka with pasta in it, almost like. Stuffed grape leaves, with the fucking rice and mint in there. Yak Fishing says, me too, tired of cats, don't care for bottom feeders. Christopher Foster says, mud cat always tastes like dirt. Yeah, they live in fucking mud and they eat dead stuff, And Ron says it's called guanciale, right. Yak Fishing says it's a Mediterranean salad, best you will eat. It's usually you get it, it's like a big fucking block of feta on top of it. Mass Mofo says chili might be the healthiest thing I eat if I don't have to have grilled cheese with it. Christopher says another Beatles food tune, Piggies. Oh, that's right. It's on the White Album too. Have you seen the little piggies playing in the mud? YouTuber says, bring out the good shit, Lord. They're talking about the song that's playing in the background there. Ron says, I won a few chili cook-offs competitions. Cool. I don't really make chili much. I've made it before, but I don't know if I'd win a competition with it because I don't make it enough. Yak Fishing says I like hobo pack cooking. Yak says, you'll have to send me a recipe idea or three. Okay, yeah. Basically, what I do when I learn a dish, I look up like 5 or 10 recipes and compare and contrast, and go, okay, I want this in there and I want that in there. It's a good idea to like find different recipes, like to see how people are fucking with it, and see what's really in it and stuff. Ron says a cherry tomatoes, bell pepper, onion, olives, feta, olive oil, vinegar, and cucumber. It's a Greek salad there. YouTuber says, it always brings out the good shit. Appreciate it, man. Ron says, and Greek herbs, right. Yak Fishing says, yeah, man, a campfire and a few hobo packs, bro. That sounds cool. Mass Mofo says, the secret to great chili is peanut butter. What? It says smiles. I've seen somebody put like a piece of, like dark baker's chocolate in chili before. I've seen that in Italian dishes too. Like I've seen that in what do they call that? That Roman oxtail, like braised. Like they'll put like a little piece of chocolate in there. I've seen people put it in coq au vin too, or beef bourguignon. Ron says, I could do that yet. Yak Fishing says, I love Jamaican food too. I made like jerk chicken one time. Like the only Jamaican thing I've ever tried. And, Scotch bonnets and jerk. That's right. Yeah. YouTuber says I don't like Indian food. I tried to make what the fuck was it? Butter chicken one time. Like I'm not like a big, I don't have a lot of knowledge of Indian food, but I've tried to make it before. Like it's okay. It's just heavy on the spices and stuff. Mass Mofo says, well, hell, nothing goes better with peanut butter than chocolate or chilies. YouTuber says butter chicken tastes like nothing. It kind of depends on where you get it, right? Yak Fishing says love African Future as well. That shit is thumbs up. He says a fufu, I mean, African fufu. I'm not sure what that is. Ron says a dark chocolate, one of the main ingredients in mole, talking about the Mexican sauce. Banjo Boy says, did you ever go to an Indian buffet? Nah, I've got like takeout Indian before. Yak says, damn autocorrect. Look, y'all want to try a shot here? All right, got the Irish whiskey here, the 12-year-old single malt Irish whiskey, the Napo Castle, and we got the Spey Burn, 10-year-old single malt Scotch here from the Speyside region of Scotland. So y'all tell me. Yak Fishing says, yes, Indian buffet is killer. Banjo Boy says, yep. YouTuber says Irish versus Scottish, right? Ron says, you should cook some Italian, Greek, and French food while she's gone. I probably will. Yak says Scotch. YouTuber says Irish. Ron says shot. Yeah, I'm way ahead of you. So we got a vote for Scotch and a vote for Irish. Get them votes in. Your vote counts, man. Don't be afraid to comment if you never commented. I'm not going to bite your head off. I might make fun of you a little bit or chuckle at you, but let's see. Frank Morgendorfer says British Indian food is generally high quality. Speyside on the whiskey. Okay, votes for Scotch. Yeah, like Indian food's like really big in Britain. Like we got Indian food here, but it's not like to the same degree they have it in like Britain and shit. YouTuber says both. Banjo Boy says, have you used a wok? Yep, all the time. Yeah, I got a couple of them. Yak says, who ain't commenting in here? Like Ron says Irish. So let me see. Let's count them up here. Scotch, Scotch, Irish, Scotch. And Ron says Irish. Scotch is winning by 1. Get them votes in. Your vote counts, folks. Got a democracy around here. Running for a 3rd term here. Yak Fishing says, here in Atlanta, you can eat authentic anything if you're brave enough to park in their parking lots. I heard there's like a certain section of Atlanta, like maybe up in Duluth, I think, where there's like basically a sort of a Chinatown or like an Asian area. And they got some authentic Chinese restaurants up in there where you can get like real shit. And Ron says delay. Ron says, I think my comments are way late sometimes. Yeah, it's YouTube's delay shit. Yak says, yep. So far, Scotch is like winning by 1. Like, y'all get them votes in. Like, you know. Scotch whiskey or Irish whiskey? Y'all tell me. YouTuber says, how about Russian food? Don't know too much about it, really. BSP Node says, that's a badass shirt. Where'd you get it? Well, a guy like gave it to me and made me wear it in a band. I didn't want to wear it, but yeah, just given to me. Mass Mofo says Scotch, so we're tied now. YouTuber says never had any either. Yak Fishing says Chinese, Japanese, African, Jamaican, Mexican, but you got to know where to look. Banjo Boy says how long does it take to pour a proper Guinness? A couple of seconds, you know. Josh M says do a pole Irish. I think we're let's see. I think Irish might be ahead again. YouTuber says, I think they eat frozen fermented shark. Ouch. Christopher says, Scotch, tied again. Ron says, I like stroganoff. That's about it. It has to be made with food, mushrooms, and good steak. YouTuber says, I hate sushi. It took me a while to warm up to sushi because, like 25 years ago, sushi wasn't really popular around here. Like some girl took me to a sushi restaurant and I'm trying to eat this stuff. And I'm like, what is that? Like tadpole shit on there, but I kind of warmed up to it. Mass Mofo says, I love shrooms. Yeah, I used to love some shrooms too. YouTuber says, stroganoff is the exploding can of barf. YouTuber says fish, eggs, and raw fish. Right. Yak says a Guinness Extra Stout is the beer, boys. I would contest you on that. I would say Guinness fucking... No, I'm sorry. For some reason, like I had a brain fart, I thought he said Guinness Draft. Yeah, the Guinness Extra Stout is the Guinness, like as far as as far as I'm concerned. Like it's got more flavor than the Guinness Draft. Sitting here stuttering and shit. Been drinking all night. Okay, we got a tie with the liquor here. Y'all send them votes. Like the next vote breaks the tie, I guess. Next vote calls it Scotch or Irish. Frank Morgendorfer says a 4 minutes 32 seconds to pour a perfect Guinness, including rest period. I don't know. Don't really take that long. Jay Hines says, hey Ed and everyone, good evening. I've been taking care of stuff around the house tonight and listening. Cool, man. What's up, man? Ron says, why filet steak, sour cream, mushrooms, shallots, garlic. That sounds like that might be good. Kind of funny, like a in America we call a like a filet steak, we call it a filet mignon. In France, a filet mignon is a piece of fucking pork. What we call a filet mignon is actually called Chateaubriand in France. Jay Hines says, I had 2 shots of bourbon a bit ago, sipping on some Modelo beer. YouTuber says, hey Ed, what you eating tonight? Let me see. I got the poulet au vinaigre in the refrigerator. So I made that like yesterday, like French vinegar sauce chicken. Yak Fishing says, now Yingling Black and Tan is pretty good cheap beer too. Oh yeah, it's pretty good stuff. YouTuber says, can I vote again? He says Irish. Okay, let's do the Irish whiskey. Jay Hines says, you guys are all making me hungry. I eat late. Just got off work a while ago. Mass Mofo says, I should have made that other YouTube account so I could have voted Scotch again. And YouTuber says, poulet, chicken in French. Where's that fucking shot glass? Frank Morgendorfer says, that's how they pour Guinness in rural Ireland, very slowly. See, a Guinness, like, you can pour it fast because it, it doesn't, like, flow over, like, the glass on you, that the fucking draft stuff. And you get them, like, you know, them fucking bubbles that go down and all that stuff. Dennis Troy says, let's eat, cheers. Okay, well, here we go. Let's do this shot here, actually. Out of the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. This is some single malt 12-year-old Irish whiskey. Cheers, l'chaim, you know, saludos, all that good stuff. Down the hatch. Banjo Boy says, what's your favorite guitar sound? I like Bridge of Sighs. My favorite guitar sound is probably the unattainable sound of Hendrix playing at Monterey, like when he did Wild Thing. I don't know what the hell was wrong with his amp when he played that, but it sounded cool as hell. And I've never been able to get that sound. I believe the transformer in the amp was probably arcing. Like the amp was like probably fucked up and stuff. Yak Fishing says, I'll tell you what's stupid, guys. In my area, if I go to McDonald's and order a quarter-pounder value meal, right, I can for $3 more go to a Longhorn Steakhouse and get a Flo's baked potato salad. Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, I just go to Longhorns. Ron says, cheers. Yak Fishing says, and a half round of bread. Morgendorfer says, Slainte Ed. Slainte. It's the Irish, the Gaelic cheers there. Sebastian says, cheers. Dennis says, Trogs did Wild Thing too. Yeah, they wrote it, yeah. But Hendrix, like, it had like a unique guitar sound when he played Wild Thing at Monterey. Let's see, Sebastian says, the sound of any Marshall Plexi or cab is medicinal to the ears. Yeah, it's yeah, like a dimed out Marshall. It'll give you brain damage, but it's the coolest sound in the fucking world. Right. Focus, camera. Come on, focus. There it goes. Got to look at it. Come on, camera. Banjo Boy says, Wild Thing, he was out of tune, but that's cool. Yeah, using that fucking whammy bar, like Dennis says. Jimmy. Jay Hines says, Yak, fast food has gotten really expensive since the pandemic. They got to pay those kids $18 an hour to keep them from quitting. Frank Morgendorfer says, imagine Hendrix playing acoustic blues in his later years. We missed out on something. Yeah. It's like one recording of Hendrix playing the acoustic, like at least solo acoustic. You know, that Hear My Train A-Comin'. He did play like one of the acoustic tracks on like a Watchtower. And Ron Swanson says, I've seen videos of Jimmy and SRV shredding acoustic guitars. He's got that one video of him like playing Hear My Train A-Comin', Jimmy does. Yak Fishing says, yeah, Jay, I know it, bro. The kids are demanding top dollar for hardly any work. It's insane, right? Yeah. And I kind of feel for him. You know, I worked at like IHOP and shit. Like, so not fun at all. Oh, yeah. Might play a little bit in a minute. I'll smoke this cigarette. Yak says, I really don't know who has the sound that's in my head for blues. I like some dirt, but not high gain. Yeah, I mean, like a little bit of overdrive works good. You know, don't want to like metal it out and shit. Jay Hines says, yeah, there's such a shortage of like in employees in all these restaurants. They can quit and hop around from one to another. So there's a bidding war, so to speak, in the area where I live, North Dakota. YouTuber says, Ed was serving pancakes at IHOP. Yeah, I didn't serve. Like I like bust and fucking, you know, ran the dishwasher. Frank Morgendorfer says, Jimmy, SRV, great players, gone too soon. Yeah, that's true. Ron says, that's SRV. Let me see him play an acoustic here. All right. Let me cut my background music here. Let me get this set up here. All right, SRV on the acoustic guitar. Kind of sounds like souped up Lightning Hopkins. Is that a fucking old Robert Johnson Gibson? Just skip around a little bit here. Very lightning. Kind of like, sounds like Pride and Joy too. That's some good guitar playing right there, man. Damn. Shit. And of course, there's Jimmy's video right there. Playing a 12 string. Just kind of skip around a little bit. Probably get me fucked on YouTube. About the only guy with a mustache I like. It froze up on me? Come on. Oh, there's a video, like acoustic stuff. Never seen this. Playing for his like groupie harem and stuff. Just played the famous Hendrix chord, that sharp ninth chord. He playing Hound Dog? Did not know that video existed. There's a second video of him playing fucking acoustic. Damn.
Two old maids laying in bed. One looked at the other one and said, "Oh shit, I fucked it all up."
Damn. Yeah, never saw that one. Alrighty. Hang on 1 second. All right. Ron says, cool, right. Music blogger says, I feel like acoustic guitar is making a comeback. It's more relevant than it's ever been. Yeah. Try having a band now, like like guys with acoustics will like put you out of business, man. They like a like dude shows up like I'll play fucking Wagon Wheel if you give me like $150 and a Coca-Cola and stuff, like kind of undercut the bands, right? The YouTuber says, can you play Hear My Train a Coming In? I have to probably learn it and stuff. YouTuber says, for old time's sake. Banjo Boy says, is Jimmy in standard tuning? I believe he might be like a step down or half a step down or so. YouTuber says, I've seen this. So Ron says, those were 2 videos I posted links to. Well, damn, yeah, I've never seen that second one. Ron says, yes, Hound Dog, badass. YouTuber says, they were jamming. Ron says, thanks, Ed. Sebastian says, the first time I've seen that second video also. Yeah, never saw that. Banjo Boy says, groovy. Groovy Chew says, Ed, what's up, man? How you doing? $141 here. Damn. Might get off of here like pretty soon, maybe 2 o'clock, something like that. Groovy Chew says, how's it been going, bro? A lot of people told me come check out your stream. Oh, well, welcome to the stream, man. Hope you're having a good time. I think I might play 1 or 2 here. Groovy Chew says, can you show me a blues chord progression? Yeah, just, 1, 4, 5, 12 bar blues. A, D, and back to A. Back to D. Then back to A. Then to E. Back to D and A. Yeah, basic blues, like it, 12 bar blues. Groovy Chew says, bro, this is crazy. Learning just by listening. Cool. Appreciate that. Kitten says 104 on the likes. That's cool. That's cool. There, Groovy Chew says, I'm jamming with you. Yak Fishing says, there's a guy on YouTube, Clint Curtis. His video Telecaster Fast Rock Blues as the blues tone I like. The guy can slam a telly. Stevie Ray's Crossfire also is the blues tone I hear in my head. Yeah, just get yourself a Stratocaster and beat the shit out of it. That's just basically SRV's tone there. Let me get the music started back here. Let's see. Hell yeah, get down, Ed. Appreciate that. A Groovy Chew says, how do you buy yourself so much time to do licks? I just been doing it for fucking, 30 years. So, Banjo Boy says, can you try All Along the Watchtower? Probably couldn't make it sound good without a band. Could probably do the acoustic version of it, like Bob Dylan's version. But Kitten77 says, to be the underwear show. Maybe like a couple of weeks I'll do the scene from Risky Business when my wife leaves town. But Yak Fishing says 10s or 9s on that there fiddle it. I believe those are 10s. I feel like 10s. Haven't changed them in a while. Frank Morgendorfer says 104 likes. Let's go for 200. Somebody forget to press like. Shark Air says that guitar is cool as fuck. Appreciate it, man. Jay Hines says, yeah, hell yeah, brother. Ron says. Sebastian says, awesome picking, brother. Mint. Appreciate that, man. Groovy Chew says, bro done spiced my guitar up that quick. LOL. Just got into the blues. Hey, yeah, just keep listening, man. Keep playing. Dennis Troy says 58 watching, 104 thumbs up. Yak Fishing says, yeah, people swear his tone is the Dumble amp. I just don't find anything special about those amps, to be honest. I don't know like what's magical about a fucking Dumble, like $100,000 amp. I don't think they're that fucking great. Just a lot of famous people played them, Like guitar players are so like superstitious though, right? Like your fucking Dumble's like magic, man. It's like Dumbledore or something, right? Yak says exactly, Ed. Groovy Chew says, can you keep going, bro? That jam was fun. I'll play one for the road in just a minute. We're probably gonna get out of here about 2 o'clock. We've got 60 people in here now. Shit, might stay on a little longer. Hell. Music Blogger says, Yak, fishing a Dumble amp will set you back $250,000. Yeah, cheap ones like $100,000. Yeah, and I don't think there's anything magical about them. It's just electronics, right? Yak Fishing says, I just like the 808 pedal. Reno says, my Mesa Boogie tubes glow purple. Yeah. Might be something wrong there. It should glow orange. See, Music Blogger says supply and demand. Right, a bunch of famous guys had Dumbles, and therefore Dumble is really popular and expensive. Kitten77 says that underwear show will get 200 likes. So Sporty and I will see it. Right? I'm gonna slide across the floor like Risky Business with Tom Cruise, like when my wife goes to China, like have a fucking Bob Seger playing. No, 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 no. Just take those old records off the shelf. Tom Cruise used to be cool. Like, who knew? Yak Fishing says, yeah, I just don't like them. Tube screamers aren't too special either. I want one just to try it on each of my amps, but don't need one. Won't go out of my way for one either. I've got a tube screamer. I don't really like it that much. Like, it don't have enough ass on it, you know. Not enough gain. George Ordway says, hey guys, here's a like to the weekly show Blues Before Sunrise. They keep a 1 month archive available, like a fucking radio show he knows. Like, yeah, check that out. But yeah, as far as the overdrive pedal I use, like it's a blues driver, like a Boss blues driver, like Japanese mod. It's called what the fuck is it called? Some kind of Japanese mod of a blues driver pedal. Groovy Chew says, you got a wah-wah pedal? There's several. Yeah, you got a Vox wah, got a douchebag Daryl Crybaby, and I got a Morley Bad Horsey. Yeah, but not on me. Like don't have my pedal board here. Dennis Troy says, try more wah. That's the wrong beer. That stuff is stale. Give me a cigarette. Kitten says, we'll call it ladies' night, right? I ain't that fucking sexy shit. Ron says, I should get going pretty quick. Yeah, I'm going to get going pretty soon here. It's about 2 o'clock up in here. One for the road, Ron. Dennis Troy says, meow. Yak Fishing says, I still have my 80s board loaded with Boss pedals. I have my Wampler board too. Have a wall built by the guy that designed and built the Bad Horsey pedal. Oh, cool. That's cool. Yeah. I like that Bad Horsey. It just comes on when you step on it, like no switch or nothing. Kitten says, turn the AC on high. Ron says, you bet. All right. Let's see here. Let's kind of mix it up a bit. Tell you what. Okay, Scotch whiskey, Speyburn, 10 years old, out of the Speyside region of Scotland. Or we got a bottle of dark Bacardi here, like not something I normally drink straight, like something I make cocktails with. Y'all tell me, like Scotch or rum. Yak Fishing says, had to sit down with him. That pedal took him a while to build and design. I guess he means. Jay says, Yak, that's cool about the 80s board loaded. On votes for Scotch. George says, he sends a PayPal link. Yeah, you can tip me through PayPal. You can tip me through Super Chats. I do appreciate those. I don't put ads on these videos. So, you know, like, you want to tip me? Like, be generous and stuff. I will appreciate that. Yak Fishing says, thanks, Jay. Folks say it's worth a little bit. I don't know. I would never sell it, though. Rarely use it. Groovy Chew says, I like Bombay. Frank votes for Scotch. Kitten votes for rum. Sends a pirate flag. We got 2 votes for Scotch, 1 vote for rum. Get them votes in. Your vote counts, folks. Vote or die, motherfuckers. Yak Fishing says, okay, last toast is Poor's Choice. Gives me a choice. I'm going to vote for Scotch all day. Mass Mofo says, whichever is higher alcohol. Let's see here. 40%, 40%, both the same. Groovy Chew says, let's hear some Mixolydian. He's like doing some damn music theory on me there. Probably a bad idea to ask a blues guy about music theory, but Mixolydian is, you know, like every song you've ever heard, like this in like D, C, and G, like, oop, it's not tuned right. That's a fucking Mixolydian right there. Mixolydian. Mixolydian. like a major scale, but with one note off. So I believe that the Scotch is going to win this one. Groovy says, sheesh. Heart of Gold says, deja vu. Yak Fishing says, mix is a standard. Yeah, like for rock and roll, like especially like hippie music, like 60s music, Mixolydian was a big thing. Groovy Chew says, "Owie, this is fun." Jam over. Okay, let's do some Scotch whiskey here. Into the patented Ed Phillips Blue shot glass. Alrighty. Here we go. L'chaim, cheers. Kim Pie, Ron says, drink up, eh? The Canadian cheers. Drink up there, guy. Salanta, Prost, you know, all them good cheers like in all them languages. Saludos, here we go. Bottoms up. That is some smooth whiskey there. That was the Speyburn, yeah. One I would recommend though, yes, this fucking Irish stuff here. This Napog Castle, like single malt 12-year-old, like this stuff is like smooth as water. It's crazy. Like I love this stuff. Like you can find this at the liquor store. Like pick up a bottle of this. Jay Hines says, I don't know much about Siri. I took 3 years in college 40 years ago, but Mixolydian is a raised fourth, right? Yeah, got like one off note, like on a major scale. Yak Fishing says, how's about Hungarian Minor? Don't know that one. Groovy Chew says, owie, that's free game and a hippie, LOL. Jay says, music theory, not Siri. Right. Groovy Chew says, Hungarian Minor, never heard of that. Yak Fishing says, Jay is slurring his words. Groovy Chew says, cheers, y'all opening a beer. Banjo Boy says, we like Gordon Lightfoot. Talking about up there in Canada. Heart of Gold says, Highlands. The Speyburn, it's from like the Speyside area of Scotland. Jay Hines says, Yak, yes, an autocorrect is helping me slur my words. Yak Fishing says, LOL. Reno says, Bushmill for me. I've had a few bottles of Bushmill. That's some pretty good stuff, you know. Not very expensive either. Still got almost 60 people in here. Like, damn. This show's getting too fucking popular. Got like a stammering fucking guy that drinks liquor all night, like playing blues, like getting a good crowd. Shit. Jay Hines says, speaking of modes, If you want a cold beer, have you heard of the Phrygian or Refrigian mode? I've never heard of the Refrigian mode. I've heard of the Phrygian mode. Heart of Gold says, run for the roses, LOL. Reno says, Wisers in a pinch. Not sure I'm familiar with Wisers. Ron says, cool Ed, I'm happy for you, man. James says, I'm back. Brian sends me $4.99 on a super chat. He says, champagne and reefer. I can do that for you, man. Yeah, sure thing. Let me smoke this real quick. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Frank Morgendorfer says, seriously, Ed, you should get commercial sponsors for this channel. I've had a few. Like, I've had some people send me a guitar stand and a wireless unit. They were called X-Vibe. Yeah. Out of China. Yak, once again, Ed, thank you for having us over, bro. It's always a blast, friend. Best live anywhere. We all enjoy you and your playing. It's a true blessing to get to be here. I appreciate that, man. Groovy Chew says, yeah, bro, I'm ready to jam. About to pack a bowl. Let's do some blues. All right. Kitten says Budweiser's. Budweiser gives me a fucking headache, man. Kind of cool. This show does so good, though. I mean, I'm not like a broadcaster. Like, I don't talk very well. Like, I'm just kind of a, some southern fucking hick. They're like, God damn, man, let's drink some liquor. Right? George Ordway says, time for a county shout out. Maine Woods, USA. James says, St. Pauli girl. Yeah. Kind of my fantasy. Like, right, have like a German girl and a fucking like a traditional like type of German Oktoberfest dress, like like bring me beer and stuff. Ron says the humor definitely helps. Now, I'm kind of a smart ass sometimes. Like George Ordway says, country. Yak Fishing says, haven't attempted a Budweiser in 20 years. I bet it's probably been about 15 for me. James says that would be nice. So let's see, he said champagne and reefer. All right, let's do some champagne and reefer. Some muddy waters. Oop. Resonator. Retune it. Get a capo. Some type of slide. Where's a slide at? And a little beer. Thirsty. Give me a river when I want to get high. Give me champagne when I'm thirsty. Bring me a river when I want to get high.
side. Shame. I'm gonna get so high this morning, ain't even gonna know my name. Stick with my reefer, ain't gonna be messing around no cocaine. Champagne and Reefer by Muddy Waters there. Yeah, like them old blues and jazz guys like knew that shit was cool like before white people figured out like it was cool, like like Champagne and Reefer. Well, Reefer at least. 63 people in here now. Cool. James says, I wish I could see Berlin one day. That was a great video, Yak. Reno says, Resonator. Groovy Chew says, anybody know the chords? It's an A, like open G tuning with a capo on the second fret, and like A, basically. A, D, and an E. James says, I need to get a print of Kessler's tomorrow, a pint of Kessler's tomorrow. I believe that's an Irish whiskey, right? I've never had a bottle of that. Reno says, chords can be found at the crossroads. Brian McGuire says, E, A, and B, but with capo. Yes, the A, D, and an E with capo. Ron says, that was smooth. Appreciate that, man. Yak Fishing says, James, if I could go there, I ain't coming back. Have a thing for Germany, always have. A weird thing I can't explain. The food, the people, the newer culture, the architecture. I took 2 semesters of German in fucking, college, but I didn't retain much of it. Groovy Chew says, thanks, Brian. Heart of Gold says, laughing my ass off. Groovy says, all major joints. James says, it's nice, Yak. I think so. Groovy Chew says, oh shit, I found it with chat. Yak Fishing says, like, if it stinks in here, it's because Ed is the shot. Ron says, LOL, shit. Yak says, you're welcome, Ron. Kitten Blues sends me a bunch of symbols and
liquor, swearing, cool hat, recipes, and so much more. Why wouldn't we be here? Ron says, gotta go. I'll catch you later, Ron. I probably won't be around here too long either. But got a lot of viewers right now. Might stay on a while. You have a good one, Ron. See you next Wednesday. Possibly Saturday. Not sure. Helmet Friesengear says, oh yeah, in white and evil. LOL. I said, I'm white and evil. We're all evil, aren't we? James says, see you, Ron. Ron says, take it easy, brother. You have a good one, man. Yak Fishing says, hit that like button. You late folks, yeah, hit the like button, subscribe, share this channel on your social media, all that good stuff. Helps me in the algorithm. Groovy says, bro, I'm learning blues chord progressions. Keep it going. Oh, cool, cool. Just learn that 1-4-5 12-bar blues, man. Yak Fishing says, yo, later, Ron, bro. George says, see you, Ron. Brian McGuire says, thanks, Ed. Always enjoyed your performance of classic blues. Cool, thank you for that, man. Yeah, take care, Ron. I'm gonna run my fucking air conditioner for a second here. Why the fuck am I so popular at like 2 o'clock in the morning? Damn. Kitten says, a buddy guy was playing on Colbert tonight. Shit, really? I thought he retired from touring. Damn. James says, it's still hot here too. Yes, hot as fuck here. 90 degrees this week. Jay Hines says, Ed, this is all good, and I've been doing laundry and listening, having a great night. And Banjo Boy says, bat time. Right, right. Same bat time, same bat station. Brian McGuire says, people want to have a drink with you. Yeah, yeah. Let's go find the town drunk on YouTube and have a few shots with him, right? Kitten says that he sat in with the band. Oh, okay, okay, yeah. The Banjo Boy says, we love Ed. Appreciate that, man. Yak Fishing says, I think Buddy is just doing spot appearances. Oh, okay, yeah. I missed him when he came to town like a few years ago, too. James Laura says, everyone here is a cool, mostly. Most people are cool here, yeah. Mr. Grateful Ed says, bars aren't even closed here on the West Coast yet, but I'd rather drink with Ed. Yeah, California is, what time is it? About 10? Yeah. Brian McGuire says, the drunk wizard of blues. Banjo Boy says, make blues great again. Right, right. Make blues great again. Mr. Grateful says 11. Okay, 11. Okay, yeah. Groovy Chew says, Brian, I've been running this blues joint for like 5 minutes now. James says, I don't drink at bars anymore. The cops will get you. You're right, yeah. Kind of why the bar scene like went to hell. They started like busting people for DUIs and all that stuff. Which, I mean, I probably should do that, but still kind of killed the bar scene. And plus, like if you drink at home, you can like drink cheaper and listen to music you like. Brian McGuire says a blues will always be great. That's true. I hope it lasts forever. You know. Mr. Grateful Ed says have to go to bars and walk to bars. If y'all excuse me for 1 second, I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. All this beer and stuff like kind of running through me, right? You only rent beer. Be right back. right, I'm back. Yak Fishing says, wow, Ed, 101 thumbs up, 111 thumbs up. Kitten 77 says, you got to suffer if you want to sing the blues. David Bromberg. Probably true. James says, I think we've all suffered, most likely, Kitten. Banjo Boy says, do you have seasonal festivals like the Peach thing? Yeah, like around here we got the Peach Festival. I played there like a time or two. Yak Fishing says, shot. I'm suggesting the Georgia Blues. All right, starting to want something different. Okay, Georgia Blues. I can do some Blind Willie for you. Brian McGuire says, do you know That's No Way to Get Along by Robert Wilkins? I don't know that one. Kitten says, I got a squeaky door there. Yep. Need some fucking WD-40. Groovy Chew says, can you play any Chic? Nile Rodgers. I don't know that one. Let's do some Georgia Blues. Retune this 12 string here. Yeah. Damn 12 string, man. You gotta tune it, you know. All right. Blind Willie McTell here.
Wake up, mama, turn your whole lamp down low. Wake up, mama, turn your whole lamp down low. Have you got the nerve to drive Papa Mac till the old door? Mother died, left me reckless, but daddy died and left me wild. Mother died, left me reckless, but daddy died and left me wild. Well, I ain't good looking, but I'm sure some sweet girl's angel child. She's a mighty mean woman, do you mean this way? Mighty mean woman, do me this way. When I leave here, I'm going back to stay. Once had a woman sweeter than I'd ever seen. Once had a woman sweeter than I'd ever seen. Treated me like a king and she was doggone clean. Big heady lips, Savannah, you know he didn't stop. Well, you should have seen that bomb when he got the boiler hot. Well, reach up in the corner, bring me my traveling shoes. Well, you know by that I got them states of borough blues. Mother, tell your auntie, brother, tell your niece, sister, tell your uncle, now uncle, tell my friends I'm going up the country. Baby, don't you wanna go? Might take a pair of brown eye, might take a one or two more. Brother got 'em, sister got 'em, auntie got 'em, uncle got 'em, I got 'em. Well, reach over in the corner, bring me old traveling shoes. Well, you know by that
That's the one by Blind Willie McTell right there. Kind of my neck of the woods. He was born about 50 miles from where I live. He was married in my hometown. Reno says, God, this is so good. Appreciate that, man. Groovy Chew says, what's the concept with the 12 string? It like it has octaves or something? Yeah, basically, yeah. Got like octave strings and it kind of sounds like piano-y, sort of. Kitten77 says, would a matchbox hold your clothes? Talking about Matchbox. Yeah, by old, what's his goddamn name? Like Blind Lemon Jefferson. I kind of grew up playing the Carl Perkins version of that. Let me see. Let's do some rockabilly here. Yeah, like enjoy what I'm doing here. Like please consider like a dropping a tip in the tip bucket. Send me a super chat. I would appreciate that very much. That $sign below the chat there. Let's do some rockabilly.
Sitting there wondering with a matchbox over my clothes. I'm sitting there wondering with a matchbox over my clothes. I ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. I'm an old punk boy, a long, long way from home. I'm an old punk boy, a long, long way from home. I ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Got my pieces up, don't shake my tree. Don't like my pieces, baby, don't shake my tree. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long place to be. Sitting there wondering with a matchbox holding my clothes. I'm sitting there wondering with a matchbox holding my clothes. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. Sitting there wondering with a matchbox over my clothes. I'm sitting there wondering with a matchbox over my clothes. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go. No punk boy, long, long way from home. I'm an old punk boy, long, long way from home. Ain't got no matches, but I got a long way to go.
Carl Perkins right there. covering a song by a blind melody. See, Brian McGuire sends me $1.99. Thanks for that super chat very much, man. I appreciate that. Super chats are the life of this show. Thank you very much for that, man. Yeah, covering a song by Blind Lemon Jefferson. But yeah, the Carl Perkins version of it. Kitten says clapping. Sebastian says mint. Appreciate that. Banjo Boy says pleased to meet you, Sporty Otter in the house. Let's see. Groovy Chew says, bro, I'm about to cry. I just copied a movement and learned some. Cool. Yeah, keep learning, man. Reno says OMG. Groovy Chew says WTF. What the fuck? Sporty Otter says, and you, Banjo Boy. James says, I got to go. I can't stay awake any longer. Night, guys. Night, Ed. You have a good one, James. Laura, take care of yourself there, man. George Ordway says, have you played much ZZ Top tonight? LaGrange, and you might play some in a minute. Yak Fishing says, see you, James. Good talking to you, bro. Kitten says, good night, James. Frank Morgendorfer says, ain't got no matches, but I sure got a long way to go. My biography. Sporty says, night, James. Brian McGuire says, Albert King did a cool version of that song. I don't know. He did that one, damn. Banjo Boy says, are you from Germany, Bavaria? Must be talking to Sporty. Sporty says, grand to see you, Kitten. James Lars says, night, Kitten. Well, you have a good one, Kitten 77. Sporty says, LOL, I really do feel like entering a club and feeling warm and greeting everyone. George says, see you, James. Kitten says, I'm not leaving. Okay, cool. Get me a brewski here. Reno says, do a Clapton? Are we taking requests? I might play some Clapton just a bit. Yeah, we did some Clapton earlier, like some Cream, you know, like a Sunshine of Your Love, or, you know, Moonshine of Your Hate. Sporty says, Edward has his snazzy shirt on tonight. Yeah, got the Western, like, Gene Autry fucking Roy Rogers shirt. Yeah. Yak Fishing says, Ed, I still got to go. You check out Luther Allison, bro. He's amazing. I'll check him out. Kitten 77 says, Sporty and I have to plan out ladies' night. Ladies' night on the fucking internet. Might get sexually harassed. Sporty says, we do, Kitten. Daniel says, you play any Junior Kimbrough? I used to know, like, Meet Me in the City. I never forgot it. Like, I did a video, like, the Patreon page on that. Banjo Boy says, Ed's Juke Joint gives everyone their space. Sporty says, indeed, Banjo Boy. Sporty says, it's a cozy place to go in the wild world of the net. Edwards Club, yeah. Edwards Juke Joint, basically. Yeah. The electronic juke joint here. Kitten says, Ed's going to do risky business for us in his underwear. Yeah. The wife goes to China. I'm going to do that fucking scene from Risky Business, you know, with an old time rock and roll, like sliding across the floor. Groovy Chew says, send a small PayPal dono. Thanks for the chords and licks. Oh, I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that PayPal donation. I do appreciate that. Banjo Boy says, Germany. Sporty Otter says, you rock, groovy. So glad we met in a live. Sporty says, yeah, a lovely German morning with birds chirping. And everything is like over-engineered and stuff. Brian McGuire says, how. Oh, yep, spilled beer on my fucking cool shirt. Okay, well, damn. Groovy Chew says, I'm going to literally use this little shape for the rest of my life. Cool, man. Banjo Boy says, Morgan Groovy Chew says, thank you, Renee. Yak Fishing says, okay, Ed, looks like your audience is all switched and the faces are new. Pretty much, yeah. Got like a new audience now. Been on so long. Kitten says, I have no send money functions. That's all right, man. Don't worry about it. Groovy Chew says, and thank you, Ed. Pleasure to meet you. Good to meet you too, man. I come back next week on Wednesday. Frank Morgendorfer says, gotta wear cowboy boots with spurs when you recreate the movie scene. You can't fucking slide across the floor like in cowboy boots. So you gotta have socks, you know. You gotta have like brand new socks and a slick, like clean hardwood floor. I don't have no tidy whities either. Like I wear boxers. Frank Morgendorfer says, you can do it, Ed. Kitten says, socks. Banjo Boy says, what's a breakfast in Germany? Probably like continental bullshit, I guess. Like Kitten says, wax the floor. Yep. Smoke them cigarettes, baby. What is a German breakfast? Like a boiled egg and like like a piece of bread or something. Like I believe like continental breakfast is kind of like lighter than like an American breakfast or like an English breakfast. Banjo Boy says a beer and a brat. Groovy Chew says oh, thanks for the chords too, Brian. Kitten says I used to love smoking. Yeah, I love it too much. I wish I could quit. I mean, it's too fun. Keeps you from like being bored or like killing people. You know. La Soie Boutique says rock on, Ed. British slide harmonica guy Tom Walbank did a dub blues album, like dub reggae. You got to check it out. I have to look that up, man. Frank Morgendorfer says a southern U.S. breakfast with biscuits and gravy is solid. Yeah. Like you know, your fucking cardiologist won't like it, but southern breakfast like pretty hearty. Banjo Boy says bread is heavy. Yak Fishing says, okay, boys and girls, I'm out. You folks enjoy the Juke. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Helps Ed's channel a lot. Again, Ed, thanks for another episode of this one man's acoustic album jam. See y'all. You have a good one, Yak Fishing. Good to have you in here. I'll see you next Wednesday. Mr. Grateful Ed says, take care, Yak. George Ordway says, beer boiled brats before grilling. Good. And I believe like a real German bratwurst is like white colored, like it's like not like a fucking American bratwurst or bratwurst they call it. Banjo Boy says, was I mean to Sporty? Yak Fishing says, that's bros. See you soon. Sporty says, I was getting coffee downstairs. Yeah, it's kind of morning over there, like a... Probably got some Europeans in the house now that is like morning over there. Good, you know, give me a thumbs up if you're in Europe. Brian McGuire says, I like coffee and weed for breakfast. Me, just like a banana and water. Sporty says a German breakfast is usually like a baker roll with jam. Yeah, continental type stuff. Yeah. No artery clogging type stuff in on the continent there. Sporty says there's sometimes cheese. About like Italy, where they have like a croissant and like a shot of fucking, I don't know, what you call it, cappuccino, like a cup of cappuccino and some, like a croissant, yeah. Frank says, 1:38 p.m. here in Thailand. Yeah, he's on the other side of the fucking planet. Yeah, 2:38 a.m. here. Sporty says, I like coffee and weed for breakfast. George Ordway says, I think we have some Australians earlier. Yeah, we did. Yep. Groovy Chew says, bro, I just noticed this shape was the bottom half of a major bar chord, LOL. But it definitely has a different flavor. Cool, man. Kitten says, I got some jelly for Christmas called Traffic Jam. Groovy Chew says, especially when you slide into it. George Ordway says, is there any way to tell in the creator panel? Any way to tell in the creator panel? I'm not sure. Banjo Boy says, I did 2 bike tours, 1 Frankfurt, 2 Hamburg. That's where the Beatles got started, fucking Hamburg. Sporty says, Frankfurt is near me. I'm in the greater Frankfurt area. Yeah, the wife went through there when she went to China like last time. She hung out in Frankfurt. Birthplace of the fucking hot dog. George Ordway says, where everyone is from. Banjo Boy says, Reeperbahn. Yeah, the Reeperbahn in Frankfurt, like where all the clubs are. That's where the Beatles started, right? The Kaiser Keller club is still there, like the club the Beatles started in, like in Hamburg, like the Kaiser Keller, still there. Sporty says, yeah, the Beatles' first club is on the Reeperbahn. Yep. Sporty says, I saw it with my own eyes once. That's pretty damn cool, man. I'd love to see that. Kitten says, Central Florida. Yeah, hurricane and gator country. Banjo Boy says, thanks. Back in the 60s, like 50s, like Frankfurt, not Frankfurt, Hamburg, used to kind of be like the fucking Las Vegas of Europe. Like it was kind of like the dirty place where you would go like get prostitutes and gamble and all that stuff. Like I don't know if it's still that way, but yeah, the Beatles like got their start there. Sporty says, Germany was really important to albums you all love. Berlin. Right. Pretty much. Sporty says, Bowie was recording in Berlin and many others then. Kitten says, put on your sunglasses and take it in the face. Ain't got no sunglasses on me right now, actually. But Banjo Boy says, did you ever have a band that was tight because you were a punk rocker? Yeah, I've had some pretty tight bands, like especially now, like not back in the day. Like the punk is like pretty much the opposite of tight, like underground, like tight punk and stuff. Sporty Otter says, where in Central Florida are you kidding? Near Ocala. Never been there. I have been to Florida, like when I was a kid, like went to like Disney World and, you know, Universal and all that stuff. Like Brian says, a galaxy far, far away. Sporty says, okay, near Bradenton. Florida is kind of interesting, like the northern part of Florida, like the Panhandle and all that stuff. That's basically the South. Like the further you go down the shaft of the penis in Florida, it becomes like more like the Caribbean or something. Sporty says, I need someone to visit my mother a bit of a crisis. Kitten says, horse country. I live in a horse town, like all the horses that run in the fucking Kentucky Derby are trained here. Frank Morgendorfer says Gainesville. Banjo Boy says sinkhole. John Swamp Thing Ray says I'm planning on moving to Florida as soon as I can get the logistics ironed out. George Ordway says after V-Day, and we went into Berlin. What is the magnetic tape recording technology? Frank says Gator Country. Sporty says, word, George, Berlin was the cutting edge at the time. Let's see, Brian McGuire says the Beatles. Love me some Beatles. La Soie Boutique says punk blues, Ed. Evasive, but only you could pull it off. Maybe. There is like such a thing as like punk blues. You know, fucking Jack White used to play that. Sporty Otter says, hi, Silky Boutique. After V-Day, we went to Berlin. Magnetic tape recording technology. Many went to Berlin. Bowie, Iggy Pop. I did not know that. You know, I mean, you know, kind of figures like with like a technology from Germany. I mean, like fucking Neumann mics come from there, like the greatest microphone of all time. Probably had some good studios there. Sporty says, yeah, recordings from there were cutting edge at the time. Groovy Chew says, this little shape is doing it for me. You might have to send another dono. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Reno says, never go to Ocala or especially Bradenton. Listen to me now or believe me later. That where fucking Florida man lives. Sporty says, I met Groovy in his own live. He's a sweetie wanting to learn. Oh, cool. Yeah, just keep at it, man. Keep at it. Kitten says, Florida Kitten. La Soie Boutique says, hi, y'all. I've been in here like religiously, but working nights, so mostly just listening to y'all. Love the juke joint, Ed. I appreciate that very much. Sporty says, it's too late for that, Reno. My mother is living there and has dementia. It's kind of unfortunate. Sorry to hear that, Sporty. Brian McGuire says, John Spencer's a punk blues. Yeah, I had to watch my great-grandmother, like, you know, pass on of dementia. That was fucking brutal. Like, I hated that. Sporty says, and I'm not sure at all, she is being properly cared for. Banjo Boy says, a snitch on your neighbor and they go to the gulag. Germany ain't that way no more, I don't think. Like, they got the fucking commies out of there. Groovy Chew says, I kind of like learning by watching people play more than learning songs by tabs. You should be that way. Yeah, the tabs are a crutch. Like, try to use tabs like as little as possible. Like, only for the most complicated stuff should you use tabs. I do use tabs, like, for really complicated stuff. Sporty says, so I keep my eye open for a kind Florida person to lay eyes on her. For me, tell me the truth. Brian McGuire says, Bob Log is kind of cheeky punk blues. Groovy Chew says, do you like learning by watching to Ed, or by watching, or do you at first, or did you at first? Mostly watching, or like back in the day, like I would take like cassette tapes and, you know, like rewind them like over and over, and, you know, just what we had back in the day, like cassette tapes and, you know, the odd tab book. Sporty says, Germany is more free to speak now than the good old US of A. I don't know. Europe is kind of bad on free speech these days. Like Europe, they never quite got the free speech thing. Sporty just read that. Kitten says, where is she, Sporty? Sporty says, Germans learned their lesson against fascism. They did learn. Took like 2 wars. Sporty says, not too far from Tampa. Groovy Chew says, ugh. George Ordway says, learn to use your ear. Yeah, basically, yeah. LaSois says, yeah, Bob Log. Sporty says, LOL, you fellas knowing shit who don't live it. Sporty says, piss me off. Sporty says, telling me stuff I live every day compared to what I used to. Sweeping generalizations. I don't know about Europe, like in free speech laws, though. They don't really have like a First Amendment like in any country in Europe. You know, even Britain like don't have one really. Kind of arrest people for like saying shit on Twitter, you know. Brian McGuire says, getting old ain't for sissies. Yeah, getting old sucks. I'll be 42 in a couple of weeks. Don't like it at all. Banjo Boy says, showing my age, honey. Get your affairs in order. My mom was a university professor. Let's see. LaSois says, Brian, check out Bob Log. Old band do-rag. Sporty says, Jesus, I'm going again. Look up speech laws here in the Constitution. Oh, right. You cannot read German. I can read a little bit of German. Shit. I'll look it up, but I'll give you the benefit of a doubt. Shit. Just, you know, like, the impression I get from Europe is kind of lame on free speech laws. I will look that up. Yeah. But Reno says, yep. How about another tune? Might play one in a minute. Mr. Grateful says, long before the internet or computers, it was pick up the tone arm and relaying parts of a record over and over to try to learn the riff or chords by ear. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I had cassette tapes. Sporty says, point is, you make sweeping assumptions when I'm telling you different. I will look that up. Like I'll look up the German Constitution and, you know, translate a bit of it. Maybe I'm fucking ignorant. You know, I am Southern, so I probably am kind of stupid sometimes. George Ordway says, my cousin was going to borrow my King trumpet, and I took him outside, belted out a few songs. Wow, you still play it? No, just practiced a lot when I first got into it and learned to play by ear. Brian McGuire says, once you get the 1-4-5 structure down, you'll be able to learn all kinds of cool blues songs. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, most blues is 1-4-5. Frank Morgendorfer says the EU is becoming the Soviet Union 2.0. Mr. Gorbachev. Sporty says most constitutions have similar basic human rights built in. Kitten says Southern. Yeah, I'm Southern. Banjo Boy says, Sporty, my mom was a concert pianist, and now we look after her. Brian McGuire says, try different chord shapes and positions on the neck. Learn some triads. That's a good idea. Sporty says, in German culture has been strong on philosophy and law and whatever. Yeah, I mean, the philosophical side of Germany's, I don't know about. You know, Nietzsche was okay. Now, Karl Marx, not a great guy. But never liked Immanuel Kant too much either. Groovy Chew says fire. Sporty says Brahms, Bach, Beethoven. Yeah. Germany's greatest gift to humanity was music. Yeah. Definitely. Groovy Chew says, I definitely will. Yeah, like a German music, like, you know, can't beat it. Dennis Troy says 68 watching, 114 thumbs up. Banjo Boy says Bach. Yeah, Bach was fucking awesome. Frank Morgendorfer says great stream, at least 3 simultaneous conversations with a great music to boot. Sporty says Bach can calm a wild beast. I fucking wake up every morning and I play Bure on the guitar just to kind of warm myself up, and maybe even Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, even though I'm not religious. Like, I love to play Bach. And she says, yeah, Frank. Frank says, hi, Sporty. Groovy Chew says 145. You talking about Nashville number system chords? Yes, yeah, that's what that means. Sporty says Handel, yeah. Handel like lived most of his life in England, catering to English taste. But yeah, he was a German composer. Sporty says, hi, Frank in Thailand. Reno says, love Germany. Now let's get back to Mississippi. Sporty Otter says, that's 12 bar blues, Groovy. George Ordway says, please do it, Ed. Ed, your next set. All right. Let's see if my liquored up ass can play some Bach here. On a steel string. J.S. Bach, the blues master out of Indianola, Mississippi. much liquor. There's some J.S. Bach, you know, back when he was like fucked up on a fentanyl that day, and alrighty, might grab the fucking classical guitar to do that one next time. Sporty says, I love the Messiah, especially the Christmas bit. About everything he did was good. Groovy Chew says, bros playing Bach on the guitar is crazy. What? Brian McGuire says, do you know any Earl Hooker? I don't think I do. Have to look him up. Curtis says, good shit, my uncle loved Bach. I mean, yeah, Bach, like, pretty much the ultimate composer. Sporty Otter says, I told my guide is going to be valuable, groovy as it grows. Mr. Grateful Ed says, holy crap, that's cool. Bach to the future. Reno says, stop being so good. That fucking sucked. I fucked that all up. Kitten says, we need that on ladies' night. All right. Frank Morgendorfer says, forget the blues, man. Switch to classical. Any thoughts on Segovia? The great guitar player there. Oh, yeah. Sporty says, Segovia melts. Groovy Chew says, Ed, I tried 145 in Nashville number system. It's not sounding bluesy. Got to get that 12 bar pattern down. Look up 12 bar, right? Sporty says, Charo studied with Segovia. Yeah, the Charo from the Love Boat, believe it or not, was a great fucking flamenco guitar player. Like if you're fucking old enough to know Love Boat. Sebastian says, great performance, brother. I got to learn that one fully. Haha. Yeah. I should probably like play it right next time. Like maybe. Sporty says, TV turned her into a blonde sex pot, which sucked because she was a maestro on guitar, a maestra. She was like, she could play the fuck out of some flamenco guitar. La Soie Boutique says, wow, Bach, Southern Gothic. Sporty Otter says, right, Silky, here is special. Give me a beer here. Kind of a general music guy, you know. But I mean, like if you don't like Bach, like, sell your fucking instruments, like, really. Probably the greatest composer ever. Grateful Ed says, a group chew, when you do the 145, try using seventh chords and minors. That's a good idea. Like, sevenths are like pretty fundamental to blues music. Banjo Boy says, hey Sporty, have you listened to Nice Organs? Seriously, love those churches. I've been to a few like pipe organ performances. La Soie Boutique says, Renaissance blues, that Bach kind of tells a story. Yeah, I wish I hadn't fucked it up so much, but Groovy Chew says, owie. Frank Morgendorfer says, ever attempted to play a little Bach at a regular gig just for fun? I got asked to one time. Yeah, I've done that, like on the electric and stuff. But you know, I'm not a classical guitarist. I'm not fucking brilliant on a classical guitar. I play Bach like for exercise and stuff. Kitten says, I heard any Rashan Roland Kirk. like a jazz flute guy, right? I think Ian Anderson was influenced by him. Groovy Chew says, dude, grateful. I'm so grateful. OMG. Sporty says, I've heard some amazing organs. There's one in Copenhagen I heard, and I sat in a trance to listen. Groovy Chew says, it was the minor joint. And Kitten says, yep. Yeah, like he did a song called the Cuckoo or something like that. Yeah. Big influence on Ian Anderson. Groovy Chew says, I was doing the 4 major on accident. Gotcha. Brian McGuire says, Groovy Chew, so much good blues instructional videos on YouTube. There's a lot out there. Oh, yeah. Sporty says, one can trance, heavy metal, back to church organs, and classical music. One can trace heavy metal back to church organs and class. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Especially like post Black Sabbath type metal, like post blues influence metal, like a lot of classical influence stuff. Yeah. Kitten says, play the nose flutes. La Soie Boutique says, send your album to Blues Review DJ Marty Cool every Saturday. Have to look him up. All right, I'll do that. Groovy Chew says, you gotta like it to want to study it. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Sporty says, what La Soie said. All righty, I'll try that. Sporty says, I like these lives where the talk educates us. Groovy. Yep. Groovy says, facts. 71 people watching now. Cool. At 3 o'clock in the fucking morning here in South Kakalaki. Christopher Foster says, such fine music and talk. I've been sick for a few days and getting up is difficult, but the music is like medicine. Thank you, Ed and folks. Well, you're welcome, man. Glad we can help you out there. Groovy Chew says, I can dig this. Sporty says, use your noggins and expand our experience. Mr. Grateful says, Sporty, music unites us despite our differences. Kind of cool, like to meet like blues music people like all over the world, because they ain't got much around here, you know. Ron says, you're still on, Ed? Yep, still on. Got a good crowd, you know. Curtis says, just got off work here in Tennessee. Thanks for the live, Ed. Cool, man. What's up, dude? Sporty says, hey, yeah, Ron. Groovy Chew says, facts. George Ordway says, back when I was a studio engineer, asked my violinist friend who I was recording if she ever used a catgut strings. Yes, sounds amazing, but smells terrible. Yeah, so for like Baroque music, you know, like old 1600s, 1700s stuff, that they would use like catgut strings on violins instead of the metal ones we have now. Brian McGuire says, Rashawn Roland Kirk would play 2 saxophones simultaneously. Kind of like the old Greek, like double flutes. Sporty says, you missed my snit before. Ron says, I put the wife to bed. Oop. Banjo Boy says, peace and love. Ron says, I get it. Christopher Foster says, thank you, will do my best. Banjo Boy says, what would Ringo say? I guess he'd say like, peace and love, man. Ron says, she sleeps better if I wear her out before bed. Uh-oh. Gotta give her some fucking exercise, huh? Sporty says, we'll keep vibing you Heath for the rest of this live. Ron says, hey, Sporty says, sounds like a toddler handling too, Ron. La Soie Boutique sends me some beers. Groovy Chew says cheers. Banjo Boy says cat means cattle, so don't hide your kitty cat. George Wardway says LOL Ron, nice. Ron says she usually cold, so I heat her up for a bit. With friction, I guess, huh? It's pretty cool. Got a good crowd this late. La Soie Boutique says, "Love Ringo's Blues, Get Back." He kind of did like a damn march type of thing on that snare, like on Get Back, didn't he? Banjo Boy says, Ed gonna play. I might play one in a minute. Groovy Chew says, the amount I'm learning is actually so wholesome. Cool. Reno says, prior to Nylon, Cat Gut was it. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And Brian McGuire says, Ed, Earl, and John Lee were cousins. Earl played the awesome slide melody on Muddy's You Shook Me. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Groovy Chew says, yeah, definitely want to hear some more. Ron Swanson says, shot. We'll do a shot. All right. George Ordway says, ZZ Top Tush. All right, I'll do that. Let's do a shot. We'll play some ZZ Top. All right. Y'all tell me here. Speyburn 10-year-old single malt Scotch whiskey or Knaphogue Castle 12-year-old Irish single malt whiskey? Just whiskey and whiskey, like Scotch and Irish. Like, tell me what, Scotch and Irish. Ron says Scotch. Groovy says, I'll take a shot. Thomas Newberry says, County Clare, Irish. Let's see, got a vote for Scotch. Got 2 votes for Irish. Groovy Chew says Irish. Ron says, cool, man. Grateful Ed says, let's see, whatever you decide, it'll be Jack Daniels for me this shot. Oh, you poor man. George Ordway says dealer's choice. Groovy Chew says Irish. Curtis says Irish. All right, do some Irish. Kitten says, always after me, Lucky Charms. It's fucking racist. I'm half Irish. Let's see here. Where's my shot glass here? The Ed Phillips patented shot glass right up here. Yeah. Alrighty. Shot glass like available below in the merch link. Here we go. Kim Pie, cheers, Prost, Slainte, all that good stuff. L'chaim, bottoms up. Mr. Grateful says LOL. A Devil's Boxcar says, hey everyone, just waking up in Scotland to watch. What's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Groovy Chew says Ayo. Kitten says magically delicious. And Mr. Grateful says skull. That's like I believe a Scandinavian cheers there. Ron says you bet, Kitten. A little louder. Hang on, y'all. All right, here we go. Let's fucking delay off here. All right, finally, some Tush by ZZ Top. Oh yeah, background music shit. Take 3.
I've been up, I've been down, take my word, been around, yeah, yeah. I ain't asking for much. I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some tub. I've been banging, I've been good, Dallas, Texas, Hollywood, yeah, yeah. Ain't asking for much. Said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some tub. Take me back, way back home, not by myself, not alone, yeah, yeah. I ain't asking for much. I said, Lord, take me downtown. I'm just looking for some tub.
Alrighty. See, Ron says, ouch. George says, sorry, Sporty. What happened, Sporty? Groovy Chew says, Brian, you got the chords. Appreciate that. Ron says, that sucks. Groovy Chew says, I see the minor joint on G string. Sporty says, I'll live, but this is going to be a bruise that'll hurt for a while. My stairs are tiny, wooden, like steep, like falling off a ladder. Oh, okay, kind of fell down the stairs there. Oh, shit. It's funny bones, ain't funny blues. Sporty says, write it for me, Edward. I cannot play today. Kitten says, anybody seen my tush? No, I haven't. But Groovy Chew says, how he keep playing the chords while soloing is nuts. It's like a thing I learned from Hendrix, like playing the fucking root note with the thumb, you know. Ron says, talent and practice. Like, yeah, thanks Jimi Hendrix for teaching me how to play with my thumb. Sorry to hear that, Sporty. You fell down the stairs there. Sporty says, Groovy's my little prodigy. I found him. Alrighty. Anyway, Reno says, sounded like a slide, no slide yet, just doing like a vibrato on there. my index finger. Sporty says, yeah, it takes talent and practice to fall down the stairs, Ron. I'm fucking sorry to hear that, Sporty. Like, hope you're okay. Groovy Chew says, can you play this one more time? I might in a little bit. Sporty says, I'm a talented tumbler. Ron says, I saw it on Diddy Wah Diddy Street. Groovy Chew says, NC bitch slower. Definitely Renee. Groovy says, facts Ron. Probably ought to do some lesson videos, like really, like might put them on Patreon, might put them on the main channel. I don't know. Kitten says, that's why I wear bubble wrap. Man, I used to be fucking addicted to like bubble wrap, like popping the bubbles and stuff. Like I'd get like some shit in the mail, and I'd take the bubble wrap, and like, oh yeah, pop the bubbles. Sporty Otter says, kitten in bubble wrap. Yeah, let's try another one. You know. If you like what I'm doing here, like, please consider like shooting me a tip, like throw a fucking tip in the tip bucket, you know, super chat, like that money sign down below the chat there, or you know, PayPal, like a link below in the blowjob bar down there.
My shotgun, light it bound to go shoot again. Thumb pick, bring me my shotgun, light it bound to go shoot again. Shoot my old lady, been messing around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun, alone in a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun, alone in a pocket full of shells. I'm gonna shoot my old lady, throw her down in that deep dug well. Said, Latin, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot right now, double barrel shotgun just won't fire.
Frank says, you should play this song in darkness. Yeah, pretty dark in here. Groovy says, gotcha. Sporty says, yeah, he's going to throw down now. La Boutique says, double time it. Groovy Chew says, yeah. Kitten 77 says, why do you need so many shells? Bad shot? Yeah. Fucking shotgun like a, not very accurate. Curtis says, Lightning Hopkins the man. Sporty Otter says, this is what that live list is about. Groovy, a guide to the real music spots where we don't talk fluff and we learn shit. Yeah, Lightning was a league of his own. That guy was fucking good, man. Groovy says, so fire, appreciate it. Sporty says, I've been listening to Scrapper Blackwell, a lot of ragtime blues, loving that at the moment. Yeah, that's kind of my, my fucking geographic area, like the Piedmont blues. Scrapper Blackwell, definitely was a good one. Yeah. Ron says, but at close range though. Yeah, close range, like a shotgun will get somebody. Double barrel, you get 2 shots. Sporty says, Scrappy Scrapper. Groovy Chew says, any blues guys from the Bay Area? The biggest blues person from California was in L.A. Good old T-Bone Walker. He came from Texas. But, like a huge influence on... pretty much every blues guitarist, like Jimi Hendrix and Clapton and people like that. T-Bone Walker out of L.A. Brian says, Brownie McGee. I wish I knew some Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee stuff, especially on harmonica. Let's see. Sporty says, nobody knows when you're down and out. Yeah, that's the old Scrapper Blackwell. Ron says, have a Coach shotgun. Got me a 12 gauge double barrel, man. Like one of them kind of guns, get the fuck off my land, you son bitch. Kitten says, my answering machine message says, you wouldn't make a very good sniper, you just miss me. Sporty says, LOL. Groovy Chew says, T-Bone, gotcha, I'm gonna study him. Yeah, T-Bone, very influential on people like Hendrix and Clapton and also Chuck Berry, also goddamn B.B. King. He played behind his head and all that stuff. Stormy Monday, right? Yeah, he wrote Stormy Monday. Brian McGuire says T-Bone was a heavy influence on Chuck Berry. That's true. Ron says, mine is the short barrel 12 gauge double barrel. You got a sawed off there, man? Might be illegal. Sporty says Pigpen was from the Bay Area, blues influenced, Grateful Dead. Yeah, he died young too, he drank himself to death basically. Groovy Chew says when he was going. Ron Swanson says called a Coach gun, like the ones on the stagecoach that rode shotgun. It's illegal. Oh, okay. Damn. Shit. Groovy Chew says, ow wee. Sporty says that if you watch Jerry Garcia, Ron, from the Grateful Dead, he was doing wild things to blues patterns. Yeah, like me, I was like a big psychedelic guy, especially in high school, and just never got into fucking the Grateful Dead. Like, it never did do nothing for me. Liked a few of their songs, like Casey Jones and stuff like that. Groovy Chew says if he influenced Hendrix, when was he recording? Oh fuck, like goddamn T-Bone like started like back in the 40s probably, at least. Ron says, Edward, just tell him look into binoculars, boy. look into these binoculars, boy. Yeah. The double barrel. Sporty Otter says, watch live Dead recordings in Jerry Garcia's hands. Groovy. Groovy Chew says, I'm a rapper and don't have the best timeline of guitar music yet. Yeah, got to learn the history. It's a good idea to learn that. Kitten says, Bo Diddley lived near Gainesville. Yeah, he fucking like lost all his money, like lived in a fucking double wide trailer when he died. Sporty says, yeah, me too, Brian. Bo Diddley beat. Yep. Groovy Chew says, Bo Diddley? I've heard of him before. Yeah, great blues guy, kind of an early rock and roll guy. Sporty says, hey, Bo Diddley. Hey, Bo Diddley. That was a good song. Mr. Grateful says, Ed, do you do things I used to do, slow blues type of song? I don't think I know that one. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm gonna step outside, do some man business. Some bladder kind of things going on from drinking beer all night. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Mr. Grateful just read that. Sporty says he had those big old thick black glasses, Bo Diddley. It probably from stage lights, like the same reason that old Roy Orbison wore glasses. Sporty says, Ron, tell us a joke, the stage filler. Groovy Chew says, I just looked him up. I've definitely seen interviews of him. He was a great player. Brian McGuire says, Bring It to Jerome is one of my favorite Bo Diddley songs. Groovy Chew says, I haven't searched him as an adult yet, though. Sporty says, I saw Bo live at Blues Fest long ago. Well, fuck you, I'm jealous. I would have loved to have seen Bo Diddley. Groovy Chew says, y'all talking about fly, cuz. Banjo Boy says, California plates. LaSois says, LaSois says, Chew, cool. Check out R.L. Burnside's kind of hip hop album. It's got a taxi cab on the cover, like it's Bad to Know You, Sopranos theme song. Ron says, oh, sorry, Sporty, I failed. I ran for the outhouse, too. Sporty says, oh, yeah, R.L. Burnside was meant. I started today's show with a fucking R.L. Burnside song. Actually, I played Jumper on the Line. Sporty says, LOL, Ron. Reno says, I hate those stage lights. Yeah, they can get pretty damn bright. Like, hell, I got, like, lights, like, right in my face right now. George Wardway says, Groovy Chua, here's a link to the bookmark. They have a 1-month archive of blues history. Long shows, but worth a listen. This guy does it at 85 years old. Groovy Chew says it definitely LaSoir. I screenshotted. Kitten77 says Jerry Garcia, Merle Saunders, and Bo Diddley played for the Hells Angels on the Pirates Ball Par. I played for some fucking Hells Angels one time, but that was fun. like the bartender told me like not to speak to them unless they speak to me. Groovy Chew says I definitely will. LaSoir, I just read that. Sporty says indeed, Kitten. She says Merle was worth a listen to. Blues piano. Groovy Chew says thank you, George. Brian McGuire says the North Mississippi All-Stars do a blending of hip-hop beats with hill country blues. That's kind of cool. Groovy Chew says when Bro plays, it's like he has a backing track. Let's try that. Let's try that fucking R.L. Burnsides one more time. Got pretty much a different crowd now. Like, been like hours and hours. So. Hill country style blues. Probably stay till 4, then probably get off here.
Well, I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. Well, I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. Way down here, what you gonna do? Fix my supper, baby, to go to bed.
hill country blues there from northern Mississippi. Ron says a lady comes home from her doctor's appointment grinning from ear to ear. Her husband asked, why are you so happy? The wife says, the doctor told me that for a 45-year-old woman, I have the breast of an 18-year-old. Oh yeah, quipped her husband. Says, what did he say about your 45-year-old ass? She said, your name never came up in the conversation. Sporty says, yeah, and her lyrics were poetry. Sporty says, rim shot. Mr. Grateful says, LOL Ron. Groovy Chew says, about a lock-in he playing. Ron says, cool. Kitten says, what a channel. Appreciate that. Groovy Chew says, totally different hand movements from this song for picking hand. Yeah, it's like a different style of blues. It's from like northern Mississippi. It's called poetry. Like no chord changes in that. Like just, you know, same chord the whole time, basically. LaSois Boutique says, fire at RL and John Spencer, ass pocket of whiskey. Great stories, and RL's son can sure play some drums. Sporty says, I did her Big Yellow Taxi a week or two ago, Groovy. It's a song about paving paradise and putting up parking lots, aka destroying nature. I wish I could find like a copy of the song I had like probably close to 20 years ago called Concrete Blob Monster. Like a metal song with a blues progression, like a 1-4-5 metal song, like kind of like Black Sabbath or something. And it was basically like about like urban development and stuff, urban sprawl. Thomas Newberry says, if you do a final acoustic, would love to hear Catfish Blues. If you've already done it, please disregard it. Yeah, I'll fucking do it. Yeah, we'll do that like right before we get out of here. Like I think I'll stay on to a 4 and then we'll go. Sporty says, what am I learning about the blues is that once one has the patterns down, even if we fudge it mid songs, if we stay in rhythm, it sounds like we meant the blunder. It pretty much, yeah. You got some leeway with blues. It's kind of forgiving. Groovy says, I'm going to definitely check out Renee. Sporty says, I'd vote for Catfish too. I'll do that in a minute. All right. Sporty says, oh, I wish. Ron says, make sure you check out Ed's original Groovy. The new album was sick. Yeah, appreciate that, Ron. Yeah. So I got this record here. Like If the Creek Don't Rise. That's what you hear in the background there. You know, available on the Bandcamp link below in the blowjob bar. Let's see. Sporty says, I was a catfish. Often I feel that sentiment. Stein Eric Volstad says, lovely. Appreciate that, man. Frank Morgendorfer says, Big Yellow Taxi could be the theme song for the island I live on. Sad to say. Shit. Sporty says, highest Stein in Norway. Ron says, Ed played every instrument on it and produced it too. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Like drums, bass, guitar, all that good stuff. I played all that stuff. Sporty says, Team EU. Groovy Chew says, bro, straight, I'm about to jam in tonight when live's over. Sporty says, Big Yellow Taxi is a true anthem for American songwriting, or in my unimportant personal opinion. She says, Counting Crows version was brilliant too. Sporty says, Groovy's inspired, loving his energy and grinning so big. Yeah, keep at it, Groovy. Like, learn that shit, man. Can I ask how old you are, Groovy Chew? Sporty says, a young drive to learn is a beautiful thing. Dennis Troy says, 63 watching, 119 thumbs up. Cool, cool. I think I'll stay on about like 15 more minutes. Groovy Chew says, does blues use arpeggios? Can show me how you would. Like, you probably could use arpeggios, you know. Like... This is kind of an arpeggio. You know, it's kind of like an improv there. Frank says, thought Mitchell is a Canuck, like a Canadian. You mean like Joni Mitchell? Sporty Otter says, yeah, but her music developed in California. Kitten says, it's officially a happening. Dennis Troy says, oh yeah. Sporty says, Dennis is in the house. Groovy Chew says, show me. Like I did somewhat of a fucking example there, but Frank Morgendorfer says, weird scenes inside the canyon. Almost a Doors lyric, right? Weird scenes inside the gold mine. Dennis Troy says, me, you, WSW. Ron says, crazy. Sporty says, Ed's too good. Shit. I ain't shit. Sporty says, right, Frank, the canyon was crazy. LaSoie Boutique says, Groovy Chew, all the old blues singers did story songs, talking stories, the original rap. Kinda, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Dennis Troy says, Ed, good, appreciate that. Ron says, that's right, stay hungry, Ed. Groovy Chew says, like who? You know, there's a few blues songs here and there that use arpeggios, like just, you know, like improv and lead and stuff. Sporty Otter says, rap has roots in Jamaican dance hall dub poetry too. So see, I thought fucking dance hall was like inspired by rap. Like I thought rap was like uniquely American. Questions, comments, y'all? Sporty says, no, there's a genre in Jamaica in the 60s called dance hall. Okay, I thought that Jamaican dance hall was like more like rap, like influence, like modern stuff. I didn't know that. Okay. Frank Morgendorfer says, read the book Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. Interesting cross relationships with those people. Sporty says, it was back in the jungles, local stuff. Oh, okay. Ron says, rap came from hip hop. I thought that like rap and hip hop were like pretty much the same thing. Like, Sporty says, I did read that, Frank. LaSoie Boutique says, country singers too. Check out Hot Rod Lincoln, Commander Cozy. That was a good song, yeah. A good pick in there. Banjo Boy says, you have a long weekend? No, I just did sound for a band like on Friday, and that was about it. Groovy Chew says, I'm down to check out country. Check out, Hank Williams, fucking Conway Twitty, Johnny Cash, all them good people. Billy Ray Cyrus, probably the greatest composer of all time, better than Beethoven and Mozart. Sporty Otter says a blues song that tells a story, Me and the Devil Blues, Robert Johnson. Yeah, like most blues songs back in his day, like were kind of incoherent lyrically, like the verses didn't relate to one another. Robert Johnson like kind of did like a unique thing by making all his verses like coherent, like making a story in the song and shit. Curtis says Merle Haggard, Working Man Blues. Mr. Grateful Ed, Bill Kirchen was quite the Telecaster picker. Oh yeah. And Groovy Chew says a guitar got so many worlds. It's crazy. Kitten says if I owned a cow, it would be time to milk it. Matt Evans, Beethoven and Mozart didn't have naughty daughters either. Yeah, right. Yeah, probably the greatest composer in human history, Billy Ray Cyrus. Achy Breaky Man. Yeah. George Ordway says, when I worked at in AV as an engineer at a Christian college, I met this huge guy at a men's retreat. He was Jerry Garcia's personal bodyguard and wanted to work for us, but had some habits to break. Oh yeah, well, yeah, probably because he hung out with Jerry Garcia. Groovy Chew says Billy Ray was like that. Yeah, no way Billy Ray was like that. Yeah, sarcasm. Yeah, Mr. Grateful Ed got it right. Sarcasm. Brian McGuire says a Willie Nelson, George Jones, probably my favorite singer of all time. Like maybe next to Keith Whitley, Waylon Jennings, and Merle Haggard, and of course Johnny Cash. George Ordway says he did and got hired on. Groovy Chew says, bruh, Miley Cyrus's dad. Yep. You had to be there, like back in the 90s, to hear, don't tell my heart, my achy breaky heart. Banjo Boy says, I agree. Sporty Otter says, Johnny Cash bound genres together for the good of humanity. Yeah, he kind of like a crossover between like country and rock and roll or rockabilly and stuff. Groovy Chew says, no way. Brian says, and he gave us Miley, right. Groovy Chew says, word. Ron Swanson says a hokum is very old blues and the lyrics all tell a story. Yeah, that's pretty much, yeah, like hokum, like old dirty stuff, Groovy Chew says I never looked up, bro. I ain't think he was like that. Ron says the dirty blues, right. Sporty says Miley can really sing. I think she'll age to be an icon. I mean, with like auto-tune and stuff, she can sing pretty good. Like Brian McGuire says, I think Ed is being sarcastic. Yeah, I was. Groovy says the 90s, gotcha. That man did have a fucking resplendent mullet, though, like old Billy Ray. Groovy says, I was born in the late 90s. Oh, okay. I was like doing drugs by then. Like Sporty Otter says, a country-ish song that tells a story. Towns Van Zandt, Poncho and Lefty. That's a good old country song there. Groovy Chew says, I'm going to tap in. Ron says, go for it. Now, I'd say, like, probably my favorite country singer, probably Keith Whitley. Sporty says, you're the age of my son, Groovy. My heart knows you two would be friends in real life. Mr. Grateful Ed says, Ed, I was about your age in the 90s. Okay, yeah. I'm like an old millennial, like born in the early 80s. So I got like a good whiff of the 90s. I was in high school in the fucking 90s, late 90s. Groovy Chew says, I definitely heard my girlfriend's mom sing my Achy Breaky Heart song. Yeah. Don't tell my heart, my achy breaky heart. Groovy Chew was saying, wait, Ed was being sarcastic. Yeah, I was. He says, so he's like that. What? So he's not like that. What? Yeah. Billy Ray Cyrus is probably like like an ass on the pimple of music and stuff. Yeah. But you know, like if you're like a fucking ironic person, like you like to hear stuff ironically, like pretty cool to listen to Achy Breaky Heart. Like Brian McGuire says, a business in the front, party in the back, talking about the mullet hairdo. Yeah. Brian McGuire says, I just read that. Matt Evans says, Ed's hair could be a mullet theoretically. We've never seen him without the hat. Well, let's change that. Okay. Got the hat head going on here. Just kind of kinky, you know. Just about being like a fucking afro. A lot of hair. That's why I wear a hat. Anyway, yeah. Got to stuff the hair up in here. Reno says, let's see. Says, yes, before we boot scoot, one Clapton, I need it. I'll do you some Clapton. Just a minute. All right. Sporty Otter says, was born in April of 67, just in time for the summer of love. It's in my soul. Kitten 77 says, my forehead wrinkles were born in the late 90s. Ron says, Ed and me are the same good for nothing generation. Yeah, millennials, man. However, we were raised by some real old school dudes, kind of old schools and punk bodies. Yeah, I'm kind of a fucking millennial, one of the good ones. Sporty says, I was also born in the big yellow taxi in a tornado, so I can't help the chaos that comes with me either. It's the ions. Ron says, I don't mean to speak for Ed. Frank says, feral men. Matt Evans says, wow, that's some hair right there. Sporty Otter says, Ed was probably an old soul at 7. Yeah, just like the old stuff. You know, I grew up on fucking bluegrass. Groovy Chew says, I thought he were serious, LOL. Ron says, Wilderman, the Germans would have called you. Groovy Chew says, bro, gotta lock up. Matt Evans says, who is the oldest blues dude you can still play really well? Maybe Charlie Patton, probably. Sebastian says, a mom says she's dreaming of braiding that hair of yours. Yeah. Probably would look pretty good with braids. Matt Evans says, I wonder if Buddy Guy is still good. I heard he was very good. Like a friend of mine seen him like a few years ago. Sporty Otter says, Taj Mahal is old and still plays. Yeah, he's still around. She says, he is, Buddy can still shred. Groovy Chew says, Summer of Love with La Soie Boutique says, dig T-Rex or the Dolls it? Yeah, New York Dolls, like good band, like proto-punk band. So is T-Rex. Yeah, I love those guys. Brian McGuire says, Buddy Guy's 88 years old. He just quit touring. Groovy Chew says, I sold a painting at my last show that said Summer of Love. Sporty says, Mark Bolin was one of my favorite animals, Silky, Bolin and Barrett. So Mark Bolin was a T-Rex, right? Now, I know Barrett, like Barrett from Pink Floyd, Sid Barrett. Sporty says, right on, Groovy. George Ordway says, for the future, any Warren Zevon, and yeah, I don't know none of his stuff. Brian McGuire says, MC5. Sporty Otter says, Zevon just got into the Hall of Fame, rightfully so. His kid's a friend. Kitten 77 says, a Buddy Guy was on Colbert tonight. Yeah, somebody said that earlier, I believe. Banjo Boy says, Sporty, show us a photo. Sporty says, a buddy's a gent. Ron says, hey Sebastian, respect and greetings to your mom. Groovy Chew says, T-Rex, I love them. Okay, somebody earlier said play Catfish Blues. Probably make that the last song for tonight. Like, play that, like, get a shot and get out of here. And yeah, all right.
stroll out west. Take a stroll out west. I wish I was a catfish mama, swimming down in the deep blue sea. Have all you ladies setting out hooks for me, setting out hooks for me, setting out hooks for me. Well, I went down to the church house and I called on me to pray. Got down on my knees, baby, not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say. Well, I wrote a letter. I wrote a letter just to see my baby who she's thinking of. Not a thing for me, not a thing for me, little old thing for me, little old thing for me. Robert Petway right there. All right. About to get off of here. One shot for the road. Sporty says, love that resonator. Love, love, love. That's a good guitar there. Kitten says, Kitten loves Steve Colbert. From Charleston, my home state, South Carolina. Groovy Chew says, nice. Sporty Otter says, hang on, wish I was a catfish too, but they don't swim in the sea. They're a freshwater fish. Yeah, Robert Petway didn't know that, apparently. Groovy Chew says, just peep the drum set. Yeah, I got a cheap drum set back there. Sporty Otter says, Groovy's going to lead the chat and jam for 4 hours. Go live and show us what all he learned. Yeah, keep at it, man. Like Frank Morgendorfer says, thanks for your hard work, Ed. Appreciate that. Ron Swanson says, just kidding, kitten. He has a huge following. Ron says, just can't stand it. LaSois Boutique says, wow, Ed, swampy African vibes. Appreciate that, man. George Ordway leaves a link to PayPal. Yeah, you want to tip me, like send me a PayPal donation or a fucking super chat. Like, I would appreciate that. Life of the show. You know, Ron Swanson says, dark and smooth, Ed. Sporty says, one bourbon, one shot, one beer. I ain't got no bourbon, but I got some whiskey, like some Irish and Scotch whiskey. Groovy Chew says that this is pretty much rap, LOL. LaSois says, thanks, Ed. Cheers, y'all. Sporty says, cheers, Silky. Love it when we're both here at the same time. Ron says, Silky. Groovy says, cheers, y'all. Sporty Otter says, yeah, LaSois, Silky in French. Oh, okay. That I did not know that. That's why you called him Silky. Okay. Kitten says, I'm so excited for ladies' night. Yeah. Gonna do the fucking the sliding across the floor, like in the the style of Risky Business. Like maybe 2 weeks from now. LaSois sends me kisses. Well, Sebastian says, that's a wicked tune. I'm trying to learn. Thanks for that, man. Kind of a crazy, strumming pattern there. Ron says, oh, I get it. All right, let's do one for the road. I'm going to get the fuck off here. Scotch or Irish, y'all tell me. Got the 10-year-old Speyburn here, single malt Scotch whiskey.
And we got the Napo Castle single malt Irish whiskey, 12 years old. George says a possible Saturday night stream. What time it may be a Saturday night stream. Not sure yet. Like I'll try to put it up like in enough time so y'all can find out about it. Mr. Grateful says Irish. Brian McGuire says good night, good luck. Well, you have a good one, Brian. Sporty Otter says one for the road. Hit the road, Ed, but you'll come back some more. Groovy Chew sends me a heart. Devil's Boxcar says Scotch. Ron says Scotch. Okay, Scotch winning so far. Groovy Chew says one more. Frank Morgendorfer says Irish whiskey to say good night. Tied now. Sporty Otter says thanks for doing what you do, Ed. You are appreciated. I appreciate that very much, Sporty. Ron says a welcome to all the newcomers and don't be strangers. Yeah. Comment, do all that good stuff. Like I'd love to hear from y'all, like all the newcomers here. Thomas Newberry says Irish, keep it smooth. Scrabble says much love. George Ordway says Ireland. Let's see, Scrabble B says Sporty you rule. Sporty says Wesley. Curtis says Irish. Okay, Irish probably going to win this one. Sporty says another of my friends shows up. All right, guess the Irish wins. And Frank says another shot of Irish. All right. Ron says we'll have to play the man if we want one more. Wouldn't ask him this. We'll have to pay the man if we want one more. I wouldn't ask him this late without. Curtis says your guitars need a shot after tonight. Alrighty here. Start that background music again. All right. Single malt Irish whiskey, 12 years old, Napog Castle. Into the fucking Ed Phillips blue shot glass, the patented shot glass. All right. Kim Pyle, L'chaim, Saludos, all that good stuff. Cheers, Skull, Prost, all that stuff. That is smooth stuff. Ron says a hokum song, please. I can do that for you. Canadian $6.99 he sends me. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. That is very much appreciated. Let's see, a hokum song. How about What's That Smells Like Fish? Where's my damn... Yeah, thumb pick here.
Smell like fish, mama, food if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama, food if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. Same damn thing from the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama, food if you really wanna know. Food if you really wanna know. That smell like fish, mama, food if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama, food if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and ain't no pies, the same damn thing, you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama, food if you really wanna know. Food if you really wanna know. fish, mama? Booty, you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and ain't no pie. What's the same damn thing? You know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. Whoop. Blind boy Fuller right there. What's that smells like fish? I can think of a couple of things. 4 in the morning here. Still got like a 70 viewers. Smoke me a cigarette and we'll call it a night. God damn it. Oh, whoop. Cigarettes are out. Ron says, smells like fish. Curtis says, I know you're humble, but you deserve, hang on. You deserve more recognition. I appreciate that, man. Ron says, blind boy Fuller. Sporty says, I believe in a network of independent creatives, all doing our thing on our channels. Well, I appreciate that, man. Kitten sends me some fish. Sporty says, but visibly supporting one another. I'm in Ed's community. Sporty says, that's how the grassroots grow an algorithm. Yeah, need more blue stuff here on YouTube. Sporty says, link up our algorithms. Ron says, but yeah, sure that works too. Sporty says, yeah, same thing, Ron. Ron says, thanks, Ed. Be right back. I'm going to run to the house real quick. I'll be right back.
Too fast when you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow when you're grieving that they died. Time, you could beat time if you tried. Take away everything that you ever own, your health and your life. It'll break it down to the bone. Time, nobody wants their time to be gone.
All right. Had a pack of cigarettes and I left it like in a shirt that I wore today and hung it in my closet. Like I had to go through my fucking closet to find it. Sporty says, many lost souls. Ron says, it ain't a quick exit. I can tell you that much. Devil's Boxcar says, see you all next time. See you next time, Devil's Boxcar. Sporty Otter says, it's so much nicer to come every week and know the room.
Let's have one last cigarette and get the fuck off here. Sporty says so much like I read that. Ron says we're blessed to have you stay on so long, Ed. Yeah, been a while. 8:30 to fucking 4 in the morning. Ron says read that. Sporty Otter says pregnant pause. Ron says like a concert. Mr. Grateful says cigarette run. Correct. Sporty says here he is. LaSoie Boutique says Dinah Washington, big long sliding thing, trombone song, risque rhythms, album must listen. Frank Morgendorfer says getting close to Batman time. Yeah, pretty much is. Yeah, just smoke this and yeah. Sporty says Lucille Bogan, risque blues. Yeah, very fucking risque blues. Like Lucille Bogan, yeah. It's like talking about her like nipples being like the size of dinner plates or some shit. Like George Ordway says, for everyone new, thanks for hanging out. If Ed doesn't have a gig, he typically tries to do a live stream Friday or Saturday night too, always on Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. U.S. Standard Time. Yeah, that's true. Might do one this weekend. Ron says, I have PTSD really so bad I don't sleep anymore anyway. God, man, that sucks, man. I feel for you, dude. Like Sporty Otter says, sorry for that. Ron, seriously. Dennis Troy says, 61 watching, 123 thumbs up. Sporty Otter says, I can't imagine I'd be so crazy I couldn't sleep. Ron says, it almost killed me. Probably shouldn't have, but people never gave up on me. Well, that's a good thing. You got people around you that, you know, take care of you and stuff. Sporty Otter says insomnia in adults has to be a major epidemic. Terrible. Oh, yeah. Dennis Troy says never give up. Ron says I think so. I have no quit in me. You have to. Good thing not to have none, man. It's like Ron says, too dumb. Laughing my ass off. George Ordway says, Ed, is that the Thin Man or something from the past? I don't know. Not quite sure what you're referring to there. Ron says, stubborn as the day is long. Mr. Grateful says, that's the spirit, Ron. Sporty says, I have a great friend who walks for miles every night because he cannot sleep. Like most nights, I go to bed at like 3 or 4 in the morning, you know. Just like a weird sleep pattern I picked up. Kitten says, I haven't slept since 2nd grade. Yeah, I'm kind of a fucking night owl myself. Gonna smoke this cigarette here. Ron says we can sleep when we're dead. Yeah, you sleep all the time when you're fucking dead. Sporty Otter says I feel lucky my heart disease makes me fall into a sleep coma every night. Damn. Ron now is for living. Yeah, fucking live your life, you know. Like enjoy your fucking life. Like don't be a goddamn like a ascetic monk or something, and you know, have fun. Sporty says, I did live. That's why my heart is broken. It happens. It happens. Ron says, still doing it, Sporty. Smoke this and I'll play the Batman theme. And yeah, damn, 420. Ron Swanson says, pain is part of it. Some get more than their share, that's for sure. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, yeah, life fucking sucks balls, but, you know, it's kind of cool that we've got like a fucking universe that can evolve beings that can observe the universe. It's like the universe like observing itself and stuff. Sporty Otter says, now it's about protecting it much more fiercely and sleeping so I can live longer. Ron says, seems like all the bad guys live forever. Right, yeah. George W. Bush will probably live to be like 98 years old like his fucking dad. Sporty Otter says, because they pickled in their poison. Kitten says 420, right? Yeah, 420 right here in the deep south, like South Kakalaki. Got no pot on me. Frank says, every night and every morning, some to summer light were born. All right. Sebastian says, all right, brother, thanks for another great night. It's soon time for me to crash out. I'm watching the sun rise. Catch you next show. All right, man. You have a good one, Sebastian. We're going to play the Batman theme, and I'll see y'all next week, Wednesday, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Same Bat station, same Bat channel. And let's see here. Cut my background music off. Y'all have a good one, unless you're Lithuanian. Like, fuck those people. I fucking hate Lithuanians. But, all right. Let's see. Thomas Newberry says, thanks, Ed. Good night, morning, y'all. Mr. Grateful says, another great one, Ed. Good night. Sporty Otter says, LOL. Frank George Ordway says, fantastic hang. Thanks, everyone. Sporty Otter says, my German village is chock full of Lithuanians. Truth. That's terrible. Oh, my God. Ron says, and Robin was a joke. Yeah. With them fucking leggings and stuff. Sporty says, there's the only boarding school teaching in Lithuanian here in my village. George Ordway says, peace. Ron sends me some music and a bat and says, thanks, Ed. All right, I'll see y'all next time. Possibly Saturday, but definitely Wednesday next week. Same bat time, same bat station. Y'all have a good one. N8 Germ says, see ya. Sporty says, Batman and Robin were in love. Probably. All right. See y'all next time. We'll end it right here.